So I heard it was some Breaking Bears news, schedule release, leaks, and all that kind of thing. Y'all want to talk about it? Let's get it cracking. Yo, 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 no maniacs, super no maniacs, and all in between. Welcome to another edition of some extra sauce for y'all's ass, man. Listen, the schedule release is out. It's a lot of conversations being had in regards to the schedule. I have not taken a hard look at it. I have not evaluated. I have not given it a second thought. I made a graphic. Kids also made a graphic over there in Canada, and we had a fist fight in the backstage about whose graphic to use. And I don't know who won, but one of those graphics is going to come up. But you know what? It's going to be interesting once we dial into the actual schedule. And when we get there, each individual game, I think is worth talking about because to me, it's about the matchup. It's not about who you're playing, where you're playing. It's about the matchup, how you physically match up against a particular team. And I know that the very first game on the schedule, I don't know, I can't remember if it's a home or away game, but I know Minnesota was the first game on the schedule. I do not know. I know this. I know we have Ben Johnson. I know we have a couple of new players and some new draft picks and things like that. And I know what Ben Johnson did to Minnesota, and it wasn't nice. But we have a different quarterback, and we don't have Jared Goff. But we'll get into each individual conversation about each team, some other stuff to talk about, some rumors and some other things that's going on as far as the UDFA. All that stuff is coming up tonight, plus our regular shenanigans that we always do on some extra sauce. Why you love this show, why we love you all. We're going to get into all of that. But let me pass the rock, bounce past my guy in Canada, the Canuck. What's going on, kids?
Boom. It's Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce. My guy just, gave us a little cold breakdown of how we're going to do it here tonight. Should be a little bit interesting. We'll go through this schedule release, chop it up on sort of what's been going on behind the scenes. And, there may be some feet and little people and foolishness as well. Perhaps some tunes. Who knows? That being said, good to have all of y'all's out there. Give you guys a little bit of love for showing us some love. Big shout outs to our guy Joseph Archer, who's out there with the wrench. Super No Maniac Joseph Archer, that is. Nick Rembert's down with us tonight. What it do, Nick? Shout out to It's Crimson with the wrench as well. Keeping it popping in the chat. As we go on throughout the night, chat will definitely get a little bit more live, and I'll keep you guys up and propped up, if you will. Shouting out all y'all that pay a little bit of attention to what we do here. Let me give a big bounce pass over to my guy Triple R right underneath me.
And I'll take that bounce pass and then jam that mother sucker tone right to the hole. No Diddy. Big up to everybody out there. Welcome in. And I get it. There's a big hubbub and to do about the schedule release. Whatever. Just tell me who they playing and when, and I'll tune in. But the pomp and circumstance, let's have fun with it. Sure. I'm not gonna throw no water or poo-poo all over it. I might tinkle a little bit and call it golden showers, but that's neither here nor there. So big up to Kids of Canuck, and for all of those tuning in, show our channels some love there at Kids the Canuck on YouTube, as well as my own personal joint, Sports Chicago Style.
Amen to that. Everybody check both of those channels out. If you haven't already, everybody within the sound of my voice, please go check out Sports Chicago Style. Give Triple R a subscribe, man. We all family. We just take care of each other over here. And make sure you go to my guy from Canada's channel, the Canuck, and make sure you go subscribe to Kids of Canuck channel, man. We all love you guys. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter whether we're here on the Nomad Network, over on Sports Chicago Style, or over on Kids of Canucks channel. Doesn't matter. We're all the same people. We need to show the same kind of love to everybody. Please do that, and we will be grateful. We thank you in advance. Listen, hopefully around 8:15, Samuel's gonna jump in with us and talk about some of this stuff. He's gonna be here for about 30, and then he had an arrangement with Aldo. He's gonna do some stuff over there, and a little bit later on, he might come back and kick it with us later on as we start talking, kicking the Willie Bobos and all that kind of stuff. But I'm like you, Triple R. Listen, I'm like you, man. Listen, all this stuff. We'll talk about the individual games and on the schedule, but I'm like this, Triple R. I'm about that action, boss. All that fucking going on, man. All them people, it's a whole lot to do.
Sure enough.
It's a whole lot to do.
The rhythm of the night.
I'm like Bruce Leroy.
Yeah.
I'm about that action, man. We need to get on to it, man. All that talking going on, man. It's kind of that's not my game, man. I'm about. I want to see what happens. You know what I mean? And we got a lot of time to do a whole lot of talking, but I would love to see some action. I need some action behind the words and all of the fluff and the huff and all the stuff that comes with it. And you guys, by the way, I know everybody is bouncing around from podcast to podcast. Everybody's got a podcast going on right about now, talking about the schedule release. And we're going to get to that in just a few minutes and dial into it. But, really, I'm
jump off this. Like a travesty, if there was a travesty in the world with all the shitty remakes out there, this hasn't been remade yet. This, God damn it.
What is the name of it? You know what? So
Last Dragon.
The Last Dragon. Okay. What do you mean? What's the name of it?
Come on, son.
So all right. I'm gonna tell you guys something. One of my uncles, man, who is pretty much my big brother, he is a vintage guy. So everything, like his whole entire. I told him, I said, man, listen, dude, you need to turn this into some kind of an exhibit. It's like you go down in his basement and it looks like a vintage art collection. He's got everything from 8-track CDs to turntables, old school turntables, the 80s turntables, the 70s. He's got Tyco racetracks and stuff climbing up his walls. I don't know if y'all guys know what that is, but these little race cars have little trigger mechanism to them to make them go. He's got all that going on. He's got trains. He's got, records, old vintage records from whatever era. I mean, it's like a museum in his basement, man.
Well, first of all, no, man, pump your brakes a little bit with all that vintage old talk, because all the stuff you're talking about, I had as a child, playing with growing up. So I think of old and vintage, like the 60s and the 50s. You talking about the 70s and 80s? Is that really old?
Where you gonna find an 8-track tape at?
Well, eBay, of course.
He got 8-track tape stacked up in his basement.
Okay, well that's a little bit on the obsolete side. That's like
that's 70s.
Yeah. Yo, but my daddy used to have an 8-track in the whip though. Like this is what I'm talking about way back in the day.
Right.
But this here, I don't consider this vintage. This is like 1980. This is DeBarge. This is like 1986, maybe 85, 86. This remake should star Michael J. I'm putting this out there now. Michael J. White, or Jai, if you want him. Michael J. White as Bruce effing Leroy in the remake of The Last Dragon would be the dopest thing of all time.
Michael J. White's like 60.
Man, but he's made like he's 25, man. He's made like he's 25.
He's still out there busting ass, bro. Like,
but he's still kind of old for the character.
Oh man,
Joseph, I'll get to that. I'll get to that question shortly, man. I starred your comment. We'll talk about it here in a second. We just, how we do on this show, man. We just talk.
Sorry, man. Sorry, guys. We're a little bit off kilter here. It is Extra Sauce is what we do, but he pulled this up, and I was like, damn, this is one of my favorite. I remember watching this in the theater. This is one of my favorite movies, man. Bruce Leroy was a badass, and so was Shown Up. It was super cool. They should redo this.
Hey, kids, I can't remember. I want to say Triple R brought this up probably months ago. And I know that, okay, so my uncle he's got all this kind of stuff on deck. You go down there, man, he's got all this stuff. You ever seen this? You ever seen that? And one day we popped this on and was down there drinking Coronas. And next thing you know, I'm just locked into the shit.
Bro, it's dope.
This was like probably about 10, 12 years ago, and I'm locked into it. I'm just like, this shit is so cartoonish and goofy. It's good. It's really good, man. It's like, I don't know. I think they made this to be a comedy.
I wouldn't call it a comedy, right? Like I wouldn't call it a comedy, but it is definitely a bit of a take on the kung fu movies of the time, right? And a little bit of spin, a little bit of DeBarge music all up in there. There's a whole like the DeBarge family blew up this soundtrack, bro. They blew this soundtrack up. It was a dope soundtrack.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think they meant it as a ironic comedy or nothing like that.
Mhm.
It was going for like, hey, let's make a 80s Bruce Lee kung fu joint. We can have a bad dude that rap the subway, where Chuck Taylor is, he got his little gang and shit. Then had a little, shy homie, just going minding his own business that's down with the arts. You know what I mean? That there was nothing comical about that at the time. It was a serious, not a kung fu movie, but it was a serious endeavor.
Like I have to, yeah. Like I was just gonna put this one up, King Booker for real. I was walking around the schoolyard. What time after this on anybody's ass? I don't care who you were. Let's do it. Kung Fu kicks and all, man.
And that's when I first started getting the Kung Fu Manchu shoes. The Kung Fu shoes that they be wearing that I got.
Oh, you had them? Those.
Had them. I still got them, fool.
What? Okay.
Or let Nomad tell it I'm vintage.
Oh no, you talking about you got the ninja shoes? A little sneak up on the motherfucking shoes.
He's probably wearing them right now as he speaks.
Go ahead and talk about some shit. I'll be right back.
So you gonna go put them on?
I'm gonna wait till Trip get back, because what's funny about this movie is I just went over there, man. He said, "Hey man, come over here." He said he wanted to show me some shit. And I'm thinking it's just like this guy's got like an entire garage, and his garage is adjacent to his basement, his man cave. He's got the walls on that garage are full of just absolute Hot Wheels cars. When I say this guy likes vintage, I mean he likes vintage, like old school bubblegum machines that you got to put nickels and dimes in it to get some bubblegums. Got actual bubblegum in the shit too. Little vintage pop machines, like little pop coolers and shit like that, and actual machine. I mean, it's like a museum in his house, man. Look at people with the I don't even know what you call those motherfuckers. Biscuits?
Oh, those are okay. I feel you. You can sneak up on a dude with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Never hear you coming.
Shit.
I'll never hear you coming, man.
Yeah, you like in the city, you used to get them in Chinatown, but then now found them on Amazon for like a little next to nothing. You know what I'm saying? Well, at least they used to be.
That's
but they're very supportive for those who get the Planet Fascia for Shire that had to bottom your feet on fire. These stop against that. They're very supportive with cutting and like I got a lot of weight going. Like when I'm moving around and stuff, and these don't have the blowouts, like the gym shoes did with Zion was wearing them, So yeah, these are quite comfortable, quite dope.
Bro, it just reminds me of these my two friends from grade school, bro. They used to like these two kids used to run around the schoolyard like ninjas, for real, and just fight each other. But they're best friends, and they both of them ordered in them slippers, and they're running around and like we just kind of look at them, you know what I mean? Like what's wrong with these two? All every day doing table rolls on the ground, kicking each other, blocking it up. They have zero karate training of any kind, but that's what they would do every lunch hour.
Back there, you didn't need no training. All you have to do is watch the movies.
That's it. 5 minutes.
Every Sunday morning, there'll be Samurai Sunday.
I was just about to say that, Triple R. He's got all that. My uncle's got all that shit going on. Samurai Sunday, all that kind of stuff. The one of them, man, that he's real serious about. Like he's got, I think he went somewhere and paid some good money for this vintage a VCR. It's a VHS tape of his 5 deadly something.
5 deadly sins? Or
No.
five
Deadly
deadly venoms.
There,
Venom.
I just said it. He's got that. He's got some kind of actual
Yo, he must
cutting.
listen to Wu-Tang
Somebody
Clan.
that produced this, that actually produced that. He got
Run
a
Shaw.
copy of it, the editor's version of it.
Run Shaw.
Mm.
5 Deadly Venoms. He's serious as shit about that. You better not even, if you even look at that goddamn take, you might get in a fucking fight in his basement.
It's a
Mhm.
bad movie, bro. It is a badass
Yeah.
film. Like
Yeah,
those are
it is.
those, like, I wish, man, those old kung fu movies will never, like, it'll just never be like that again. This whole generation is missing out. You know what I mean? Like them Run Shaw movies was just hey, you mess with my, mess with my
Right.
dojo, we're fighting, and then it's on.
Right. I mean,
It's
you
on
know, it's
tonight.
like two, 3 dudes just run up on a set of like 40 motherfuckers and whoop all their ass.
Yeah.
And you're like, then the super slow-mo, and then like depending on your quality of movie, like when they had a fake blood, and they'd be like, oh, look at that horrible. But at the time, as a shorty, it's like, yeah, but it's like, yeah, that's some horrible special effects.
Well, when you in your adult age looking back, it's like, oh,
Right.
this is terrible. Plus, like some of the original, the original like Tokyo Wire stuff. Like they'd have like a dude do a kung fu flip,
Right, and go
kick,
backwards and shit up in the air.
He'd either go backwards or just hold that kick and kind of like fly into a man 10, 20, 30 feet. And you'd be like, how? You know what I mean? how do you even sustain a kick in the sky like that? Yeah,
like,
Hey, you know what? I think this was a very low budget movie. I think it's fair to say that. But I can remember looking at this and the graphics in it, how they made those cats glow and the electricity around them and all that kind. I thought that was dope as hell.
And I'm gonna say one more thing. It is a travesty for the makers of Mortal Kombat not to have added these two characters at this point in time. Absolute missed opportunity. Just saying.
That shit, Mr. Charles talking about Saturday morning at the Inglewood Theaters. True. And then it was you go downtown, was at Clark and Lake and Randolph over in there when they had the different theaters, and it got kind of seedy. And you know what I'm saying? You need to roll with somebody older, because things went down up in there. It wasn't a beautiful downtown that you think of downtown. It was hardcore back then. But yeah, they had the movies, and you go around and get some to Reggie's. Is it the steak? Ronnie's. Ronnie's the place for steak. And you get that like for $5, you get like a T-bone steak and a potato and some vegetables. It was probably like class D meat, but we didn't care at the time. You know what I mean? It was all good.
Yeah, $5 steak, you got a W
on the way home.
What's going on?
$5 steak, y'all might have been eating a damn Doberman Pinscher or something.
Well, it was a very healthy Doberman Pinscher. He was delicious. Then you get your Garrett's popcorn, and then get your super transfer that you already had, and go on take your ass back to the crib. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for school.
You had some very, very carefully marinated Doberman Pinscher. Huh?
Delicious.
Yes.
And it's not an Asian thing, because Ronnie's was all black people back up in there.
There's Leroy Green, Bruce Leroy.
Shout out to Leroy Green up in this piece.
That's crazy. Oh, look at that! Look at his avatar. It's show enough.
No, who's the baddest?
Real tough.
Who's the greatest?
Who's the best?
Well, so is it safe to say now? It's this is a cultural thing, I believe. You know what I mean? But in the culture, in our culture, this is definitely some cult classic shit right here, I think.
Oh, well, like that's what I'm saying. So, like in our culture, though, kung fu movies was a big thing growing up. Big thing. So this is, and like that's what I'm saying. It's not like a comedy or even a spoof. It's sort of an homage. It's probably the best thing I could call it. It's a B movie homage to
B movie
kung fu movies. You know what I mean? Like that's basically what it was. And I was named after that Last Dragon character. No way. Word.
We know your parents was doing it.
Okay, man. To the beat of the rhythm of the night, they were.
Yeah, leave it all behind. Forget about the worries on your mind.
See,
is that what all that shit was in there?
Yo, I'm telling you, this movie,
baby.
This movie was sold off the soundtrack. The
soundtrack was
bad,
the shit.
Bro. It was bumping. It was a crazy soundtrack.
So do you guys really want to see? Like this was so original. And I would say everything about the times, the film, the whatever they used to make it, the effects, that everything that was going on at that time. See, you fool around, like they've made some pretty good remakes of some stuff, in recent years, but sometimes you can really flub a remake. And it's just one of those ones that's like, you really want to mess with that?
90% of the time you flub a remake. I'm just like, I'm trying to think who remade anything that really worked out. It's hit or it's really hit or miss. But even like me saying that ain't gonna stop Hollywood from remaking garbage, because they've been doing it and they will continue to do it. So why not remake something that was it was actually pretty dope.
Hey,
RIP, right? But then you like, don't mess with a classic.
There is that too, but they're gonna mess with the they've been messing with all.
Yeah, but who's gonna play Vanity? Yeah, Paul Rodriguez.
There's women out there now. Don't.
You ever seen? You ever seen? What is it? This is movie where Snoop was a vampire in this movie. It's not Tales in the Hood. It's something else. I can't think of the name of it, but he's a vampire. What is it? But the girl that played his daughter.
Not Tales from the Hood. Tales from Compton.
No, it's something else. I can't think of the name of it. Bones is actually the name of it.
Okay.
You ever seen Bones?
Yeah, I remember that movie.
No.
So the girl
he's a horrible actor, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah, the girl that played his daughter, I think, can do that vanity role.
Well, yeah, but Bones now she's too old, and because anybody that they get to play that generation, is gonna have me over here watching it, feeling like Bill Belichick up in this piece. I ain't trying to feel like that.
Sure, make it Beyonce and Michael Jai White.
Well, no, you wrong generation. You talking about like Beyonce's daughter kind of thing.
Oh, good God. I don't want
exactly.
I'm not trying. Like you just ruined the whole movie for me, because
that's why I don't want them to remake it, because they'll get some little young tenderoni, and I didn't cash in my Chester card. I ain't trying to live like that. You know what I'm saying? Just because there's there's grass on the field don't mean you play ball.
Yeah, and now off the ledge, bro. You're just talking me off the ledge.
I'm gonna tell you. Want me to tell you a dope ass movie? I think this came out in either the '90s, late '90s, or early 2000s. And Bill Duke. I don't know that people know. Bill Duke's an actor. He played in The Predator. He was him. I think
was he Predator?
No. He was playing Jesse Ventura. They were part of.
Boy.
Yeah, they were part of.
Okay, yeah. Here, I'm gonna show you. Keep talking. I'll put him.
And then he was the one in.
You're talking about.
You fucked up.
You know you don't fucked up.
Yeah, you don't fucked up. That's what he's famous for. But he directed this movie. Like I'm enthralled with the 20s and the Depression era, and the lottery game, how the lottery game was born, and that was running numbers and all that kind of stuff. So there's a story about this gangster in Harlem, New York, called Bumpy Johnson. He's a figure, and this chick named Madam Queen St. Clair out of Harlem. They had a racket called the Harlem Pennies. Like the book, if you read the book and then watch the movie just took it to another level. But it's called Hoodlum. I don't know if you ever seen that.
Yeah.
But man, that is one of the most underrated movies I've ever seen in my life. That and the first Underworld that I saw.
Wasn't that Lawrence Fishburne in it?
I think so.
Lawrence Fishburne was Bumpy.
Yeah, because they filmed that I was working at a moving company box store kind of place back then when they was filming it. And part of the filming took place on Lawrence Avenue. And I drove by and I yelled, "Hey, Larry!" And Lawrence turned and waved at me and shit. But the point was that the warehouse
what filming was happening in Chicago?
Hoodlum, the movie Hoodlum.
It was?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But where they had the big ballroom scenes for their nightclub scenes and the dancing and shit, they rented out the warehouse. And they had, it was like a sound stage, but it was the warehouse that they just made into the set. And so after hours, we could go in there and be like, oh shit, and see the set. It was all set up and shit. And then when the movie came out, I was like, oh shit. And so I was like, yeah. But yeah, that was a classic movie. You know, black actors doing their thing.
All right, so if we can't use Michael Jai White, who can we use? Who could we recast Bruce Leroy with? The only person I can
that is Bruce Leroy in this.
There is nobody right now. It has to be
Like-
like introducing.
Like you got to remember in this storyline, it appears that Bruce Leroy was just like a kid.
Yeah, teenager.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why it has to be like some nobody that, you know, new booty that nobody knows.
nobody
so-
kids. He says nobody. Okay.
Exactly. But like lethal injections like Zendaya can play Vanity, and it's like, yeah, she does get
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like if we're going youthful like that, okay. You know who could do it? Michael B. Jordan.
He's way too big for that.
Older man.
You know what I'm saying? He's in like Oscar nominee consideration kind of movies. He ain't going to, you know, Bruce Leroy.
No need to recast. Don't remake the movie. Simple. Fine. Damn it.
All right, one more thing, man. I'll ask you guys this question. I'll take this off the screen for a minute. We might come back to this, but I thought that was I figured that was going to generate a decent conversation. But give me a movie, and I'm gonna start off, and I'm gonna fall on the sword myself. Give me a movie that you are ashamed to say that you liked. Like I give you right off the top, like Titanic. I'm ashamed to say I liked it, but it was so good. One of my homeboys, man. This is man. We huffing and puffing, doing all that kind of stuff, playing a whole lot of PlayStation, doing all that kind of stuff. Just doing a lot, smoked out like a motherfucking dude. And one day he was just like, man, I almost kicked him out of my house, man. He was over the crib and we was playing PlayStation, and this motherfucker up and out of nowhere and said, man, you ever seen Titanic? And I was just like, hell no. And he's like, you never seen Titanic? He's like, dog, you need to watch that. I was like, what the fuck? I ain't watching no goddamn Titanic, man. That's some sensitive ass shit, man. I'm not watching it, dog. And we went back and forth about it. And I called him all kind of soft ass motherfuckers and all that shit, man. And he was just like, man, you can call me all the names you want to, man, but you need to watch it. I'm telling you, man, it's a good ass movie. And lo and behold, one night I get on from work and I'm looking through my shit, man. I'm just like, hey, all right, let me go on. Cause he left the shit at the crib, man, just to press home his point. I popped the shit in. This is when we got CDs and shit going on, DVD, Blu-ray, and all that. I put the shit in and puffed a little bit. Next thing you know, I was locked. Titanic turned out to be one of the best movies I've ever seen. Number one. Number two, I'm ashamed to say that, man, because it's very emotional.
Hold on.
Very emotional.
It's a very emotional movie. I refuse to watch it because it's I don't like. I already know what's gonna happen. You know
man,
what I mean?
you know your soft ass probably watched the Barbie movie or something. You need to be ashamed of that show.
Barbie. Wow. If you just throwing Barbie at me, I haven't watched that movie either. But there is one movie that I am ashamed of watching. It's a Tom Cruise film. I'm gonna give you the name. Huh? No, that's a good movie. I wouldn't be ashamed of that. I'll tell you what it is. It's Tom Cruise and his wife, his previous Nicole Kidman.
Oh, you talking about
It's a sappy ass film, man, but it's so sad.
if you talking about Tom Cruise and Nicole.
Oh, here it is. What is it?
Eyes Wide Shut.
No,
That is dope.
That's
That
not
is dope.
sappy. You should not be ashamed of watching that movie. That's a dope ass movie.
Eyes Wide Shut is dope.
The movie I'm talking about is actually Far and Away.
And there goes the fourth Musketeer right here.
Boom.
Sam is up in
Sam
the building.
What's
Hey,
happening?
Hey Sam, they up in here being soft, man, talking about they was crying.
Listen to this guy. This
watching
guy said he was
Titanic.
crying watching
They were
Titanic.
crying about what?
He's a kid say he was crying watching
He's
Titanic.
trying to put it on the rest of us now.
When he watched the Titanic.
Yeah, he burst into tears. They had
Not
to
the
give him a box of
Titanic.
Kleenex. Yeah, they had to give him.
Titanic had to be. Oh,
you
no, okay.
So wait, you talking about sensitive movies like that?
Yeah, what you saying? What we?
Well, I
what's-
mean, I've gotten to the age
all right,
where
we gotta get him up to
I
speed.
cried
the
in the
question-
movie,
Oh, yeah.
but not the Titanic.
The question was, what movie did you watch and you shame to say that you watched? Like and like Titanic, I was just lying on kids. It was me. I wasn't crying or nothing, but I watched it.
Damn shame.
You know
I
he was
was
crying.
You got emotional about the Titanic. Like, come on.
It was good. It was
Oh,
that
Leo.
You
know,
know,
hey,
hey,
man,
leave me alone, man.
good.
Come on, man. They gonna let my man freeze to death. No
was
man
so
was like,
good,
that's the
man.
shit I would have did. I would have died in the water.
All right, Lethal Injection said Far and Away. I don't know what that one is.
It's far. That's the one.
Man, I
That's,
can't
yeah, that's the
remember
name of
name
it.
of the movie.
That's the name of it.
that's the name of the movie. It's Tom Cruise
With Kidman and
and,
Tom Cruise.
and Nicole
Yeah.
Kidman. It's actually the movie where they met and wound up getting together. But it's a sad ass, lovey movie. And I just remember I was a kid and I was at my homie's house and they had like HBO type shit. Like in Canada, it's called something else, but like movies all day long. You know what I mean? So we're chilling and we're just watching whatever's on. You know what I mean? Whatever movie pops on, we're watching. And this is what was on, and it was super duper sad. And that's about it. That's my 2 cents. Far and away.
Trip, you never got a chance to chime in on that, man. You want a piece of that? Because I got one more hot topic.
Well, I've never know like what will bring out the emotions. It's like the Amazon Christmas commercial last winter where the old ladies were sitting on the bench in front of the hill, and then the one old lady ordered some sleds for them and shit, and then they had the flashbacks when they were little girls sledding down the hill, and that kind of misted me up because it's like, oh, they're gonna be dead soon, and so that was kind of
crying
sensitive.
on commercial.
You know what I'm saying?
You gonna
But then
find
you
no
see some of the
commercials. Right.
commercials.
What is wrong with y'all, man?
Yeah, but the movie I was thinking about that I kind of enjoyed, but I'm kind of embarrassed to say is just think of a movie with Patrick Swayze, John Leguizamo, and Wesley Snipes. You would think that would be banging, right?
That's too
But they
on
were
two, bro.
I know.
All dressed up as drag queens and shit.
Exactly.
Wait, now you were crying in the
Yeah, I
drink.
remember that.
No, I wasn't crying. He said
Okay.
embarrassed to watch. He didn't say shit about crying.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that was an embarrassment. I'm with you. I still haven't watched
It's
that
the
movie.
other one. I'll say the other movie that had the drag queen when Ben Raines played the drag queen. You see that one?
Wait,
Oh,
man,
no, I know which one
Oh,
you're
my
talking
God.
about.
If you didn't see
He was
this-
real manly with it though. He was real.
Man, he was he was crazy. He was crazy with it. He was manly but soft, but he wanted to be taken as this soft, feminine
Man, that's
woman.
the ugliest. That mother got to be the ugliest drag queen
Dude,
ever.
it was the worst.
Yeah.
He was crying. He had a crying scene, man. He had a crying scene.
Holiday. That's his name. Hey, there it is.
Holiday
Sam.
Hard. Holiday Hard. There you go, Minister
Right.
Charles. Yep, that's a good call.
And it's like
Look.
to all the drag queens that might be watching the program. We not hating on you, or at least I'm not. I'm just saying, when you a big manly, like looking motherfucker, and you put on a dress, that's some odd shit. Now I understand that may
Hey.
be who you are, who you want to display the world to be. I get that, and you have the freedom to do that, but also got the freedom to say, "Damn, look at that big ass ninja in a dress."
Right.
That
That's
is
right.
I'm
that,
not
be a good
digging and
movie.
not working.
Oh, that's too funny.
That
But,
So that's what we saying too. It actually turned out to be a really good movie. So I didn't expect it to be a really good movie. I just caught it. I'm like, what the heck is that? What the hell is this?
Mhm. But it gives you
And
some
I found
emotional.
myself- I couldn't
insight.
walk away from the TV though. I couldn't walk away from
Right.
the TV.
You get sucked in. It's like, damn it.
Yep.
why
It
am I
was
watching
it
this?
had a lot of emotion in the movie too. A lot of emotions in that
I'll
movie.
give you.
I didn't cry, but that's not
I'll
a
give
movie that
you
made me
the
cry.
last movie I actually cried in, and it is the most ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous answer. I'm serious. I had to stop and look because it was me and my wife and my daughter, and I had to stop and look at both of them and be like, y'all better
gonna
be
cry.
crying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gonna cry. We crying, bro.
Y'all better be
We
crying
crying.
too.
Not just-
Because if you guys aren't crying, I would
Right.
feel like a straight up sissy. So
Right.
the movie, and then you guys are gonna be like, what? The movie is Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Oh my
Swear-
goodness.
Swear to
But
God,
oh,
man.
man. What's so?
Yeah, that was the worst one.
Worst. I don't know, man.
happened
All
in there?
all
Who
three of them are
died?
really
Who
good.
You know
died?
what, man?
But this one is
don't tell me,
about, like-
kids. I never saw it, man. Don't tell me.
So just I'm just gonna give you like
Spoiler
what
alert.
got me. What got me was that like the movie's based around just the abuse of what's his name? Of Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon goes through some serious mental trauma and abuse, yo. Like abuse to the level that it's like it's on against the big bad in the movie. And I'm like, man, these animals are so like these animals.
So King want to know when his little his
You know
little
what I'm
friends
talking
used to
about?
Hey, King, hey, King Booker feeling you right now. He feeling you. He's like, hey,
Bruh,
kids, I feel you.
I'm telling you, man. I stopped for a minute. I was like, man, these animals are so abused by this guy. Like, gotta kill this guy.
Which
I'm
one
like,
was that, kid? Which
What's
one
the
was it?
last one? Guardians of the Galaxy. All three of them are
Part
really
3.
good movies.
You said
The
it's
I
third
don't
one,
think I've seen 3. I don't think
The
I've
third
seen
one
3.
caught me. Like it caught me, and I had to check for a second. Wait now. Oh, okay. She cried. All right. Okay, so I'm not alone. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not out here just crying in this movie by myself. This is definitely sad. I have to tell you, man. I have to tell you, like even King Booker said, that's effed up. You know what I'm saying? It was so serious. They made it like a serious part to show you how deep this trauma was for Rocket Raccoon and why he needs to get back at the big bad at the evolutionary guy. But it was crazy,
but
man.
that no spoilers for Nomad about how it turned out. But
No.
And this one too. Paul is talking about. Kids keep on trying to tell me to watch this one.
But now I got a real quick comment. King, you ain't got to be stereotypical in a movie theater, dog.
What are you talking about?
Keep it comments.
He said, oh,
what did he say?
He screamed out at the show.
Right?
If everybody don't know what the show is, that's the movie.
It was though. It was so like it was, and I'm not even like an animal. Like nobody would really say that I'm a big animal guy. Like I'm not. I've had animals. I have pets. But I'm not like a go to the zoo or like adopt an animal type of dude. I'm just not that dude. But straight up, this movie, I was like, oh man, like I should go adopt a freaking raccoon. You know what I'm saying?
And you were nicer to the raccoons in the neighborhood after that.
Like, yeah, man, all the raccoons come by.
Bring your happy ass to my house. You can get all these motherfuckers in my backyard.
Hey, right. All right.
Wow. There's a decent joke in there somewhere.
You know that. Hey, Nomad, you know that they can be, pretty much domesticated.
I'm sure they can be, but I ain't gonna domesticate that.
Yeah, they can be. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen videos with them domesticated.
My boy's mom domesticated raccoons and skunks. She used to take the actual stink pouch out. I'm telling you, she brought them in. She brought them into school, man. Yeah, man, you can take the stink pouch. I'm telling you, it's a whole process. But she went through this process and adopted like. This is the stupidest story that we're getting into right now. So, like, the first time I'm serious, the first time I've ever been to a cottage, these people invite me to the cottage, and like, we're in 2 separate cars, and in the other car is like 6 raccoons and 6 skunks. All right, so they bring them out to around the wilderness and shit. So, I get to this cottage, and I'm thinking like, there's beds. There ain't no beds. They're roughing it. You know what I mean? I ain't about roughing it. Y'all know now.
He saw some people with some raccoons. He had a neighbor with them as kids.
Mm-hmm.
Where you living at, man?
I'm telling you, man.
Squirrels, raccoons,
all of those.
These folks brought them raccoons out, the skunks out. I'm sleeping on the floor. Let's be real about this. These are nocturnal animals. So I'm trying to sleep, and they're like 2 feet away from me, scratching like it's DJ night and shit, just scratching it up. Like, man, I can't sleep. Worst cottage experience ever. After that, real talk, I people, hey man, you want to come to the cottage? No, I ain't going to your cottage. I was drowning shit. I'm
speaking about this, man. How do you live in a house? Knowing those little guys got hands and stuff. They get up there and get in your cabinets, get all the crackers and eat all that shit up.
Hey,
all your good it's perishables, but stuff like that.
That's why you gotta put the who's that? Crimson saying, don't get a raccoon, get a lemur It's like a cat with hands. You know what I'm saying? It's got actual hands.
So
But
you don't
they're
want one
but
of
you
them
can have them
either.
in the crib. You know what I mean? You know, because they're cool.
You don't
So
want one
what
of
you
them
gotta child, well, not child proof, but animal proof your cabinets, your refrigerator, wherever you keep food. Because guess what? They animals and they always hungry. Even
So
if they
we've
not
gone
hungry,
from
they're gonna eat
lemurs
up some
now.
shit.
So we've gone from lemurs now to ferrets. And my boy's girlfriend bought a ferret, and it was the
Bayless?
funniest shit ever, man. This girl came through. She just started stripping, got a big paycheck, bro. Big check. She said, you know what? I went to the pet store today. Guess what I'm gonna buy? I said, I don't know. I'm gonna buy a ferret. And we all lived together at this time, a bunch of us. I was like, don't be bringing no ferret up in here. You know what I mean? I don't know anything about ferrets. She buys a ferret, breaks off with my boy, and leaves the house, but leaves the ferret. You know what I mean? She moves in with my homeboy, but leaves the ferret in the house. They're nice where you'd be sleeping on the couch in this spot, and this ferret would just kind of just dig up out the couch. It was the craziest shit. They stink like piss all the time, by the way.
This was your girlfriend, you said?
Not my girl, my boy's girl. Like he winds up having like 7 kids with this girl down the road.
Stink though.
And you say she got a because I want to go back to the story because the first thing I heard was she got a big check her first time as a stripper.
She started stripping.
Like,
I'm telling you, she started stripping. She came home and she was super happy. She said, look, I got a big check.
She got a big check. She was snapping out there.
I'm
So
going.
was she hot?
take
I
all the
guess I
money.
just want to ask, did she look like a stripper?
Bro, she was built like real talk.
Okay.
I just finished saying that she had 7 kids. She still looked good.
Oh
I
damn.
hear you.
She didn't make the ferret like into a show.
I don't know what was with the.
She should have
she just
trained it
wanted-
like to be part of her show, some kind of thing.
Right?
If she was like a talented, I didn't say she was talented now. I
Well,
think
she
was-
has 7
had the
kids,
body.
so you know.
she was
She just
built.
had the body.
I've seen like there's 2 different things. I'm sure you all have seen some talented strippers, and then you've seen some fine strippers.
Yep.
There's
And then you
one
see
have
some
to-
strippers
they're
that strip
different
because they
things.
need the
They're
money.
usually not the same.
You gotta have one or the other. Yeah, you
I was
one or
kicking
the
it
other.
with. Hey, I was kicking it with one in Indianapolis, man. She's cold blooded, man, and she got her PhD after she was getting her master's when I met her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was
Oh,
cold.
so when she was like, "Yeah, I'm in school for my master," she wasn't bullshitting.
No, she wasn't fucking around.
Oh, okay.
She owns right now to this day about 7 duplexes.
Hey.
Fucking look, what you call it? One of those
She got a
little
good
strip
start.
malls. She owns every building in the strip mall, and it's like
Believe it. I
Ferret
believe
Lady's
it.
a real estate agent right now selling mad real estate. I'm just letting
believe
y'all
it.
know she's making mad
I believe
bank.
it. Yeah,
No
they
question.
usually land on their feet and somehow like
Wow.
into some good
Among
opportunities.
other body parts too. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
after laying on their back, they land on their feet.
Oh damn.
Right. Hey,
Hey, so
Hey.
y'all want to talk about
All right.
I had since y'all brought up Ving Rhames and his ugly ass in that movie and shit. I want to talk about Pulp Fiction and his role in that. Y'all want to talk about that, or y'all want to talk about some football? And then we can talk
Oh,
about
About Marcellus Wallace.
yeah. What y'all want to do, man? Y'all want to talk about
Marcellus
that?
Wallace was just a businessman.
he was a businessman. He talking about what happened to him in the movie.
Yeah,
I
man.
Oh well, he got
Nobody want
violated.
to talk about that.
don't want to
Yeah,
talk
You know,
about that.
Marcellus
Yeah.
got violated, but
He
you know
got
he had some of
violated.
the homies. You know, have blowtorch.
Homie,
You know, and a pair
Yeah.
of pliers. You know, get medieval on those fools.
Hey,
Yeah,
Joseph
he-
Wallace. Joseph Archer said he want to talk about football, and then Paul Rodriguez said he
in
want
all caps.
he want to talk about Marcellus. All right,
That
all
was
right.
crazy.
I tell you what, we'll get into the schedule release, man. Since
Hey,
How
real
about this?
quick, all right, before we get into it, I just gotta say, man, about the crying in movies, man. So I never cried. I don't usually cry through in a movie, man, unless it's like something that I can kind of relate to, or it's like something to do with some kids. So that being said, I cried when Ricky died. And of course,
okay.
in Boys in the Hood,
Boys in the
like
Hood.
when Ricky got shot, that was probably the first movie, and I was just preteen at that point in time, or I think I was probably 13, 14 when that came out, and that had me messed up. I cried like I knew him.
that's
Right.
that's too real in our environment, man. That's
Yep, and I think that's what it was. It was happening around me. It was happening in my neighborhood, and people get shot and killed. So, and then the other movie that I cried on was I don't know if you guys ever seen this Beast of No Nations with Idris Elba.
I ain't seen
Oh,
it.
wait,
It was
he's the
about
African
the
dude?
Congos, about when
Yeah.
they were having war in the Congo, they had all these young African kids that they were training, and man, come to find out, he was staying them little kids. He was staying the little kids as he was training them, and that fucked me up when I figured that out. I was like, man, like he's fucked up.
Hey,
Yeah.
but I got to know,
What's that?
when after Ice Cube was like, "Let me out," Doughboy is like, let me out the car.
I actually been in that situation.
Did you think that he was being soft for getting out, or that he should have got out?
Nah, I've been through that situation. He wasn't soft. He just came to his right mind.
So at the time, I thought he was being soft. I was like, no, man, you got to go get your payback for Ricky. No, man, you got to go. You got to make sure they get that dude.
I used to think
But,
that, he wasn't soft. He was smart.
Yeah, he wasn't soft. He was soft. No, he was soft. But
no, he was soft.
That's not what made him soft. That moment,
he was just
soft.
He was just soft in general.
I'm gonna say, keep it real. That motherfucker soft.
Man, how the Furious rave a soft ass kid?
Hey, he acted his ass off in that movie.
We still be doing that in the hood, man.
Yep. This shit. He was swinging.
My bad. Furious, and that was shit. Furious. What? That was the one with Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Hood movie.
That's Boys in the Hood.
Boys in the Hood. That's what we talking about.
Right, but no, Cuba Jr. Gooden wasn't that.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
No, wait. Which one was Ricky? I got him confused.
He was the son of
Ricky was
Morris Chestnut.
Morris Chestnut.
Yeah.
Now, which movie was that?
That's the same movie.
Same movie, bro.
Cuba Gooding Jr. You don't realize Cuba Gooding Jr. was the dude that said "Let me out," though. That was Cuba Gooding Jr.
I think that movie kind of made
Lawrence Fishburne's son in the movie
that was Lawrence Fishburne. I can't think of his name right now in the movie. It's his character's name.
Okay, yeah. See, I got that one confused. Where at the end, where old boy got blasted when he was protecting old girl. That was the one with O-Dog.
You're talking about
that was the movie with O-Dog.
My bad.
That'll draw a tear. It's that high five song. You can drive a highest peak, swim the deepest sea. I will cross the desert land. I will do anything for your love. Something about that song.
Was that Tony?
Make sure you leave the thing to me and Triple R, by the way.
Yeah, right. It's like, man, what key is that again?
Man, dude, that movie gets me, man, because like damn, there's so many relations I can find to that movie. Both of them movies. Oh God, man.
Oh damn. G-Baby when he died.
They want to talk about Bears. That's gonna send me down the road. I'll tell you what.
Not G-Baby. G-Baby. Oh, everybody loves G-Baby.
Man. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get to this, man. Let's get to some Bear stuff where everybody leave us and call us bitches and hoes and shit for not talking about Bears. Let's get to this. This will not go away, you guys. I'm just gonna lead it off with my thoughts, and you guys can tell me what you guys think. This is what I think, and this is getting boosted by ESPN 1000 and 670 The Score and everybody else that's, even Chat Sports. You gotta give them all credit for this. But they're so people basically don't believe in the edge rusher room that we have inside the building, and they're saying, we need to fix this. This is not fixed. Just bulldozing right on past Austin Booker's rookie season. That was his rookie year. And this is my thoughts about it. I'm just going to make it real pithy and clean. I don't think you touch this right now. I think once you get in camp, get Dennis Allen with those guys on that defensive front, those edge rushers, and see how they fare under Dennis Allen. Every rookie, every UDFA, everybody that they brought in, plus the guys we already have on the roster. Give them some run with Dennis Allen, and let's see what we have in camp. If you're not seeing what you're looking for in camp, then after camp, I think hopefully this is going to last into probably sometime during the season. I think he's not going nowhere. Then you make the call sometime after training camp. You feel like you're not where you need to be in that room. Then you think about picking up the phone, calling Cincinnati. That's my thoughts, but I think you go through training camp first.
Well, I think Nick Rembert basically summed up where I'm going with all this. So there we go. Well, what money? There ain't no money for
They can
this.
jimmy up some contracts now. Come on.
Oh,
man.
come on now. We're talking about $30+ million year on year. They don't have that this year. They might have it next year, and maybe they sort of pull from next year to push into this year to make some sort of magic happen. But I don't see that magic happening without letting go at least one, if not two, of the existing contracts that they have on this team. It would be a real work of art, financial wizardry, to get Trey Hendrickson over to this particular team. Now, I'm also going to say that outside of Austin Booker, who's the guy that you brought up, I don't necessarily believe they did the right stuff in that room either. I'm not familiar with Dayo Odeyingbo, so I'm going to have to wait and see. You know what I mean? They went and they spent money on a particular player. In my opinion, he is okay. You know, he's not a game changer like this particular man is. So I'm gonna have to wait and see how that effect actually takes effect on the field when he's on the field. In the meantime, I just don't see them having money to do this. What do you think, Sam?
Man, I'm with you. They don't have the money right now to do it. I know that they could do some things to manipulate some contracts. It's just the price tag for me, though. I don't want to pay a guy $30 million, and he's older too. Isn't he 30? Isn't he at about 30 years old right now? Like, man, that's a big risk to take, man. And we're not a defensive end away from being a Super Bowl team, so I just can't see us doing that. You know, we would have to move mountains in order to sign him and pay him. Not only do you have to give up draft capital, but you also have to pay him. So that's like a double negative to me. And that double negative don't always equal positive. That's all I'm just going to tell you. So we could just be digging ourselves in the deeper hole. It didn't work out for teams like the 49ers, who consistently pay guys all these high salaries just to bring them in, and they move mountains to do so. And it still hasn't yielded them a Super Bowl. So I don't think that it's worth doing right now. Is the room done? Is the room what it should be? I'm with kids. I don't know what Dayo is. He could turn out to be good, but I don't think he's not the quality of player that Henderson is. So, of course, everyone wants that to see the production before they actually say that, you know, he's going to be a good player. But right now, we just don't have that. I would look to trade for a player that's from another team that might be available, but not Henderson. I'm not paying a guy, trading for a guy, giving up draft capital, which is going to be a lot. We're not getting him for less than a second-round pick or a couple second-round picks, and end up having to pay him. I'm not on board with that, especially not right now.
Yeah, I'm and like Jay Capone is saying, okay, well, fine, let Detroit get him, and we be looking stupid. It's like, well, fuck
That's out there. That's out there. You gotta. What do you call that? What do you call? That's almost like that's real, man. I mean, Jacob on the Don. That's real, man.
Well, how real is it though? It's like, well, all right, so we trade for Hendrickson, we give up the draft capital, we pay him his big contract, and then Max Crosby says, you know what? Fuck Las Vegas, I'm out. You know, on a shoestring of a trade capital, and Detroit picks him up. You know, whereas like, well, if we didn't get Hendrickson, we would have been there for Matt Crosby. You know, there's always a what ifs, and I'm not a fan of drafting a player just because you want your division rival who's drafting behind you not to have that player. You want to help your team and let the chips fall where they may, whoever the fuck they sign a trade for. You know what I mean? You got to play who they got. You got to play with who you got. And right now we got this room of young guys, some of which are, unproven, some like Dayo on his second contract. But let's give the opportunity for at least Dennis Allen and the rest of these defensive line coaches in this case, to get a hold of, Booker and and all of the other kids in that room to see if defensive end or edge is really a need. We want to say it's a need from, 1,000-foot view outside of Hallis Hall because they have a lot of guys who haven't made a name for themselves yet. What if, the other kid from K-State that played on the other side of Booker is a complimentary piece to him. And they, turn what they did at K-State into the Bears on the NASCAR package. Then we don't need Hendrickson. And so we can't just say, hey, there's a good player out there. We got to get him. We got to move heaven and earth, whether it be salary cap and making adjustments or trade assets or keeping a guy from another team. It's like, nah, you build your team the way you build your team and trust your coaches to coach up the players that you all had the synergy with and brought in, and not just jumping at every possibility that's like, oh, this guy's available or that guy's available. It's a little different if it's like, oh, this guy got cut because they couldn't afford a salary. He's a roster salary cut. All right, then you don't have to give up no draft capital. You can just sign a guy, a free agent, and then bring him in that way. Or a practice squad guys that you feel is better than somebody on your roster. You want to sign him, you can bring him in that way. But giving up stuff, capital, giving up draft, and bumping out some of the young guys that we already have, it's just, I don't know. It just feels like not a prudent move. If this was a team that would, like Sam was saying, was ready to compete for the actual Super Bowl now, and while we all have raised expectations, which we'll get to in a minute when we talk about the schedule, but maybe a playoff team, but not a Super Bowl contending team. Super Bowl contending team, yeah, you go out and get him if he's that piece that makes a difference that you're lacking. But right now, just because, nah.
All right, so the kids reshuffled where we are. So I'm gonna reset this conversation really quick. We'll go around one more time, and I'm gonna pass it to Samo. And sometimes, Samo, you got to just really look at what happened on its face as what it is. So they got an opportunity. They had an opportunity to get edge rushers. They did not draft an edge rusher. What that tells me, and you guys can tell me how you think of it, and I put out a short kind of talking about that earlier. It told me that they feel good about what they had in the building, number one. Number two, it's three things. Number two is they felt like the UDFA market would have some value to it. That's the second thing. And the third thing is the door is always there and ready to be open to do this trade. I do think, and Mr. Charles said, what makes you think this guy's going to still be there once the season starts? I think this is it's a tug of war. I think either Cincinnati is going to sign him or they're going to let him drag this shit out and take his money, and something might happen. But in the event that they don't like what they saw on the roster in training camp, then those opportunities are there. Then those opportunities are there for a Trey Hendrickson. If he's there or not, I don't know. We just have to find out. But I think they told us a lot, Samuel. I think they told us a lot in this draft. They didn't think the edge rusher room was as bad as we on the outside think it is.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they think it's as bad as we think it is, and I don't think it's as bad as we think it is either. I like Booker a lot. I think Booker's going to come back and he's going to be a damn good pass rusher. Now, if he can hold up against the run, it's another thing. But we don't need him to hold up against the run. We're just using him on passing downs, and we're kicking Odangbo, who's a good interior rusher, inside. Then we have a better interior defensive presence now, which is also going to make those defensive ends a lot better. And this other thing we got to think about, fellas, is like, this is not the defense from last year or the past few years with the Matt Eberflus defense where we're not going to be aggressive and we're just going to rush our front four guys. Dennis Allen blitzes. He blitzes a lot. He's bringing pressure from a lot of different places, from every position. Every other position in that back seven, like, is eligible to be blitzed. And he does blitz them. So that's going to be the difference in those two defenses. So he's feeling like I got enough talent right now at the edge, to stop the run and do everything else I need to do. I can dial up pressure, and that's what he's going to be able to do. If he feels like he has enough talent right now on the defensive line, he's going to dial up pressure. He's not going to be a Matt Eberflus that sits back in coverage, man. So that's what we got to consider as well. And the last thing I'll say is I think June 1st is the deadline to sign those free agents that you're talking about, where you don't have to guarantee their contract. So right now, that's why it's like a dare period for the NFL, where you don't see these free agents. You see all these free agent guys out there after the draft. That's because I think June 1st is the date where if you sign those guys, their contracts aren't guaranteed. So you can release those guys without having any financial implications at any point during the year. At any point during the year. So if those guys get hurt, you can release them. If those guys just aren't working out, you can release them without having to continue to pay that contract for the year or whatever year or two that you sign them to. So that's why it's a dead period right now, and why we probably won't see them add another player until after that June 1st deadline, or maybe not even till after mini camps and all that stuff, or we get in training camp and we see that we're having problems. But right now, I think they're just gonna let it ride, man.
What would you do, Samo? What would you do? Like for me, I'm gonna let these guys run. I'm gonna let them guys run.
Let it ride. I'm gonna let it ride. Like, who was that just talking about? The guys from Kansas, the other guy from Kansas that played opposite.
That's Jeremy Robinson, Kansas.
Jeremy Robinson could be a good player, man. We got Jeremy Cromer from last year, man. The UDFA from last year. I like Jeremy Cromer. Is a great pass rusher, and the guy can stop the run. He's had a year to get an NFL body, man, and get his strength back. I think he was dealing with an injury too when he came into the league. That's another dude that could turn out to be a really good player in this defense.
Samo, do you think they could put Hardy out there on end?
Hardy, I forgot about Hardy. Yeah, and I forgot about Hardy too. Hardy is a developmental player as well. So Hardy was starting to turn it around a little bit. Like, he had some pressures. So we got some really good developmental pieces. We don't know. The only thing is we don't know what production we're gonna get out of those guys because they haven't had the production in the past. But we have a lot of good developmental pieces that I like, and with better coaching too.
Well, there's some really interesting comments in the chat, to be frank with you. It's all over the map. Folks are pulling for Booker. Folks are also saying, if we don't strike, Detroit's going to strike. There were some financial conversations in there that makes it a little bit easier for us to maybe facilitate this type of contract. But you brought up a great point. It ain't just going to be the contract numbers. It's going to be the draft capital that goes with it too. So it really depends on what they want to do here. Now, looking at it from the other side, while you guys were chopping it up, I had to sort of take a look at what Trey Hendrickson thinks about all this. And he was asked, do you want to be a Cincinnati Bengal? And it's a pretty straightforward question. And he gave the most complicated answer to this straightforward question that it doesn't really sound like he wants to be there anymore, right? His answer was, when there's no communication and we're trying to get something done and nothing's happening and it's been months and I'm still waiting. And yeah, he's 1 foot out the door mentally right now. A lot of the times you see stuff like this get worked out. Sam, you said June 1st. You're right. The June 1st cut situation is real. So, for all of us,
said the same thing about Myles Garrett too, and then that got done.
That's there you go, right? That's a great example of a situation that's similar, right? So the reality is they're going to have to do something before June 1st. The other reality is they just did something for Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins.
Yep.
So I was just saying, I don't know if we have the money for it. I don't know if Cincinnati got the money for it either.
Yep.
Right. And that's sort of the real facts there. They spent a lot of money on those three guys on offense, and their defense has been hurting. I just don't know if they have money to pay this guy. If you notice, their draft was all on the defensive side. They really doubled and tripled up on their defense. So I would be surprised if this does get done like the Myles Garrett situation got done. If it does, God only knows where they're pulling the money from. But
Dante Purified Samo kind of opened this door up in his comments about how Dennis Allen's going to structure this defense and how he attacks. He's a foot on the gas kind of guy. and he depends on those interior guys to be able to get upfield and help those edge rushers get home to the quarterback. And so the nuance of football, especially on the defensive front, you got to understand how that shit plays together. You know what I mean? For the interior guys to really get upfield and really move that line of scrimmage back, it's just going to help those edge rushers get around that corner. And if a quarterback sees that edge rusher get around the corner because of those interior guys, he's just going to try to step up into the pocket. And here come those interior guys. They ain't going to stop coming. And so the formula is simple. What Samuel said is real simple. You're going to get simulated pressure because he's going to keep his foot on the gas. That's one clear thing that I saw on film with Dennis Allen defense over the years is he just keeps his foot on the gas. He expects his corners and defensive backs to play match up, tack up, and play man-to-man, hold your man down, let these guys get home, and hopefully if a ball gets thrown towards you, it's going to be overthrown or it's going to be off balance. You know what I mean? Because the pressure is going to get there. And so, I mean, you got to go look at New Orleans Saints film on defense to really understand what we're talking about here. But the best way I can describe it to you guys is it's just going to be, man, everybody's going to get in on the action. I would say this too. I think based off what I've seen on film, goddamn Kyler Gordon is going to ball. He is going to eat in this defense. If you look at Cordell Flott, the slot corner in that defense last year, man, he was a terror. He got 4 sacks in one game. That just tells you, he's going to be aggressive with the slot corner or the dime safety or whoever it is out on the field at that particular time. He's going to use those DBs as a weapon. And so he's looking for guys to have certain traits. So what I would say, last thing I would say about this thing about trading for Trey Hendrickson, yeah, it's going to end up with we're going to get way more sacks than we normally would. But think about what you're giving up.
Well, that goes into a question to wrap it all up that Ron C has. Said if you can trade for a DN like this, you go get the DN, trade Kmet and a 3rd round pick, make the deal. And so it's like, all right, you got to give up Kmet and a 3rd round pick. All right, maybe that's not horrible. But isn't Henderson also looking to get like 30, 35 mil a year?
Get it 30, at least 30 million.
He probably gonna want the highest because he's led the league in sacks the past 2 years. So you think he's gonna take less than the highest pay? What did Myles Garrett get? What did Myles Garrett get? Like 30 million, 32 million?
If he asked for a max, rightfully so, he's earned it.
Yeah, he wants to be the highest paid defensive end, period.
Yeah, but the Bears ain't got paper like that though.
And we don't have it. Yeah, we ain't got it right now. And I don't want to trade Cole Kmet either. I don't like that narrative, man, to trade Cole Kmet. Everybody ready to trade Cole Kmet because we got a new tight end. Why weaken the position that we just strengthened? We just made this a position of strength. Now we want to weaken it by getting rid of our second best, who everyone thinks is going to be our second best player at that position. Nah, man, Cole Kmet still has a good role on this team. You don't trade a Cole Kmet. I think having Cole Kmet makes our offense a lot more lethal, especially when we go to 12 personnel. Then what do we have? What do we have after a rookie tight end if we get rid of Cole Kmet? Nobody knows the name of the tight end that's behind them three, behind Cole Kmet. If you can tell me the name, Ron C, tell me the name without looking it up. If you can't, then you shouldn't trade Cole Kmet. Point blank, period. And I'm not jumping on you, Ron C. I'm just saying I don't agree, dog.
All right, sophisticated thoughts. We're gonna be when we see Big Dex and Shamar Turner playing on the edges, then we're gonna see how Dennis Allen's going to mix things up.
So, man, right now we're living. I'm just saying we're just living a little bit in Faithville, and that's sometimes a good place to be when you're going to church. I'm just saying none of this is proven, and so far, the configurations that a certain GM has put together by way of defensive end or edge rusher have been somewhat lackluster. You know, I said that as nicely as I could. So, like, that's all I'm gonna say here. I really hope that the young developmental talent shines in this defense because facts are they have to. I can't say it any other way. Those kids got to step up. The Hardys of the world have to step up. Austin Booker has to step up. Deo Odangbo has to be worth his contract, right? Like that's what has to happen. If by any stretch of the imagination that's not what goes down over the course of the next few months, we're all gonna be looking back at this exact slide going, man, like you coulda, woulda, shoulda, and you didn't.
Speaking of young developmental talent, this is the list of UDFA's plus one. Plus one. You see that little bear next to
I thought you were
and I put the wrong title next to his name. Jeremiah Walker is a safety. There's a corner that's getting converted into a safety by way of reports out of Hallis Hall.
What's Chef Trips doing on there?
Chef, I don't know what he doing. What the hell, man? Why you always
Chef Trips just be all up in everywhere?
The fuck, man?
He excited too. He's looking excited at that list. Like, oh.
He saw young developmental talent. He heard that. He just like, hey, I like paying.
Yeah, that is the thing. That is.
That's a trip thing, man. He don't want to pay nobody. He want to see these young developmental guys.
Because I mean, just look at this list here. I mean, Carlton. We were just talking about defensive end. You know, Carlton was pretty good out there at UCLA or USC or out there, California. But you never know out of these guys who will be the next Jack Hammer, Jack Sanborn, or the next Teabag, you know, Tyson Bagent, who they talking about quietly is earning a contract extension. You know, so what gems here can make the roster? Not be a Hall of Fame or a Pro Bowl. You know, that's always a hopeful possibility at this time of year where we're getting high off that opium. You know, but some of these guys have a legit shot to make the roster and, you know, become a developmental player or become a star. Who the fuck knows? But it's May. It's the beginning of May. Every one of these guys is going to the Pro Bowl, damn it.
I will tell you guys this, man. And I know at this point, I think there's a lot of people. It's a couple of favorites here at this point. Fan favorites. Definitely Major Burns is right there on the top of that list. Definitely Kids' favorite. My favorite Canadian is Deion Hankins. I think he likes that guy. But my two favorites are, of course, Xavier Carlton. We were big on that over here at the network. Xavier Carlton. But I'm telling you guys, I think the sleeper of this whole class. And so let me get this out of the way. So
wait, before you say it, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna guess. You don't have to tell us now, but my sleeper is JP.
Oh yeah,
you gonna say Luke Elkin? I thought.
Come on now, a funky little white boy. Come on, and the slaughter receiver. Well, come on, we want our Wes Walker. We want our Cooper Kupp. Come on, JP Richardson.
What is Don talking about here, Samo?
Oh, Don got on there talking crazy. Don been out here talking crazy, reckless. Yeah, I said what I said, Don. I knew you were still watching. And he got kicked out of Aldo's chat room for, I guess, talking greasy about some folks. And I said it. When I said what I said, Don, you've been talking real greasy after coming back after 3 months in hiding. And so you can cut that shit out. You ain't gonna take your shit. Nobody about to keep taking your bullshit.
This is Don Verstappen, man.
Just all those alley cats. All right. I said what I said, Don.
Hey, Don, he bringing smoke. He said he bringing smoke because you bringing smoke. Fuck you.
Right. Don been talking reckless to people in these chat rooms, man.
Let him fight.
But yeah, I don't know. I think Aldo said he disrespected a guest. I forgot who they had on the show. I came in late. Aldo said he kicked them out because he disrespected a guest. So
you know what Don be saying? So Don say wild shit just to go back and forth with motherfuckers in the chat. You know, I ain't Aldo. Aldo's probably saw something and got tired of it. But you know, Don just talking shit, man. That's what we do, man. We talk shit.
We'll see you, John. You know the invite is always open, bro. The invite.
I want you to come on. I want you to come on and rip me because I'm ready.
Man.
I'm ready for it.
Number ain't ripping nothing but farts.
Like,
I'll tell you one thing: if Don come on the show, he gonna come fuck with us because we real about the shit. He know what it's gonna be. He come over here, ain't nobody gonna disrespect him, but we gonna talk shit. But best believe we gonna talk some shit.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I ain't scared of them Lions. That's what I'm telling you. I ain't scared of y'all. Better take a big step back. Y'all gonna be at least third in the division.
JP's your guy, Nomad? For real?
Wait. Who's third in the division? Who you got second in the division, Sam?
Oh, he said Auto Man because I didn't
Vikings.
agree with his bum ass. No, at Nomad, I would be on there. I would be on there this year to rip.
Damn.
He
thought
was
he
going to come up. He even lost a bet and was supposed to come on the show.
Right.
And reneged. Never showed up. But Don, you know the invite is open, bro. You know the invite is open. By all means, come on.
Still my guy, though, Don. I appreciate
He'll cuss you out.
Hey,
You know
hey,
what it
all
is.
that bullshit aside, Don, that motherfucker know he talk major shit. But I listen. I'm telling you, man, the motherfucker knows football, man.
He does.
Yeah, he do. He talking shit. He got under my skin a few times especially when the Lions started winning.
If he has
my skin, I just left him alone for a while. Like, I gotta just not talk to him now. Like, hey, what can you say?
That's when we put him on pause for a couple months. Instead of him disappearing for a couple months after the playoffs. Boom.
Ain't nobody put him on pause over here, man.
Oh no, I'm saying I definitely have, but not that kind of pause. Not in the chat. He knows what's up. Me and Don used to go back. We used to go at it in the chat back in the day, man. We used to go at it all the time.
Rabbits.
And there's been them times where it's just like, you know what, they're winning. You know what I mean? I got nothing to say. I can't even talk trash.
Does Don go in any Detroit Lion chat rooms though? Because
who the fuck goes in Detroit Lion room chat room?
Like, what's that all about, Don? Like, you in all of our chat room. Every chat room I go in, you in.
How does he have time to go into the Lions chat room?
Yeah,
there are no Detroit Lions chat rooms, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm a hustler, baby.
Right. Don got two phones going. He's like, I'm in there. Yeah, I'm watching them too. I'm on my other phone in the Detroit one. Or do you want any Green Bay or any fucking?
No, he does. And not only does he go into Green Bay. Not only does he go into Green Bay, he goes like my boy was on here and he's a snap, man. He's like a hockey fan.
He's on the hockey chat room.
Yeah, and he was like, "Oh snap, Don Burr's in here."
About the wings, huh? He in there talking about the wings.
Right. The red
wings.
Don Bur's, he's out there cussing us out too. I can't remember what team. I'm gonna have to check with him now.
Now you're making me think Don the bot, man. Like,
he's the realest bot of them all.
Right.
All right, so real talk, man. Listen, I misspelled this guy's last name. Not only that, I mischaracterized his position. This is Jeremiah Walker. Of all the tryouts thus far, and I'm not saying I don't know what will happen in the days moving forward. They could bring some of these tryout guys back on and bring them into camp. But of all the tryouts, the guy you see with the Bears symbol next to him, Jeremiah Walker, converted cornerback to safety. He's the only one out of the bunch. And so that was another, Samuel, that was another position everybody.
Cornerback to safety or wide receiver? You
cornerback to safety. He has what? See, Nomad was all fucked up when he made this.
Yeah, he was all messed up.
I was in a rush. That's what I was.
Well, because he's not a wide receiver. He's a cornerback.
Right.
And he's converting to safety. He's 6 feet tall. I lost his fucking name. 6 feet tall, 200 pounds from Stephen F. Austin.
Mm-hmm. So they're gonna convert him to safety. What I saw on film wasn't anything that the naked eye can tell you some stuff, but other like his body type, I can see why. You know what I mean? He's a decent corner. What the good thing about him was you watch enough of it and you notice how they move him around. He's a boundary corner 1 minute, he's a slot corner the next minute, and other times they move him back. You know, somebody gets nicked up for a play, they throw his ass back to free safety. They'll put him in the box and play strong safety. I think it was the versatility that attracted this guy to them. How he beat all those guys out to get the camp contract out of all those guys, which I thought it was a few of them on the list that I really, really liked. He's the guy that made it, man. He's the guy that got the camp contract. He's going to come in there with those already signed UDFAs, all that entire list. But I thought that was interesting. A guy from Stephen F. Austin, who from the naked eye ain't gonna really flash on you and be like, okay, what is it about this guy? I think it was his versatility, Sam.
Yeah, that shows some versatility, and I already got some speed too, so that helps in the defense that they want to add speed to. So, man, he got a chance. I heard about him, and I think Ja'Day Walker was the other guy I heard had pretty good camps.
Oh, all
Yeah.
day, okay.
But JP Richardson is the guy that I ain't gonna say who was the first, who was the last, but that's a guy that I got my eyes on this guy. I think this guy is his skill set is advanced for a college player. I mean, like highly advanced. Like, and I was talking to these guys on a couple of other shows talking about. I started seeing Wes Welker. I started seeing
Play that funky slide, white boy.
man. I mean, his skill
Play
set.
that funky slide, right?
I mean, like Tyler Scott pales in comparison to his skill set, and he's in college.
Oh, you mean the 4th round pick, Tyler Scott? Damn.
Yeah, man. I'm not.
Tyler Scott, man. What are you doing?
I'm not laying it on thick. I'm telling you, man. This guy's skill
This
set.
Tyler Scott catching strays.
His name. I'm telling you guys, his name is gonna ring bells throughout the entire camp. I promise you.
Wow.
That's JP, you saying? JP Richards. Yeah, I haven't watched him. Man, that's the good thing though, man, because last year, I don't know how y'all felt about last year, but I thought it was some UDFAs last year that should have made the team that played their ass off, especially the tight end. I want to say his name was Bates.
Bates. He was playing his ass off.
He made the team last year, man. He did enough to make the team. Sweeney, and so was Sweeney, who was on the team. He wasn't a rookie, but both of those tight ends should have made the team, and they both went on to other teams. They got picked up right away and made 53-man rosters, like because of what they did in the preseason with the Bears. So I'm hoping this coaching staff gives these players more of an opportunity because and Reddy Stewart was the other guy. Reddy Stewart made the team last year. You know what I mean? He made the 50.
Now he's in Minnesota, right?
And now we allow him to go to Minnesota. He's gonna be a fucking stud in Minnesota.
I said that right away. I said, unfortunately,
he's gonna be a fucking stud in Minnesota.
I don't know how they let that happen.
Because they chose the other corner. Oh man.
But I mean, and all these names that you mentioned is like, all right, the tight ends, Sweeney and Bates, but they kept Everett and fucking Mercedes Lewis. Exactly. And then Reddy Stewart, he made the team. He was looking good, but then he didn't, and now he's in Minnesota, and now we got to face him.
All right, so they selected they chose to keep Amir Speed and make him a part of the 90.
Kids, you know what I think it is? I think it was the concept. I think Reddy Stewart definitely plays better as a zone slot corner in a zone concept versus man-to-man. I think he can play man-to-man, but I don't think that's his strong point. After thinking back on what his tape looked like, I think him sitting on a route, look at a quarterback in a zone coverage definitely benefits his skill set. I believe if you had to point something out, I believe it's that.
He's playing the ball, not the man, more times than not, right? So I have to agree with you for sure.
And now Amir Speed, his name ain't half stepping for cool names.
If he could trade that with Major Burns, I would be more in. Like
Major Speed.
Yeah, sure. That would be awesome. Actually, that's a great name. Real talk. That's a great name. Major Burns is a little bit worrisome. It just worries me a little bit, but he does have
Major Burns.
I'm just saying for a safety, it's not a good name, bro.
There's a couple of people in the comment section want to whip your ass for saying that shit.
I didn't name the boy. I didn't name him. He ain't my child. He's not my kid.
For pointing it out, they want to whip your ass.
Man.
But all right, which one of these guys, and you guys have gotten a chance by now to at least see a couple of these guys. Which one? Give me a guy. If you got two, that's fine. But if you got a guy that really, really intrigues you on this list, now's the time to say it because we're getting ready to get into mandatory. I think it was veteran mandatory, whatever it is. We about to mix up the rookie class with the veterans, and we're gonna start no pads, but we're gonna still start saying some shit, kind of shake loose. But give me a guy or two that really intrigues you on this list.
So before we answer that, did Power Eccles make it further?
He's on the list, bro.
Okay, all right, continue.
No, you're up.
It's on you. It's
Oh,
on you.
I was right in front of my face. I didn't even see Power Eccles. Okay, my bad.
It's on you. Yeah.
Okay.
Who do you think?
If you're asking me, I'm going with Deion Hankins. You already named my guy. Hankins is running fools over, man. And I am not super happy with the way that Roschon Johnson does the north-south thing. I think we need a little bit of a change going north-south. And I think our guy Hankins brings a lot in between the tackles. Worst come to worst, he will truck you. And I watched a bunch of that. So fingers crossed for Deion Hankins.
Did you see, before we go, did you see the film and all that out there where Eric Bieniemy is lighting into him more than any other? Oh, Eric Bieniemy was giving him the business.
Oh, yeah?
So keep your fucking eyes up. Stop looking at the ground. He was, when you go through the bags, you run through the bags. I think they were doing a drill where you run through the bags. And nomad, you got to keep your eyes up. You don't keep your eyes up, then shit, what are you doing? Like that's the point of the drill, is to just run through the bags and hop in, going,
Remember Chad Morton was busting, what's the name up, number 33 last
exactly,
year?
and that's where I was gonna go. I think you're right. I think that's a good thing, because I think that he sees something in you. Usually when a coach is yelling at a player like that, and that was the only player he was yelling at like that I saw. I'm thinking it was on two occasions. Or videos, like when you yelling at a player, that means you believe in them and you see something, you got to pull it out of them. So you stay on those players a little bit more. Yep.
One of my coaches told me a long time ago, when you don't hear me saying shit to you, that's when you need to start worrying.
When you got to worry. Yep. When you just allow me to make mistakes and don't say nothing and don't try to correct me, then hey, your days are numbered at that point in time. Your days are numbered. You just a body out there.
As the excitement from Chef Trips exudes, I don't know about picking any one particular one of these because of just don't have all the information, but I see the attractiveness, like the Xavier Carlton. If he can be a good edge DN, he has a place on the squad. We could use safeties. Is Major Burns that guy? Power Eccles, deep room. I don't know what he brings to the table. Long snapper, has a history with Torrey Taylor, our punter. Is he a good long snapper? We can use an injection of youth into that spot. Hankins, is it between him and Monangai battling for that bruiser role, or can Hankins actually have an opportunity to beat out Travis Homer, since we have so many other young guys who can take that special teams role? Jeremiah Walker is, like I say, if he can be a safety that they feel they can develop when we get no safeties on the roster or contractually obligated to beyond next season, we could use that. Tysheem Johnson, same thing. Jonathan Kim, somebody was saying in the chat, dude was making 50. He made at least a 58-yard field goal. Poppy Santos, you get beyond 52 and it's like, oh shit, maybe we should go for it here or something. Under 49, he's rock solid. But now in this modern NFL, you got to be able to put your leg into it, and he just can't do that. Defensive end Jeremy Robinson, cool. Whether it be all day Jade Walker at wide receiver or playing that funky slot white boy JP Richardson. All of them have that possibility right now in May. Well, maybe not all if they didn't get that contract, but you get my point.
So Trip he hit the default button and he just said, I'm gonna just holler at all of them. And that's cool. That's cool. I like that. One person, who was that said this in here? Somebody mentioned something about AC Adam mentioned that, can Jonathan Kim challenge Cairo? For the simple fact that they brought him on and signed him as a UDFA. They didn't get him in as a tryout. They signed him to a contract.
Who? Kim?
UDFA, Jonathan Kim. And so that forced me to have to look at Jonathan Kim kicking field goals in situations in the cold. And I think that's the important thing to note is he comes from Michigan State. They play the benefit of all Big Ten teams. And this is all you guys in Florida that might be listening to the show, all you young guys that might be listening. Let me tell you something. if you're a Florida boy, I'm gonna just tell you right now, there's some teams out there that will knock you and or not draft you higher because you're from Florida. If we're the Detroit Lions, we're the Chicago Bears, we're not the Detroit Lions, but we're the Chicago Bears, we're the Cincinnati Bengals, we're any of these northern teams
Buffalo Bills.
There needs to be a factor into the consideration of, okay, what kind of traits do I need in this particular football player? Let's just talk about the kicker. What kind of conditions has he kicked in? What kind of moments has he kicked in? Forced me to go look at a bunk ass kicker. And I'm gonna just tell you right now, the only thing I would notice as a knock on him, you can see, like, this is gonna sound weird as hell, but when you're watching him, like sometimes when he's lining up for the kick after the ball is snapped, his arms are kind of flared. And I noticed that was happening in tighter moments. When the arms were closer to the side, the game was more relaxed and it was just a field goal. But when the money was on the line, his arms were kind of flared. Like his arms kind of told you what kind of moment it was, if that makes any sense to you all.
Yeah, pressure. The more pressure, the higher the arms will go up.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, like a corkscrew.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you can see it, huh? That's
Mhm.
a telltale.
You can definitely see it. I don't know if that had anything to do. He was nailing kicks.
Did he make the kicks?
I don't think that guy has they say he has a big leg, but I haven't seen anything beyond 58.
Well,
Yeah,
shit.
58 is big,
that's
man.
big.
I mean, yeah.
58
That's
is
a
way
lot. That's a
longer
big-
than
that's
Kyle
a-
Pitts.
Hey, we gonna be 58 yards, bro. Like if he can kick 55-yard field goals, then you can guarantee we're gonna score on every possession. I would think, like, if he can do that, that'll be big for us. And that's the thing with Cairo. Cairo just
He has
from
his range.
beyond 50 yards, he's probably 50%. Like it's either hit or miss if not he's gonna make it. And I think that's where he stands out a little bit over.
I wouldn't even give him 50%. It's like, I don't know if y'all remember this game, the game where he just stopped and he's like, yeah, that's
like, no.
too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he was just like, nah,
I can't even.
don't even put me in that situation. Right?
No, that's I'll be embarrassed out there. Don't bother. You need to figure something out. And even them, and we saw it last year. Even those existing kicks have a very low trajectory.
Yeah,
right.
The longer the kick, the lower the trajectory.
You know
that's
what
the
it
other
is.
thing about him. I forgot about that, kids. Good point. Is that his trajectory, when he goes, the further he goes out, the lower it goes. And teams are noticing that, and that's why we saw those blocks. Teams are taking notice, like, okay, we know what to do to stop this dude. And Ben Johnson not having that. We're not going to lose a game off a field goal. And we might have an opportunity to win a game with a 55-yard,
right,
58-yard field goal. And we got to have somebody we can rely on to do that. So I think he definitely has a fighting chance to make this team. Kim does.
Definitely. Question, Nomad, that you watch this tape, knowing that the detractiveness of Santos's game, beyond 49, his percentage goes way down. The farther he goes out, the lower the trajectory. So with Kim's game that you noticed, whether his arms go up to over his fucking head, as long as he's making field goals, how is his trajectory and how is his consistency, and on extra point attempts as well?
Consistent is probably the best way to describe him. Consistent. He's very, very consistent. One thing I notice about him is sometimes the trajectory is a little bit low. He needs to get those things up. You got longer guys in the NFL on the interior. Those guys like the Calais Campbells of the world exist. You know what I mean? It's, he's going to have to make some adjustments. But I think with kickers, they're very, very sensitive. You know what I mean? Shit, Sam will know. He played in college. You know what I mean? It's just like you leave those motherfuckers alone, let them do their thing, and you wait for the results. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, okay, it's like, all right, your time's up. You know what I mean? So he's very consistent. I noticed that he was smashing 50 plus, probably smashed at least 9 or 10 in a row, I think, in the Big Ten, and they playing something everywhere, man. They play something everywhere. 50 plus, you can hit a 50-yarder 9 times in a row. You got some consistency to you, and that's gonna probably get you on the radar of a lot of teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can hit consistently 50 plus in all weather conditions. That's gonna get you some notes.
How many 50-plus yarders did Cairo miss last year? Shit, more than he
Maybe-
made.
That's a good
Maybe
More
question.
than he
Put 'em
made.
out, bro.
Exactly. And more
They
than
go
he
for
made.
They go for fourth down.
And you know, and we're talking 55 as, let's say, the bar. You know, you want to set the bar at 55 that you can be consistently successful with. Santos, his max is 51, 52. You know what I mean? So he's not even in the category of consistently hitting 55-yard field goals because he can't
Yeah.
kick a fucking 55-yard field goal.
Yep.
That's the only problem with Cairo is the fact that he can't get you. So what do you do when you have a very consistent kicker that can't,
Consistently.
that's inconsistent beyond 50? So you don't put him in those positions,
Right.
right?
I mean, if you know he can't kick him 55 yards, you don't line him up to kick him 55 yards. You punt or you go for it. So
Yep.
you don't put him in that situation. And like when Samo was, or Keds was saying that he went Scottie Pippen was like, nah, I'm out. You know, that's beyond where I'm comfortable. So if his limit is 52, you are now putting your team at the disadvantage, your special teams to the disadvantage to every other special teams in the league who has, you know, a new modern kicker who can be consistent from longer distances. And that benefits your offense. You know, that benefits everything. That helps win. You know, consistency is good, but if it's within that shorter distance, now you got from the 49 to the 55, that could be 3 points versus none.
I can't believe we sitting here talking this long about a weak ass Barbie doll.
You know what, dude? Like,
Hey man, this dude might be money for us, man. How do we not make it to the Super Bowl?
Double motherfucking doink.
Double doink. Hey, this matters. This shit matters. Like if we
went
get to the year and Cairo botches some kicks, we're gonna be talking about this shit again. Like, man, we should have kept.
You know what I mean? Because how many games are on the legs of the kicker where it's like, all right, we make this extra point, we good.
Especially
we make this field goal, we win.
And we saw last year all them kickers making fucking 60 plus yards, fucking field goals and shit. Like,
and we
to
can't
win
go
games.
to
win games, like that shit. Like,
Every team, and you know what? Every team is trying, especially in these moments, they're trying not to let you advance beyond the midfield marker. They know if you get beyond that 50-yard line, they think that your chances go up. And these kickers are really good nowadays, especially the one Justin Tucker that's in hot water He kind of revolutionized the situation. He's able to handle a 60-yard kick, you know what I mean?
And now he used to be able to, but he won't be able to.
He's the greatest Triple R. I know you about to trash his ass, but
but I mean his off the field exploits have forever tarnished his on field possibilities.
Yep.
You know, but now let's look at the new school that Samuel's talking about. It was the kid in
on the team Triple R or not?
Who, Justin Tucker?
Yeah.
No, he got legal issues he got to address. He's gonna
stay out of jail.
He's not gonna be available.
What do you do on the off season, man? What you do off the field? Come kick.
Well, no, yeah, but he got charges. You know what I mean?
He got charged.
You know, he has legal restrictions on where he can and cannot travel. Do we not we, but whatever team he's on, do they have any international games? Well, guess what? That motherfucker can't go because his passport's been revoked because of his bail status.
Hey, Trips, you just parked the plane about 30 minutes away from any school, any goddamn massage park.
Right.
Hell no. But there's plenty of kids. I can't call the teams right now. Maybe Samo or the check can help me. But that are kicking 60-yard field goals, and it's like ain't nothing but a thing.
I still don't know their name. I just seen it last year.
Hey, y'all get to thinking about it.
Yeah, we saw it too.
You remember how Justin Tucker started choking up in the postseason, and it started like late in the end of the season, probably like three games outside of playoffs. He started choking up. Now, does it make sense? Justin Tucker.
Sense now, when your head ain't in it, you got other shit on your mind. Ain't focused. That makes sense.
If your head is not in it, is that a no Diddy or not?
That's
Oh.
what no
It's
Diddy
close.
for
It's
sure.
close. I was gonna say so is the choking
No
up
Diddy.
situation too. That was also a little bit.
So like,
I mean,
yeah, no
Hey,
Diddy, no Diddy.
these some wild boys on some extra sauce, man. I'll just tell you right now,
Hey.
these motherfuckers out of control.
I'm just
Hey,
saying.
Jonathan Kim got a shot. Man.
So is Justin Tucker, right? Justin
Right.
Tucker's definitely out of
Out
control,
of
and
control.
that's why we don't want him as a Chicago Bear. But this kid, Kim, like, so I'm gonna do just a little bit of what Triple R did. So first off, like we're gonna look at these suckers. So Luke Elkin,
He's gonna make it. He's gonna make it because what's his name gonna retire after this?
it's not, but there's another one. So he's definitely
Scott.
gonna retire. Patrick Scales well, he might not retire, but
Scales
we're
done.
almost
Back
we're
issue.
like the
He's getting
same age,
old.
me and
back
Patrick
issues,
Scales.
yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's
Yeah,
just
he's
be real
done.
about this. They have to put him to pasture. He'll probably wind up playing for another team that desperately needs a long snapper, but he won't be playing here. Fact is, they're paying top long snapper money to a guy, to Patrick Scales. That same top end long snapper money then goes to whoever the other long snapper is, and I can actually tell you.
Scott
His
something.
name is Scott Daly. Scott Daly.
Daly.
So they're paying, I'm going to say around $5 million a season for one of these two guys. Now, if it's Luke
How much, kid?
Elkin,
How much, kids?
about $5 million.
Oh god damn! I took the wrong career trajectory.
That's what I thought, man. My high school coach
Nailed
used
it.
to be on me about this because I played center. He used to be like, learn how to long snap. You have to perfect this. I'm like, man, I don't care about long snapping, dog. Like, man, he was like, I'm telling you, he was like, there's a lot of money. He was like, you can get a scholarship to any school in the country if you perfect this. I didn't take it serious, but
Only if your
if
ass
I
had to
had, like, I probably could have been in the NFL just long
Hey,
snapping the damn fuck.
Only if
Long
your ass
snapping,
had to
snap the
listen.
shit out that thing. And I know, Nomad, I heard you talking shit about long snappers, but I'd have been long snapping the shit out that thing.
I'd have been a punter. I'd have been punting, Sam. I'd have been punting because I got a good ass foot on me. I'd have been punting.
Reggie
Leg
Roby
against
on that ass.
Either
Hey, he
one of
was-
these guys is making at least $5 million, and that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah. And he
Luke
played for
Elkin, mind you, as
15
a rookie
years.
UDFA coming in, he ain't making
Yeah.
no $5 million. He's making about 1.5, right?
Mhm.
So you
Mhm.
kind of want, as a GM, you kind of want the young blood in here. You flush out
Yep.
the older guy, you save a couple of bucks, and you can put some of that
Yep.
cash in a jar
Somewhere
and label
else.
it Trey Hendrickson if that's really what you want to do. You know what I mean? Like that's how
Yeah.
you do that. Same thing with Jonathan Kim. If Jonathan Kim is worth his salt, then
A lot cheaper.
you know what I mean. You do the exact same thing
lot
with Carlos
cheaper.
Santos. You
If
save
he's
another
as
5
good as
No.
if he's as good as Santos, then you keep Kim. You're right.
What
Kiz.
was Kim's percentage wise as far as being successful?
Yeah,
let
look
me
it
see if
up.
I can
Let
get
kids
some
look
numbers
that up.
on
But
that.
I will say he had a game where he kicked 6 field goals against Iowa last year. He made 6 field goals, man, and one was a
Now his
55
arms
yarder,
might have been to the top of his head, but that's clutch as fuck.
right? And one was a 55-yarder. He didn't miss a field goal this game, and he had extra points in that game too. So, like, he was kicking that thing. So, in the cold, in Michigan,
Iowa,
I mean,
Michigan State, either or shit.
right. And in the fact, I think Nomad said this, that he plays in the Big Ten. That matters too, because Big Ten, all these cold weather stadiums. Where you had to go to Iowa, you got to go to fucking Nebraska, all these different colder places.
He's gonna have to blow Cairo out, or they won't move off of him.
Yeah, that's what he gonna have to be at least as good as Cairo.
Well,
no, you're right. He probably gonna have to beat him out. Yeah, he gonna have to beat
I mean,
him out.
but here's how you beat it. You line them up equal distance. You have them, kick off, and you count who misses, who doesn't. Then you keep, as they said, back it up 5 yards, back it up 5 yards, back it up 5 yards, and eventually Cairo's gonna be like, tapping out, whereas Kim is like, all right, back it up 5 yards, back it up 5 yards. All right, that answers your question right there. It's like Santos, you can't even fuck with him.
I'm gonna give you something else too.
What up?
If you, I'm like, man, this is the most I've ever talked about kicking ever.
No,
I'm just,
right.
I just had to stop it for a
And
second.
long snapping. And long
For a
snapping.
second. But this kid will angle it from the outer hash on some craziness. You guys kind of have to see some of his kicks. There's one kick where he like slices it and it cuts and then it like it raises and drops, and it was
That's a skill set, fucking kids. That's a skill set, you dude. That's
You got English on it.
and it's probably outside in the cold, ain't
The
it?
control. That's that awesome
Y'all ain't
shit.
got
They
no
talking
like
about
y'all
he's
can't pull up
Aussie.
like a highlight. Y'all can't pull up like a kick or something. Just show
I
us.
can pull that kick up. I'll show you
But
guys.
now, if that's
He's an
like
Aussie
the
guy.
English,
He's an
that's
Australian dude.
that's the same shit that Tony Taylor does.
What
the
Taylor
punter.
does, yeah, that's them
I was gonna
Aussie
say
style
Tony,
kicks. That's
Tony,
where they
but-
teach them how to control the ball or
Right.
manipulate the ball's movements and stuff like that.
That
So,
dude,
yeah,
he's got to
I'll find
raise
that
that
one highlight
trajectory.
for you guys. 'cause
Samuel, he
it's-
got to raise that trajectory, man. Sometimes his kicks, he get some foot into that thing. He's got a nice leg on. He's a bigger dude. He's probably like 6'2", 6'3", maybe even 6'4". He's a little
Well,
heavy.
actually, Jonathan Kim is 6. I got kicker Michigan State, 6 feet tall, 227 pounds.
Ooh, I've definitely stretched it. So, but he's big though. He's got big legs on him.
yeah. 6 foot 220. That's a big dude. That's the linebacker side. Shit.
Right,
Yeah,
you know, so
linebackers
you know
that
he's thick.
size.
He's
Yeah.
thick
All right.
from that waist down.
Nomad, can you pull this down for me and put it back up when I'm done this?
Give me a second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you guys. This is a crazy kick.
Right on AC. There's a science to it. You know, aerodynamics and shit.
That's a skill set to
Yeah.
that shit. They do their shit now.
I
Don't
don't
get me wrong.
believe I'm talking.
You know,
about
when you know the like real players like Nomad and Samo and them are like telling the kickers to go on the fuck on, they'd be over there doing something.
They ain't eating with
I
us.
love my kicker, man. I love Pat Dunn, man. I had Pat Dunn.
Them fuckers wasn't eating with us in the cafeteria. You can't get seen with us.
All right,
Patty
what we
was
looking at
cool.
numbers?
Like he wasn't one of those guys. Some of those guys, I know what you mean, but
you see that?
Ooh,
that's crazy.
Bring that baby back.
And it went across the.
That's
Where
the
did it
change,
cross?
bro. That's
Where
a
did it
change.
cross?
You ever
though?
see a kick like that?
That's going into halftime
What's
down
the
on
distance
the
on
road.
that thing, man? What's the
One
distance?
more
This
time.
is the
58 yards.
58
Yeah.
yards. That's crazy, dog. That
And
is
he's-
crazy.
All right, run it back one more time, kids. Let me see how much distance he had on it after the 58.
Let's see how much the trajectory from the.
You know,
Hard,
going
too.
into
That's what I
halftime,
wanna see.
3
Holy
seconds.
smoke,
You know,
he's at
pressure-
half, bro.
look
He's
at his
at
arms. Look at his arms out like
He's
a little
at half.
bird.
He's
Yeah.
at half.
Whack.
Straight in the air. Yep.
Oh, he-
Ain't no
he-
blocking that. Ain't no
And
blocking
dude
that
caught
at
it.
this line of scrimmage.
He definitely put some juju on that motherfucker.
Wait, that was 58 yards, and that was the trajectory.
Yep.
That-
That was
oh, that's
crazy,
nice.
right?
Went
It went
sideways,
straight up.
Up and drop right in
Then
the
dropped.
money. Like, wow.
You
Now,
right.
is
It's
that
like
a
it took
one-off
another
thing, or did
bounce
you-
up. Like it
Have
got
you-
to a point, then it bounced up higher.
Mhm.
Is
And
that a
then
one-off,
shot out.
or is that like does he do this like other
No,
periodically? other
that's like
times?
what you got to do when you playing in this region of the country. You gonna have to learn. You can't just be no normal field goal kicker. You got to learn how to put something on it when the weather permits. Wind gust is coming from the left. A wind gust is coming from the right.
That's the hard part about it.
Yeah, you gotta
That's
know
what's
how to
hard.
put something on that thing, man.
That's what's hard about it. Kick it into the field with the wind. And once you learn, if he can do that with the wind, what's crazy though, and y'all ain't even talking about, is the damn ball across the middle bar. Go to it again. The ball
Yeah, he's-
crosses the
he's
bar
good at
in the middle.
Right,
Like, he was
Split it,
accurate
split that
as
right.
fuck from the hash.
He's
Split
got
that
more
right.
depth. You're
Fucking
right. He's got
nuts.
more depth to go. But
That's
this is
fucking
the
nuts.
this is the six kick game you're talking about, Sam.
maximize the screen, kids.
So it's as big as I can make it because it's you know
Right
what I
on,
mean?
right on.
Look at the flag. Paul Rodriguez said. Look at the flag where it's blowing. I don't see the flag.
He turns it and makes it go like center it
Yeah,
up.
that was
Okay,
cold.
now I see it. It's going
Yeah,
straight out. The
Wind is
stadium.
blowing. The wind's blowing out now.
Soldier
Nice
Field is a
angle.
different story.
Oh snap! This
No
one's
wind
close
on
to
that
50 as well. That's probably
Yeah.
about 52.
He had a 55 in that game.
And look at the
Wow.
trajectory; it's not low.
Yeah, it's going up every time. Poof.
Yeah, it's going up at the line of
Yeah.
scrimmage.
4
So
yards, 19.
All right, kids, that's enough before we get knocked.
when the teams
Oh,
put
this is
up
a short
these
video,
6
that's why
foot
I-
eight,
why I played it.
when put these 6 foot eight defensive linemen or edge in the middle
Yep.
and jump up, you know, his Mr. Kim's trajectory just from these like little replays is higher than what Santos does normally,
Yep.
you know, at longer distances.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely got more I would just say more like if you're talking about a pitcher, he's got more in his bag than Cairo
Yep.
Santos. I would just say that. If that makes
Yeah,
any
like
kind of sense at all.
what do you call him? The golf. Use the golf analogy where he got an iron. He got a bunch of different irons in his bag, man. But
Yeah.
he's booting that.
Oh,
He's hitting that
there's
thing.
another one. There's one more.
Yeah, I don't know what none of that golf analogy mean, but
Mhm.
like Santos is carrying a 22, whereas Kim might have it like more of a 357.
Yeah. He packing a lot more punch. Right.
It's gonna come
You're
down to
right.
you guys want to talk about any of those guys on that UDFA list? Anybody you want to point out?
Yeah.
Back
Here's
up.
my last
Don't do no
one.
more video, kids.
Are you sure?
Wait,
This
let me
is-
switch
Yeah,
real
pull it
quick.
down. Pull it down, man. We
Pull it
already
down?
did too much.
All right.
We did too much.
Major Burns, man. Major Burns got a chance to make the team. I think we need some safety help and Tashim. I like Tashim too as a free safety, but Major Burns, man, I think he played too many positions for LSU. If you look at his film, he's not going to look great in coverage a lot of times, but he has the athleticism and everything that you need to be. And he has the speed. He comes down. He can hit. Like, dude has all the traits to be a damn good safety. I think LSU just had him playing too many different positions. He even lined up at linebacker sometimes. He's at safety. He's at nickel. He's at outside corner. They had him doing too much, man. And once you can focus on one position and, zone in and, get all your technique down for that one position, then he's going to be a damn good player, I think that was a steal.
Samuel, I think them having him doing all that shit attracted Dennis Allen to him.
That too. Yeah, I think that he can do all of that.
Yeah.
I think that's attractive as well. But I think that that's why his tape I think doesn't look as good as some other people say. When you watch him on film, you can see him like you're like I don't know about him.
He's playing
Let me
extra
ask you
linebacker sometimes, man. He's playing an extra linebacker. Like
He's
he's
playing
literally
extra linebacker. Like,
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this, Samodo. So you're Major Burns. You're going into your last year before all these position changes at school. And the coach is like, hey, I want to play you at safety. I want to play you at linebacker. I want to play you at corner.
Mhm.
I liked his attitude that he was like, nah, coach, because I don't know all that shit. Let me focus on what I need to focus on at one position and be good at that. If he was willing to be like, all right, let me learn how to play this and get that versatility, that could have been him planning for, the opportunity to show a coach like Dennis Allen in the league.
Yep.
I can do more
All
than
of these
one thing.
things. Yep.
I can,
Yep.
I can be versatile and do whatever you need me to do from,
Mhm.
play to play, not
Yep.
game to game or week to week, from play to play.
Mhm.
And
That's
so
definitely what attracted us to him. I agree. That's definitely what attracted us to him. I just feel like, he didn't shine because of that. I think he has a lot to offer, man. They had him playing like 4 different fucking positions where I can see him playing 2 positions. Like, that's a lot on you mentally.
And was he good at all 4 though? Was he a good
He was
player in all
decent.
4?
He made plays at every position. That's the thing too. He makes plays at every position, but he misses plays at those positions too, just because you got to know what you're looking at line playing linebacker, and what you're looking at playing safety. Like, you're looking at 2 different things. So
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So if you in the same game, you might confuse yourself a little bit sometimes, and you peeking at one thing and you shouldn't be, and you might get a little bit burned a little bit. So that's what it seemed like to me happened to him on tape a little bit sometimes. But man, when I tell you the dude can play football, he's a football player. So I think he has the opportunity to come in and make this roster. I'm not high on Hicks. I think Hicks is one dude that is gonna have to fight for his spot with these guys, with these 2 guys right here.
I mean, because looking at Hicks, I'll ask all of y'all and the chat, have we pretty much seen his ceiling? How much more better can he get?
I think he's just now climbing it.
Really?
I think he's just not climbing. I think it took him. I think he had to put on you. If you notice, he's probably about 10 pounds bigger than he was when we got him.
Mhm.
I don't know what it looks like on. You go look at his measurements right now, but I know we got him at about 190, 195, somewhere in that neighborhood. That boy is up. He's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 202, I would say 205 at his biggest, but I don't think he's 205. Somewhere between 200 and 202. And that's really what he needed, because I watched that dude. That man was suffering his rookie season in preseason, coming up. And I don't know that people understand this. Like, when you play safety, dude, that is probably the worst job to play when it comes to open field tackling. Like dog, by the time you get to a running back like Deion Hankins or what do you call Derrick Henry or somebody like that, that guy's at full speed already by the time you come down to put a hit on him. Now you got to stop him because you're the last guy, and you got to put a lick on him. That I watched that dude suffer because his body was not ready for that kind of action. He just wasn't big and strong enough. And I seen a different football player this year. It was like he just built a little bit of muscle, built a little bit of callus on his body. But I heard what's his name, the free safety number 31, Kevin Byard, talking about him, on his podcast, and he just out of nowhere, he just pulled it out of his ass. He was just like, one thing I want to mention here is I'm enjoying watching, Elijah Hicks, man. I'm watching this dude become a real fucking safety, and I'm just enjoying it. And he's watching Kevin Byard. I'm telling you guys right now, that's one of those dudes you better not sleep on in this camp. I think they say, man, you give those guys a couple of years, they can hang around for a couple of years. In that third year or so, man, they start to really
figure it out. Yeah, that's when you start to figure things out. I don't know. I just see him get lost in coverage a few times last year. That's the thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about his physicality. Yeah, he played a lot more physical this year. I did see that, but I'm talking about the coverage from the coverage aspect. Him being where he's supposed to be, and there was a few times this year where they're looking back and saying like, man, dog, when you supposed to be here, when you supposed to be there. So that's the thing I was talking about with Hicks, which could get better now with it under different defense too. So, man, we'll see it this year.
Imagine
how do you think he matches up in press versus zone?
Well, before I answer that question, which I will. How just imagine you're Elijah Hicks. What does that feel like when Derrick Henry is out in the open field and you got to close on him and make the tackle?
Oh, Lord.
You getting ready for a car crash. That's a car crash. That's a car crash. That's putting yourself in a car crash consistently throughout a game. Like when you're coming, because you come in. I
don't think that feels good for anybody. You name another
thing, right? Yeah. That's why he doesn't get tackled a lot. That's why you don't see Derrick Henry get tackled a lot, man.
Well, here's the thing, though. I will give Hicks this, though. When in those situations when Hicks had to come up and make a play, he came in and he brought his ass with him. Unlike, let's say, a Bojack who was like, "Nah, I'm good."
Yeah, right.
He got to that point.
Bojack didn't want none of that smoke.
But let me to Trips. I think he asked, how's his trajectory in mostly?
How do you see Hicks in Allen's defense?
I think his skill set translates. I mean, until we see it in this, I think he can tack up man to man. Be honest with you, I thought they kind of put him in the wrong position, to be quite frank with you. I thought that Hicks was more of a slot corner than he was a safety because of his size and his traits, his twitch. I think he's got the twitch to tack up man to man, and he won't have any problem in that department. None whatsoever. He's one of those guys in that secondary. The only one I worry about in that secondary playing one-on-one on a regular basis and tacking up and playing man is Terrell Smith, because, there's no real consistent track record of him playing man coverage, because in Minnesota, they was mostly zone coverage. You see spots of him playing man coverage, but, on a consistent basis, there's no history of him doing that. That's the one that I would say that I'll keep my eye on as far as transitioning to another position, maybe safety. He might be a better safety than he is a man corner.
And we can move on after this. I just want to make this real comment regarding Smith. And when he was drafted, it was for Fluce's defense. So that's where scheme comes into play. And now that this is not your Fluce's defense anymore, it's not vanilla. This is a rocky motherfucking road we got going on here with that Dennis Allen does. You know, that's his history. So Terrell Smith might not be a fit anymore for this defense, but that does not mean he is not a good player. And so if he has some trade value, you know, and he's not a fit, if he doesn't transition to safety, he could be, you know, one of those guys that is gone that we just didn't see coming.
You know what, Trips? I've said this a couple of times, and I just want to get everybody's attention to this fact. All you got to do is put together the words that Dennis Allen says, put together the actions that the Chicago Bears have made. If you start thinking about the tryout guys, if you start thinking about the guy that we just drafted, Zah Frazier, start thinking about that and put it all together, the words, the draft, and everything else. All it's telling you is we see a guy on this roster that might need to move positions. And what we can do to supplement that or to backfill that position. And he's already openly talked about Kyler Gordon needs to learn the safety position, right? He's openly said that. And so you're already talking about that particular player taking some safety reps. And if you're going to be playing him in roles like that, then who backfills the cornerback position? Maybe they see Kyler Gordon as a possible safety role, of course, but maybe they see one of either Tyreek Stevenson or Terrell Smith as playing one of those roles as well. And so what do you do to backfill that? Make sure you got good corner depth, and let's draft the guy. That's just the way I saw it. Everybody else might not see it that way, but that was me.
Yep, and I think there was talks about him having played safety at Minnesota at sometimes. He has the speed too. Dude ran the 4.41, so he has the size. So I think he might be a good candidate to move to the safety position. I like that, especially with the depth that we have at corner now that we got Zah, you know, a guy who can be that press corner.
I thought it was Zay.
Zay, yeah, Zay. You're right, it is Zay. It's spelled Zah.
Right.
Did I say Zah too?
Yeah.
My bad, Zay Frazier. I'm gonna get that guy on the show, man. I need to talk to that guy, man, because I see some stuff in this game. Like if Al Harris is doing his yeoman's work, what I think he's gonna do with that guy, similar body type, man, this it's different playing zone coverages, man. You know, when you can look at the quarterback and actually playing cloud coverage, that makes the game, that puts you in a different, you know, you're going to be able to turn the ball over more. Jalen Johnson actually said some stuff, man. He said some stuff on one of these podcasts. I'm going to take this down for a second.
Keyshawn Johnson podcast.
Yeah, it's on Keyshawn and podcast. And he was talking about these lofty numbers. And, you know, if he'd have said any of that stuff while he was in Fluce's zone coverage, I'm saying he can get all those high water marks, all of them. And in a man coverage, you're going to have to really ball your ass off as a boundary corner to get that many picks, man.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to. I mean, it's not like you're looking at the quarterback. It's like for real, you're going to have to be playing a lot of off coverage to get those kinds of picks.
Yep.
There's no other way to do it because you're going to have your back to the quarterback and you're going to be playing puppy dog chasing down the field. How you going to get all them picks?
And if you tighten coverage, the ball shouldn't even come your way. You're not even getting that many opportunities.
He's got 7 picks for his whole career. He said he's going to get 7 picks this season.
Well, but
that's just wild. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
How many picks did he have after he got his contract?
Well, more. He also got more when the contract was coming up. I'm giving both of those things. Jalen has improved. I'm just saying, you know, you may have bitten off a little bit more than you can chew. And then Keyshawn Johnson turned around and he said the man can't catch, which made it even more disrespectful. But let's be real. Keyshawn been saying that about DBs for the life of him. He's saying DB is just
I can't believe he accepted that, man. Keyshawn clowning.
Keyshawn like saying it. It's just like, I want this bet right now. Keyshawn like, I want this bet right now. He was like, we're gonna make this bet. Like, you're not getting 7 picks, dog. He's like, you dropped 7 last, and he told him, you know how many you dropped last?
All right. One more last thing, Terry Hudson. You absolutely right. That's one player I would definitely point out. That's one of those guys that can take on this roster. Power Echoes, man. His tape is like instinctively, man, this motherfucker, he reads. When I say he reads the situation, and it's one thing to read a situation and be able to like you can react to a play as a linebacker, and you can anticipate what's about to happen and be able to jump something. You know what I mean? And really make yourself more valuable than the next man next to you. This guy's got a knack. This guy's got a knack. Jack Sanborn had that particular knack too. So does TJ Edwards. It's certain linebackers just have this knack to be able to predict or kind of detect what's going on. You see enough formations, you see enough this or that. You kind of know, like if they got a bunch left with a tight end on the other side motioning to that side, you kind of know what's coming out of that play. They're gonna only run a few plays out of that, and you kind of know what it is. But if you hit that thing right at the right time, you're gonna jump a ball, and then you're gonna take that thing and hit your head on the goalpost. He's got a knack for the ball and knowing where to be at the right time. He's a sideline to sideline runner. He's not a blazing fast guy like Hippolyte, but I'm telling you, this motherfucker right here, watch out for Powell Echols in this camp, man. I'm telling you.
Cool.
All right, let's get to this. Go ahead, Sam.
No, I'm just saying. All right, cool. I haven't looked at him at all, to be honest. Got to check him out.
He's tough, man. He's got some instincts to him. But let's get to the schedule. Let's see what all the shit is about, man. Let's get right on into this shit. Here it is. I'm not gonna say anything. The first person that wants to take off, go right ahead. Is this first week? Is this a home game or no?
Woo!
Home game. Yes, it's a home game.
Had to give a little Ric Flair love there.
Okay, so the orange is home. My bad. I should have known that.
All right. So we're up against the Minnesota Vikings.
That's the worst goddamn game one that you can possibly have. Fucking Brian Flores. That's just all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna leave it there.
Well, I disagree. Well, maybe I don't disagree.
Okay.
I don't know what to say. Like Brian Flores' defense is going to be a dangerous situation for young Caleb and this burgeoning brand spanking new offense. But they also have no clue what we're doing or what we're about yet in both capacities, right? On offense and on defense. So we'll see what this shakes out as. This might be a very interesting football game, and I'm definitely into it week one.
I would say this too, guys. One thing that I did notice on film, looking at all that Detroit tape and looking at that Detroit offense, man, and I'm gonna preface my statement by saying this: they had Jared Goff, we got Caleb Williams. This might sound like a swipe, it ain't. It's just the goddamn truth. At this point, Jared Goff is a heavyweight. At this point, Caleb Williams is a featherweight. So I watched a heavyweight Jared Goff that's been through enough football and been through enough situation. I mean, absolutely dice up Brian Flores' defense. He just diced them the fuck up, took them apart. I think it was in the playoffs or late in the season, whichever one it was. He just took them apart. And Ben Johnson had the answers. So now if I was to say, you know what, I'm looking forward to this game. I'm looking forward to Ben Johnson getting his opportunity at Brian Flores again. That's what I'm excited about. And my hopes are that Caleb Williams can rise to that occasion. And so what I see here is this is a dangerous game, game one. Caleb Williams is learning a new offense, a new verbiage, new hot routes, new checks at the line of scrimmage, all that stuff. People just think you just, plug in some goddamn, some kind of card and just automatically uploads in your head, and you got to learn this shit. It's a new offense, new verbiage, everything is new. So game one is going to be a challenge for him.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Who's the Vikings quarterback?
Hey, can we get to Samuel and me and get through this goddamn
I'm
schedule?
asking,
2 hours into the show, y'all. 2 hours
You can
into
answer the question. You can answer the question.
Questions after. Hold your questions until after the form, sir. Hold your questions, sir. Samuel.
Right. Go ahead, Trips. Go ahead. Get off.
Oh, yeah, brother. I see that you have the Nature Boy. Woo! Ric Flair on the screen. But on Monday night, opening night, in Minnesota in their big ship of a stadium. We have the Dennis Allen defense going balls to the wall against this Minnesota Vikings rebuilt offensive line. And guess what, Mr. I was premature, kids? Who's the quarterback for the Vikings? We don't know. All right, so Justin Jefferson, who's giving you the ball, Mr. I got grills? We don't know. And on the offensive side of the ball for the Bears, brother, oh yeah, Caleb Williams and this offense will have the opportunity to feast against a defense that they have been successful with every time they've played them with the Brian Flores. So I look forward to the Bears getting in the Vikings' ass and not in the good way all the way, Diddy. And I can't wait for that guy, Jordan Silvera, to have to suck it.
Yeah. Woo! Forgot about that. Apple. Apple. Woo! You got it. Now that was on point, Trip. I'm with you, man. I think the Bears got a good chance to beating them, man, because we just talked about Ben Johnson, man. Ben Johnson is in the last 6 games against the Vikings is 5-1. And he's been averaging, I mean, tell you these numbers. It's crazy numbers averaging. 30 points a game, 405 yards per game, and beating the Minnesota Vikings. So I feel like he has Brian Flores' number. You know, the thing is, you know, and we got more dogs on our offense than Brian Flores does. Than they had in Detroit in our offense. We have more weapons for Ben Johnson to use against Brian Flores at this point in time. So the thing is, though, like Lil Man said, are we going to be ready in week 1? And I feel like, you know, Ben Johnson is a smart enough coach to have us in good enough position to win this game. You know, we got to think about it. We got competent coaching now. You know, we're not going to go out and try to give Caleb the whole playbook for this one game. You know, we're going to do what works. He knows what works against Brian Flores and Brian Flores' defense. So I'm confident in that. And then you look back at what Caleb did against Brian Flores last year. First game, he had 191 yards and 1 touchdown. But that second game at home, Caleb was 32 of 47 with 103 passer rating, 340 yards passing with 2 touchdowns. And we lost that game in overtime by 3 points. So, like, Caleb he's kind of figured out Brian Flores a little bit too. Like, he's not afraid of those blitzes. They tried blitzing Caleb, and Caleb was getting the ball out to his playmakers and, you know, evading the sacks in that game and did some pretty good things. So I feel like, man, we match up well in this game. I think I will push this game as a win.
Go ahead. Now go.
One last comment is that first game against them, the better part of the entire offensive line was hurt.
True. Yep.
Right. So I just want to put that we're starting Quran on the left-hand side. I'm 90% sure Nate Davis was not playing. I think we had Matt Pryor on the right side, and Darnell was likely hurt that game. It was a porous offensive line situation.
Ugly game. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not one for putting on Bears goggles at any given time. I'm talking about the matchup. I'm talking about, you know, the competitive. Listen, Bears styles make fights. In this matchup, you know, they do have looks like JJ McCarthy, but we don't know exactly who the quarterback's going to be. I think it'd be a fucking mistake for them to come into this season with that good of a team with JJ McCarthy. I think they need to do something to get the right quarterback. JJ McCarthy ain't that dude to me. You know what I mean? So if JJ McCarthy happens to be the quarterback of that team at that given time, he's going to need a certain playbook. He's going to need a certain scheme that day to beat the Bears, you know, with Dennis Allen on that, calling that defense, because he's going to get pressure, just like Caleb's going to get a whole lot of pressure. It's going to be, to me, it's going to be the battle of a defense. What defense is more impactful in this game? In my opinion, that's what I think is going to happen. You got a young Caleb Williams in his second year with a brand new offense, again, trying to, you know, rise above the fray. This is hard to call, man. If I'm just taking my goggles off and calling this the way I see it, what I see right now is a defensive struggle. That's what I see.
It's also an offensive struggle, just flipping it in the opposite direction. Traditionally, Justin Jefferson and team had a bit of a hard time getting by the Chicago Bears. A bit of an X factor in this game was mentioned in the chat there a minute ago, and that's Aaron Jones. Except, do we trust J.J. McCarthy? Do they trust J.J. McCarthy? Is he going to be able to find Aaron Jones in space and give him the opportunity to work crossers? Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. That's really what that's where things get really interesting, right? The flip side of all this is Caleb Williams and our offense going to be ready for this particular game. I have a strange feeling they're going to practice their asses off all offseason to be ready for this opening game. Yeah. And I don't think Ben Johnson likes the idea of losing to the Vikings game.
If they go into this game with J.J. McCarthy, I'm going to, by the time we get to game time, kids, and I'm gonna lean Bears.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna lean Bears because for a couple of different reasons. I think, not to say that we'll see how this defense comes together, but if I'm gonna take a year 2 quarterback, even though he's in a new offense, I'm gonna take that year 2 quarterback versus this guy that's his very first NFL game. Come on, doggy. I'm gonna take the Bears in this one if J.J. McCarthy is a quarterback.
Cool. All right, week 2.
So the Detroit Lions, I'm chalking this one up as an L. I'll start there and let you guys.
Wait, an L for who?
For us.
Oh, hell no.
I ain't either. I'm with you, Trip.
Wait, go on, Samuel. Cook him, Samuel. Cook him.
Hey, look, I'm taking the dub, man. They're going to take a step back. They lost a lot. I lost all their coordinators on offense and defense. I expect Jared Goff to take a step back without his sensei in Ben Johnson. It was like, but Mr. Miyagi behind him, he's gonna take a step back, I think. And that defense lost more than it gained. And now we don't know. I don't think that Aiden Hutchinson is gonna be healthy enough to be a real factor by week 2. If he's gimping right now, by week 2, he's still gonna be a little bit gimpy. You know what I mean? So, and they haven't added anybody to that defensive line, which is why everybody talking about Trey Henderson being traded to the Lions. I don't see that happening just because they don't want to pay draft capital and pay cash for him. I just don't see Brad Smith doing that. I think he's a little smarter than that. He was trying to build it through the draft. They didn't add another pass rusher. They lost the other pass rusher they had. What's his name? He's a free agent now. They released him. The guy used to play for the Packers, and then now he went to play for them. So they don't have this
Zadarius.
Zadarius Smith. Yep. So they lost Zadarius Smith too. Like that defense ain't what it, and they lost Aaron. They lost the coach. They lost the defensive coordinator who had that defense humming. Aaron Glenn. So I just think this team is going to take a step back before it takes a step forward. They have to figure themselves out, and I think this is a good time to catch them slipping a little bit. We have better personnel. I think we match up well against them. We've been beating them with flukes, man. So we've been kicking their ass with flukes. Now we're gonna have an actual offense and a defensive coordinator.
Hey Samuel, it's usually on this show. It's usually kids is the Lord of Darkness with all the naysay and today it's me because
It's you today. I see.
Today, I'm just telling you, these first couple of games, man, these first few games, I think once the schedule was out there for a week or so, I think people are going to come down to their senses and they're going to realize the competition. Now, we got the dopest fucking division in football. Period. You know what I mean? So these ain't no fucking, okay, I think a lot of this person, I think a lot of that person. I love Dennis Allen, I love Ben Johnson. No, fuck that. These dudes got to go play football.
They gotta play ball.
Kids, you up?
Sure. I'm really looking at these first 4 games, and Nomad sounds a little bit worried about them. I think this is somewhat favorable. These 4 games, right? These first 4. I don't know who the Detroit Lions are gonna be week 2 of this season for a lot of the reasons Samuel just laid out. But the biggest reason is they just lost their offensive coordinator who knows everything about the way that they conduct business on both sides of the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy,
Yep.
guy should be
Inside
you know,
information.
going to Detroit with a boner. You know what I mean? Like walking
Yep.
in the door ready to go.
Yep,
So
that's true.
that's kind of where I am with this Detroit game. I don't know how well, and it comes down to the running back room. I don't know how well the running back room stacks up against Detroit. They're going to need to run the ball to win this game. I'll say that out loud now. So, you know what I mean? If the run game is working well behind, and it's like something we didn't talk about in the Viking situation, is this newly rebranded, refreshed offensive line that we have. If this offensive line is able to hold back and hold down against Brian Flores in week 1, I'm pretty sure they can do the same darn thing against the Detroit Lions the following week. So I'm a little bit positive here.
That's
I
it.
don't know.
Just to piggyback on what both these brothers just said, coming off of a Flores-led defense going to a Lions defense under new coordinator, okay, cool. You know, going into a Jared Goff-led offense who's standing back there like a big old piece of meat, and we got some hungry-ass defensive linemen. So, you know what I mean? I like that matchup under a new offensive coordinator. You know, are they going to continue to do what they've been doing that because that's what they know, or they're going to do something totally different, which will play into the defensive favor that way as well. So, I mean, and there's always the classic Samo quote, Detroit is going to Detroit. So, I mean, there's high anticipation for a Bears victory to go 2-0 in the division and on the season.
All right. You know what, man? I'm gonna let this preseason play out. I'm gonna let this training camp play out. I'm gonna see how this thing shakes up. I could move my chess piece later on, but you know, getting into this third game with the Cowboys now, I'm gonna lead this conversation off with this. One thing I noticed about what Jerry Jones said, he wasn't very active in the free agency and doing all that kind of stuff. And team got on him. And, you know, the media got on him. He said, we're going to be very active this offseason.
They signed Jack Sanborn.
Yeah. Yeah. And he said that we're going to make some significant moves, particularly trades this offseason, and it's going to change everything. All right. So what I read that as, the first thing that happened, they got George Pickens. They grabbed George Pickens. Significant for them. Second thing that might happen, and this might douse a lot of hopes of a lot of people who love Trey Hendrickson. That could be the next move. They did not sign Michael Parsons to a contract yet.
Wow.
Maybe, just maybe, they're leaving the option open. Say, Michael, you want to be the most dominant Michael Parsons you can be? Take this contract and let us go sign this player over here.
Hey, right now on this early day of May, it ain't about Hendrickson or what they could do. It's about what they got right now. And they ain't got Hendrickson right now. They getting that ass.
They ain't paying George Pickens shit. I'm just telling you that right now.
Well, but
they got Donovan Azaraku in the draft. Remember that too. They got Azaraku, so they got another good edge rusher.
How fast is he gonna be ready though, Samuel?
Yeah.
Well, he's under Flus, baby. He's gonna be ready week 1.
And this is where there's a problem, right? So we know what Flus's defense is about. The secondary in Dallas is actually pretty good, right? I'll give those guys Bland picked off the ball numerous times last season. Like he's super solid, but both of them are. What does Flus's defense require? It requires a very solid back seven and the ability to rush a quarterback. This team can actually get pressure up front with Michael Parsons and what they have going on, especially now that they've got Donovan Azaraku. You're right. They lost their other big name on the line, I believe.
Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah, they lost Lawrence, but
Mark
and Ozzy, they lost Ozzy too. The dude.
Yeah. So the question is, can they get the pressure that Flus needs to make his defense solid. I have a feeling they like in retrospect, looking back at this now, they may just have what Flus needs to be dangerous, man. You know what I mean? Like I have to put that out there. So then it goes back to their offense versus our defense. We'll have to see what that really looks like. And I'm not. Well, CeeDee Lamb's a monster, but outside of that, it's a question mark.
We know that Flus likes to play those soft coverages, though, and we know that those could be exposed against the best offensive coordinators.
That's true, too.
The Packers, you get to the 49ers, all those, the Vikings, they get exposed. They know how to exploit his defense, especially when you got Jack Sanborn in the middle. He's going to be their middle linebacker. They didn't go out and get another middle linebacker. They got a third or fourth round middle linebacker out of Florida who's not going to be ready to start. He's only 6 foot tall. So they don't have a Tremaine Edmonds that's going to drop back to the middle at have that speed. Like I like Jack Sanborn, but he's not a dog. He can be exploited. I'll say that. You can exploit him. So I like our chances with being Johnson against that defense. Now that offense is scary. Even though they don't have really good running backs, they got some or big name running back. They got some backs though. They got Phil.
I don't know if they do. Who's
their back?
They got Phil. They drafted Phil Maffa, and they drafted Jadon Blue. So they got speed and they got power back there. They got some speed and power back there.
But now the Detroit question on offense is going to be Dakota. You know what I mean? Was he's going to throw you 5 touchdowns or 5 picks?
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? So you just don't know.
Yeah, you're right. So we're gonna have to play. We're gonna have to be ready for that game. I think that's the game that could go either way. Yeah. Because they're trying to find their way. They got a new coach too. They got new coordinators too. So because they're trying to find their way, I think that game could go either way. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it. It could be a win or a loss to me. Yeah. I want to give us because it's at home. I'll give us a win. I'll say that I'm gonna give us a win because it's at home.
Yeah, this is a tough one to call, man.
I agree.
I think if we get 2-1 out of this, I think we did well.
Me too.
Yep. Yeah.
3-0, baby.
Get 2-1 out of that.
3-0. 3-0.
I'm gonna call it. But this next game against the Raiders, man, everybody got that punk ass cousin.
4-0.
Everybody got that punk ass cousin, been getting his ass kicked all over the place. He come in the house and all the family over there at that particular time. He come in the house naughty and snotty, his nose, he crying and shit, talking about somebody did something to him. And the whole family go out to the block and shit. They're just like, man, you better get his ass. Get it. Craig, you better get his ass.
Yep.
All of a sudden, he get tough in front of the family. This could be one of them games where the Raiders might be in trouble here. This could be that game that this feels like after some struggle in those first 3 games. Not saying that we're going to lose them. I'm just saying it's going to be tough. You know what I mean? There is nothing easy in those first 3 games. This game, I'm not saying this one's going to be easy, but this is going to be one of them. All right, this is when Caleb Williams can become Caleb Williams. This is when he can really broaden his shoulders and kind of open up on a team and really start to get into that offense and really own the situation that he's in and really go out there on the block and beat up and just beat him up, man, because the whole family back there, you're going to get tough. Right about then, you finna start fighting right now. You finna start doing some shit. So I think this is a win. I won't take no. That's it, man. This is a win.
Wow. Okay. I'm going the other way with this one.
Oh no, of course you are.
Well, there's reasons for this though. So I don't know if you're paying attention to their draft. They drafted all the good stuff, man. Got themselves a running back. He's decent. Got himself 2 wide receivers. He's decent, right? Like both the wide receivers they got. I was worried in the draft. I was like, why are you going for Genty when you need wide receivers? Well, they got 2 solid wide receivers in the second round. They did. The defense is already pretty decent. They have themselves a quarterback. His name is what's his name?
Gino?
Geno Smith. Yep.
Geno Smith. So I think at this point in the season, their offense is going to start clicking. The defense is already somewhat in place. So I'm a little like, I would love the Bears to go over there. I have a couple of Raiders fan homies that I wouldn't want anything more than for us to go and stomp a mud hole in the Raiders' ass for drafting Ashton Jeanty out from underneath us. But I don't know, man. I have to be honest about this one. I think the Raiders have put together just what they need to be a viable team. They're missing a couple of pieces to really get into the playoffs in the AFC. But
Hey, kids, you know what? They're
have
gonna
a run at us. I think they might have the ability to have a run at us in Game 4.
They're gonna look very similar to us because they're gonna really be trying to establish that run game like we are.
Yep.
And that's what
Wow.
Pete Carroll does. That's Pete Carroll.
Yep.
Leopard
Play
does not change
defense.
his spot, man.
Bro,
Mhm.
they got the top running back in the draft, bro. Is what I'm trying to tell you. They have the
Yeah,
top
okay,
running back.
okay. We know you. We know.
I'm just
We know
saying.
you love Jeanty. Relax.
I'm
Relax.
just saying they got the top
They
back.
got my boy. They got my boy.
Right. You know
But
what I mean?
they also got wide receivers too.
Kids is already vexed before the shit starts, man.
Right? He's like, we gonna lose against him. He kicking out.
Man, I
So I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah,
wanna
it's,
see,
it's not
he
just him, it's them wide
get
receivers.
200
That's what I'm
yards.
trying to tell you. Before, if it was just
Nah,
him,
they
I
did.
would have shut up and been like, yo, let's get
Nah,
these
you
boys
right.
and taking them. But
Wait, see
they
now. Watch
still
how I
had
do
them
this.
wide receivers on top, and now I'm like, oh, he got like Geno. They can be dynamic now.
Hey,
You know what I
Samuel.
mean? It ain't just the run game we got to worry about.
Hey, Samuel, I love
Yeah,
kids
that's-
like kids, man. His ass already whooped before I even get outside.
Man, I
To the
don't.
same
I don't
guy who said
see.
we're losing to the Detroit Lions, bro.
I don't
So
see
we're-
Geno Smith as
Right.
being like all that. You know, to where
This man, hold on, man. Trips, this man said we gonna get wins in these first 3 games and we gonna lose to the Raiders because they got Jeanty. Think about what this man just said, man.
he's like, I love me some
Bro, the
Jeanty,
Raiders
and I can't say
defense-
nothing about him.
Hey,
No, the Raiders have a defense. The defense is actually really good.
Well, look, all right, let
Needed-
me
they
ask you
needed
this.
to get-
Kids.
They
Put it
needed
like
to
this,
get
kids.
wide receivers. They had none. They
Uh-huh.
also have 2 amazing tight ends. Like
Nope.
they're gonna have an offense, and we're in week 4. We're gonna be like, what the fuck? Where did this
Kids,
offense
right.
come from?
kids,
Like,
right,
I
bro.
mean,
It's not gonna be a cakewalk. It ain't gonna be a
Right,
cakewalk at all.
Right. It's going to be a battle because they get paid too. But, you know,
Yep.
when Darnell Wright is shutting down Max Crosby and Karan Amagaji or Ozzie Trapillo, who's looking good in camps, you know, looking with the footwork. Now we're going to see him with some veterans and then in some pads, see what goes on. But once those tackles are stopping Max Crosby, you know, their defense kind of is left to dry against our weapons. You know, so they're all based on his pass rush, basically. You know, that makes it go. He's the engine that makes that defense go. And on offense, like I was saying, Geno Smith, I mean, he ain't striking no fear in nobody's heart.
Bro, it ain't Geno. It's
Hey,
the rest
Geno
of
got his ass knocked out in the training
We didn't
camp.
even talk about Brock Bowers yet. Like,
Y'all-
Yeah,
y'all-
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Geno
we
is
got
gonna
some
be.
shit over there. We ain't really talk. We're really discounting.
Yeah,
'cause
but
it's-
Geno has to get the ball to all of those weapons.
You can get the ball to a tight end. Like he's been doing that. He's also been getting the ball to wide receivers over the course of the last few years with a good wide receiver core. I was under the impression that this team. I've been saying it all off season, y'all. I've been saying, name me a wide receiver in Vegas, and nobody could. Like, his name is Jacoby Myers. I think that's the one wide receiver you could actually
Yep.
name. They
Yep.
drafted Jack Besh, who's very good, and then they drafted another wide receiver, and I can't remember who it is, but I was
Dante
very
Thornton. Dante
thank you,
Thornton.
Dante Thornton. Like the
Mhm.
2 wide receivers they got make for a nice little 3-piece meal, and that's us discounting Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. Like, Michael Myers also a really good tight end, yo. Then you throw in you know what I mean? Then you throw in the running back too. It's a bit of an offense to be reckoned with, and I'm thinking by game 4 they're gonna start to have a little bit of chemistry. So hopefully our offense is doing the exact same thing, because we got very similar stuff minus maybe the running back. But let's I'm knocking DeAndre Swift here, and maybe I shouldn't be, because if our offensive line is starting to gel by game 4, we might be just as dangerous with the run too. So this will be this will be a much better matchup than I think anybody's really, really expecting it to be.
I agree with Kez on that because, and then the one thing Kez didn't mention is the fact that they're gonna have Pete Carroll too. Pete Carroll is a hell of a coach, man,
Yeah.
and Pete Carroll, he really pretty much rebuilt the fucking Seahawks with this team. Like, yeah, you got Thornton, who's just like that big receiver they had in for the Seahawks. This ain't like just like DK Metcalf, same size and speed. He kind of built this team in that mold already. Then he has an elite running back, and he has two elite tight ends, two tight ends that can be elite who dominated the league. So that offense is going to be damn good. I think it's going to be a dogfight game. I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk. I think it's going to be a dogfight game, and this is another game I feel like can go either way. I feel like we lead these first 4 games going 3-1. I don't know which one of those games we're going to lose, either the Cowboys or the Raiders, but one of those I think going to be a loss, man.
Bears 4-0.
All right. So
You got 4-1?
in my opinion, the way I see all these teams, especially defensively,
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders, I don't know if you guys see them the way I see them, man, but with Pete Carroll in the building, he's gonna insist on these guys being very, very physical. And I'm looking at the 3 games before that, and this week, what is this week? This next bye, I think we're gonna need that. The physicality of all of this happened in these first 4 games. I think
Kind of early though, man. It's kind of early.
It's early, but at the same time, you can't get away from that. It's an early bye week. This one of them things people are gonna be talking about. But think about this way: when you got a bunch of young pieces that really, really are trying to find. We talking about a quarterback that's trying to find his way in the system, and a new head coach that's trying to find his way with the quarterback in the system, a new defensive coordinator with a bunch of new pieces. Everybody's trying to find how they need to be. This is a great time to you get 4 exhibitions, and then you get a week to regroup. All right, this is what we are. This is what we're going to do. This is what I like offensively, and we're going to stick to this. We're just going to build on this stuff that I see on the field. So you get what I mean? This could be a good time to stop your team and say, you know what? This is what I think we are. And I think we should just run with it. And then you get a different team coming out of that week 4 bye, week 5 bye. So that's just the way I see this bye week. It's of course you would love to see it later on, especially when we're challenging. If we're challenging, you want that bye week to come so everybody can try to get a little bit more healthy and then make a run at something. But I think that's the way most people see it. It's like, okay, if we're decent and that bye week is at week 12 or something like that, 13, that'll be better. But think about it this way: in a new structured offense and defense, how valuable that can be after 4 games.
Yeah.
Well, I would love that bye week to be later in the season, but it is where it is. So let's, unless anybody got more to say about the bye week and its placement, we should move on to the Washington Commanders.
If they get good, they're going to be beat to shit by the time they get to 12 or 13 games.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is why you need depth. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. No, they're going to be gassed. You're right. They're going to be gassed. They're going to be gassed by week 13, and that's right when we face the Eagles. It'll be great. Anyways,
so the Commanders. Look, man, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to let you guys take off. What do y'all think about that game? I think they had a great drive, by the way.
They've got a really good roster across the board. So, this is like you were saying that was the last game where Caleb Williams sort of just goes and goes off. I don't know about all that. I'm a little worried about that particular game. I'll be frank about that. This game, though, this is the game where he goes to Washington and he whoops some ass. This is the way that I see it. I believe the kid goes to Washington, and hopefully by now this team is clicked together in some capacity, even after losing potentially against the Raiders. I think they go into Washington and they get their just desserts. They should have won last time around. I think they win this time.
if you two guys don't mind, just real quick, one thing, and I know Samuel remembers this. We was on the show, and this is before Caleb Williams was drafted. We were looking at that draft, and we were talking. And I remember Samuel saying to me, he was just like, "No, man, I think Jaden Daniels is a better quarterback than Caleb Williams." I said, and I think he's a better fit right now. I think he's a better pro-ready quarterback. And I think that was the conversation that we were having. And I think that actually played out. This guy was a better pro-ready quarterback than Caleb Williams. That doesn't mean that Caleb Williams can't rise to the occasion and become a better pro-style quarterback. He is more adept to the pro game than Caleb Williams was coming out. I believe that to this day. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that Caleb Williams doesn't have a ceiling that is high. I think he's going to have to discipline himself. And I still think that even at this point, Jaden Daniels is the better football player at this point until Caleb Williams gets there. Period. That's just the way I see it, man.
Yep. I agree with that. You want to go, Trips? What you think about this game? And then I'll go.
Bears 5-0.
Woo!
I'm seeing as bad as flu shit the bed. The team was right there on the victory last year with the Hail Mary or whatever the fuck they call it out there. But with now Al Harris out there coaching up the defense and Tyreek Stevenson, no matter how much you want to have a short memory and move on, he will forever be known as the kid out there talking shit to the fans when the quarterback is like ready, set, hike. And, so he was not in position. It was actually like, what was it? His man or he hit the ball that caused the interception. But whatever it was, he was out of position. And that doesn't happen along with flu shit in the bed on the play before. That doesn't happen. That's a Bears victory. Yes, the Commies have a very good team. They drafted very well. They had money to spend. That's cool and all. But I think that the Dennis Allen concept of a defense with the talent that we have matches up well with the Commies, and that we can get more pressure on Daniels as well as we have more speed now to bring that pressure with to be able to corral him and his athletic talents once he's out of the pocket. So I think that's a good matchup for the Bears. And offensively for the Bears versus the Commies defense, I think this Ben Johnson-led offense is able to be successful, as wasn't how did the Detroit offense match up against the Commies when Johnson was there, last season? Because, different coaching staff, different schemes, different players, but just the concepts, the way that Coach Johnson, breaks down his opponents, how he takes advantage of their, where their negatives are. And I think Ben Johnson, with this offense and the second year of Caleb Williams, is going to be more of a offensive force than they have been. So they're going to be putting up more points. And this defense is going to be, more aggressive and smarter down and distance-wise, situationally-wise, than this team has been under Flus. So, yeah, Bears 5-0.
Hey, you know what, Trips? I think you mentioned talking about the Commanders' defense and versus ours and all that. I think the unsung hero, and they ain't got nothing to do with the matchup. I'm just talking about what I saw on film on their defense, is the old man. The unsung hero on that roster, on that defense, is an unsung hero, and that is Bobby Wagner. Yep. Bobby Wagner kept them where they needed to be. It's like the way as much football as that guy's seen, and his athleticism is still there. Bobby Wagner really ain't lost nothing to me, in my opinion, just watching him play. You got a guy like that can really dictate the flow of your game. You're talking about why Detroit lost against Washington. I just kept seeing Bobby Wagner be a factor. It was stuff that didn't happen watching that game. I've seen that game 3 times. It's the stuff that didn't happen because Bobby Wagner was there. Like he is like they can contest for a real championship this year, man. For real.
I agree, man. That's why I'm gonna take this one as we might lose a close one in this one, man. Now, the one thing I didn't consider is what Kid said about Caleb going back and this being the second time. Like that's gonna be a big factor for Caleb to want to have his breakout game in his hometown against a team that he lost to last year, against a quarterback that outshined him last as a rookie who won the Rookie of the Year. So Caleb is going to give it his all in this game. I could see him won this game more than the Super Bowl. Goddamn it, he wants to beat Jaden Daniels in Washington more than the Super Bowl, more than he wants to win the Super Bowl. So I can see that, and him willingness to a win. But God damn it, these Washington Commanders are good, man. They were 1 game from the Super Bowl last year. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
From being in the Super Bowl. So, and they got better. They got Laramie Tunsil. Let's not forget that. Then they turn around. They draft Josh Connerly. So that means their offensive line gonna be even better. And then they got traded for Deebo Samuel. So now he got weapons. And they drafted another wide receiver, Jeremy Lane, who we all know was a dog. Dog in the slot.
Virginia Tech,
dog in the slot. Then they got this tight end from last year that they didn't even use that you loved, Ben Sinnott. No, man. You love Ben Sinnott. Well, he didn't even get off last year. He gonna get off this year. Like they got a lot better, and their defense was already solid, man. Like they got a solid defense. They didn't add a lot to their defense, but man, I don't know if they needed to. Like, but that offense just got a lot more potent. I see this being a dog fight. It's hard to rush to think that you're gonna sack Jaden Daniels. Like, dude, just don't take sacks, man. He gonna run for 2 yards before he take a sack. He gonna move out of the way. So
I think I smell a weakness, bro.
What is it?
The slot corner, Mikey Samerstill, that motherfucker Bushwick Bill, man.
Samerstill, yep, he's a little guy, little dude.
You get that dude, you get them dudes in a tempo offense, and you got the hurry up going. You got Samerstill out there dealing with 2 tight ends like Cole Kmet. You know, you talking about Colson Loveland. You can get them in the trick bag.
Throw Rome in the slot on him. Shit, Rome body him up. He can't do nothing with
interchange all 3 of those guys. It'll be a problem.
He can't do nothing with Rome. Mike Samerstill is not going to be able to do anything with Rome in the slot. This is those games where I say you move the receivers around and create mismatches. If anything, I think their defense, they didn't do enough to build their defense. I don't know why I thought they had they signed the offensive lineman, the defensive lineman from the Cowboys, Osti, the big 3 tech. I can't even think of his full name. Osti with African name, big dude.
Oh, with the 3 names.
Yeah, 3 names. Like he was a dog. I thought that they got him, but I just looked at their depth chart. They didn't get him. So I don't know what
team. Talking about a D tackle?
D tackle, the 3 tech that used to play for the Cowboys last year.
Oh, yeah.
He's a dog. He's a dog. I can't think of his name. Osti or Asta.
Something.
Yeah.
I know. I didn't know Washington got him.
They didn't. They didn't. I thought that they did, but they didn't. I'm looking at this. I don't know why I thought that they got him because I was trying to remember his name, so I just looked it up, and they didn't even get him. So, but so they didn't do a lot on their Osti Odigizigua.
Him too.
Y'all remember?
You said
O.C. Odigi Ozun something.
One more time.
Osti Odigizigua.
Oh, did he do what?
Did he do Odigizigua.
O.C.
Not guilty.
Look, another little 2 cents on this game. So, looking at the Commanders versus the Lions last season, a couple of things to note. 521 yards total for Detroit versus 481 for Washington. That's like big. Like what we're saying right now is Ben Johnson ate their lunch, right? Like he ate them up on offense.
Hey, I ain't know that.
Here's why they lost the game, and Nomad was saying it was Bobby Wagner. I'm not so sure it's Bobby Wagner. I'm sure Bobby Wagner had a lot to do with it, but 5 turnovers, yo. Jared Goff was the problem.
Oh yeah, he got that. He's gonna have 2 of those games every year.
And
Two of
that's
them, not one,
that's
but
when it was, right? That's when it was. It was right smack in the middle of this game. This is a high-scoring game. It's 45-31. I'm gonna say that you cough up to 0 turnovers on the other side. You cough up 5 turnovers. You lost a football game.
Why he threw those turnovers? Why he went over the top to try to throw those balls over Bobby Wagner? You know what I mean? Because he's Jared Goff is trying to get the quick game going. That's what Ben Johnson's going to do here. He's going to get you in a short area and bust your ass, run the ball. And the quick game, he's got Caleb Williams with that quick ass release. He's going to use it, and he's going to put Luther Bird and DJ Moore and everybody else that we got on this roster on your ass, catch and run. That's what it's going to be. Yeah. And then when you're talking about what Detroit did versus Washington, I'm telling you, man, you watch that game closely. Bobby Wagner calls a lot of he probably chapped Ben Johnson and Jared Goff's ass because Jared Goff did some uncharacteristic things because Bobby Wagner's there underneath.
Yeah, he's a chess player, man. Bobby Wagner gonna get them in the right defense. He had their numbers sound like.
Yeah. All right, let's move to the next one. This is, we're talking about the retirement of Derek Carr. We're talking about, Spencer Rattler. I still think can form into a good quarterback. I don't know if that's going to happen now. I don't know exactly what they did in the draft, but I see this as a W. And I do think they got the best tackle last year who got hurt, Talise Fuaga. And that's a whole other conversation. But the Saints, I don't think they're equipped to challenge us, man. But I do think Demario Davis helps keep them in games just because he's just that good.
I can't argue with any of that, man. That's pretty much my sentiments as well. This team doesn't have a quarterback. If the quarterback is Spencer Rattler, it ain't the same team we're talking about. So really, we're talking about the threat of Alvin Kamara, the threat of Taysom Hill. I believe they got themselves another running back too. I just feel like that's what happened there as well. But outside of that, there's really not much to talk about with respect to the Saints. I think we eat the Saints lunch all day long.
Bears 6-0.
Yeah. Wow.
Bears. That's all I'm gonna say. Bears. It's an easy win, man.
Yeah,
There's an easy win on the schedule. If we lose to the Saints, we're in trouble. I'll say that. We're in trouble.
Big
If
trouble.
we lose to the Saints, then we're in trouble this season. They have nothing that can stack up against us.
Yeah.
Like we have matchup nightmares for them everywhere. We have their defensive coordinator who knows the weaknesses in their offense. So this should be an easy win, man.
Well, you see, but that's see. That's where the trouble comes in. Because after going 5-0 against the commies, everybody's gonna be overlooking the Aints, looking toward the Ravens. And that's what you call a trap game. Don't let the Aints become a trap game. Yeah. Go full force and dominate them on offense and defense with talent and superior coaching, which we should do on both sides of the ball. And we're talking 6-0. Don't look back and don't look forward, team. And we're 6-0. Let's go.
It's a tougher schedule than we think it is. I just tell you,
that's a tough schedule.
This is actually a tough schedule. We've had the benefit of 2 seasons with really light, easy schedules. This schedule isn't as soft as these last 2 years were. Have to say it.
So
speaking of,
go ahead. Yes,
my bad. I didn't realize it was. I was looking at the thing. I thought we were at New York Giants. I was like, speaking of soft, but I'll save that for a little bit.
You skipped 2 plays ahead.
I did. That might have been just out of the reality that I don't think we come out of this particular game with a W. So without getting into the long and the short of the Baltimore Ravens, I think this is definitely an L for us, unfortunately. Unless we are, if we are looking like Trips is saying, if we're 6-0 at this particular point, then all bets are off. It's a football game. Winner takes all. But I don't really see us. I don't see us stacking up well against Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson and the boys there.
Listen, this game is gonna. I think this game will be so pivotal, and I say that because we've had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in. We'll know who we are at this point, and either we can match up with their physicality. That's what this game is going to be about. Can we match that physicality? Can we match that intensity? Can we be the aggressor? Can we go on attack mode against Baltimore? That's what this game is going to be about. It's you're thinking about Derrick Henry. I'm thinking about, the speed that we just acquired at linebacker. Can we keep Lamar Jackson contained?
Hungry hippo.
That's, to me, I'm looking at the pieces that they just acquired. Ruben Hippolyte, and you got the fast ass Tremaine Edmonds. I think game speed wise, I think TJ is faster than people think. This is going to be a linebacker, defensive line, defensive. The first levels of your defense are going to dictate who wins this game. So your defensive front, you're talking about your defensive line, you're talking about your linebackers. Can they stop this team from forcing their will on you? That's what it's going to be about. They're going to hand that ball off and say, Derrick Henry, pound the shit out of these dudes. Go ahead, Trip.
Oh, yeah. You do like to go on.
She say bear down, fellas. Hold on. She say bear down. Bear down.
Hey, mama. Hey.
Down.
Hey, mama.
Look at you with your daddy's forehead.
I don't know what you just did.
Look at your daddy's big ass head. Look at you, girl.
Your daddy's big head. Say F you, Trip.
What's her name? What's her name, Shama?
Samaya.
Samaya.
I love it.
Yep.
Hey, Samaya.
Baby,
Hey,
say
bear down.
Say
Hey,
hi,
Samaya.
baby.
Say FGB.
Say bear down. She's looking at mama. She's trying to go to bed.
FGB.
Say night.
Look at her rocking rough and stuff with her
Hey,
afro pop.
Samaya. Yay, Samaya. Yay, Samaya.
Alright, get that kiss.
You ain't even got to go on Maury because ain't no denying that one.
He said he got to go on more because ain't no denying that one.
She cute.
You ain't never lied.
Aw. Oh, look at it, little chubby.
Well,
I like
got
get
some
those
hands
numbers.
on her now. She might slap the shit out you, Samo.
Hey, she got some big. Hey, what you just say, no man?
Yeah, she got some hands on her now.
He said she got some big old hands on her. I be talking about wife that all the time.
Hey, but
She
look
got
at
some
it
big
like
hands.
this.
I'll say she got them heel hands, baby.
Hey, that's good. Teach her how to put them in some dude's throat when necessary.
Y'all got small pets. Y'all better watch it, man. She heavy.
Smacking us. Yeah, she be laying a smack down on me. I'm like, this girl got some hands on her.
Ah. All right, look at it like this. The Ravens, they're a hardcore team. They've been battling in playoffs for the last few seasons. They had safety-wise Hamilton from Notre Dame. Then they just signed, Starks? So their back end is pretty strong. The offense will need to exploit the cornerbacks more and the run game. And when you say the run game, you look at their linebackers, and it's like, oh shit, Roquan. Oh man, fuck Roquan. Because guess what? Roquan gets paid a lot to lose because he's a loser. That's what Roquan is. And so on offense, we got the speed, to get Lamar Jackson off his spot and uncomfortable. Because when you see him not be, the MVP multi-million-dollar Lamar Jackson is when he gets pressure and his mind gets all cattywampus. And then Derrick Henry, we got the linebackers and safeties that will come up and tag his big ass. He don't want none of this black and blue smoke. So that's why, with all sincerity, 4 or 5, Bears 7-0.
Damn, Trip.
Shit wild as hell, man.
All right.
Boy, you wild. But I do like this next part of the schedule because I'm seeing this, and you give or take, and this is, I'm knocking on wood right now. Give or take, injuries will start setting in. Guys are gonna be there, guys ain't gonna be there. You're talking about now. You know, you might see Cincinnati as okay. They didn't even make the playoffs. Let me tell you something. As long as Joe Burrow is there, they're going to be a perennial team that's going to push for that spot.
Pretty much.
This is a team. This is a team that I think with Dennis Allen, like I'll tell you one thing. He's going to throw that ball in the air. He's going to throw that ball in the air. Either guys are going to make plays or they won't. This is a Kevin Byard game to me. This is a Kevin Byard game to me. Kevin Byard can make or break this situation. I think that Joe Burrow's ability to be able to throw that ball down the field, I think their running game is okay. It ain't the same without number 28. It's just not.
Hey, here's why the Bears are gonna go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-0. Is because guess what? The Cincinnati Bengals, they're trying to rebuild that defense because they can't pay nobody on defense because they get all the money on the offense side of the ball. That's gonna be like some free cheese for this Bears offense. And the Bears defensively, guess what? Joe Burrow is their guy. You know, yeah, they got the receivers, but unless it's Joe Burrow getting the ball out to these receivers, I get more faith in our redeveloped offensive line than I do in what like the Bengals have been doing at offensive line.
Yep.
And how they're protecting their guy and how they can't spend any money because they've spent it all on other places and other aspects, wide receiver, quarterback, and such. And their running game has been like meh, you know, for the last several seasons, and they just lost. Who was it? Who did it was? Was it Chubb? Not Chubb. He wasn't in Cincinnati. Dillon. Was it Corey Dillon, or is that too many years ago?
They really lost Joe Mixon. That's who you're looking for. You're looking for Joe Mixon.
You old motherfucker.
Joe Mixon. There you go.
Mixon,
yeah, him. You know, and he was like, you know, a tough, gritty, heart and soul kind of guy. So, you know, by that time in the season, you think they developed another, but that shit ain't gonna matter, you know, because that's another Bears victory right there.
Let me lay something on you guys, and you guys can be honest as you want to be with this. Now, we're going to be playing in tight coverages, right? You guys would probably agree with that, right? Playing with Dennis Allen's defense. We're going to be tight, and it's going to be hard to throw the ball on us if you scared. Who's the best quarterback in the league at throwing in tight coverages, in your opinion? Mine is Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow is the dude. Yeah, and, Joe Burrow is that dude as a quarterback.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow, as long as you got Joe Burrow, like you said, you got a fighting chance to win any game. This game going to be a shootout, in my opinion. This game gonna be a shootout because Joe Burrow he can throw 3 interceptions, and then throw 5 touchdowns in the same game. You know what I mean? So he gonna keep coming back at you. So
we win this game on defense alone, man. I'll just put that out there right now. That's how we'll win this game. I believe our offense is better than their defense, and their offense is going to give our defense a challenge, but I think they'll be able to hold them to 21. And that's my little 2 cents there. Joe Burrow will get something done with Ja'Marr Chase. Again, we haven't really seen Ja'Marr Chase against Jalen Johnson before. That might be a little interesting look, right? They might have to move they might have to move Ja'Marr around to do things the right way. But end of the day, I think this is a W for the Bears too. So I'm actually, as much as I love
Jalen Johnson will be following Ja'Marr Chase around the entire game. So I think he slows him down, like you said, for sure. And our offense is better than their defense, simply put. Their defense is not good. And they went and drafted Shemar Turner. I mean, not Shemar Turner, Shemar Stewart.
Yeah.
And he's not even he doesn't even want to practice.
Take our clothes off to have a good time.
Yeah, I see this is a win, but I think it's gonna be a shoot.
And drink some cherry wine.
Yo, freaky ass.
All right, now as we move on to the G-men, the Giants, I'll kick it off by saying this. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-0. The Bears will go. See what I did there? Because who's that quarterback? Is Tommy Colcutt's going to bring some fresh gabagool to the locker room, and slice up this defense? I don't think so.
It's Russ.
Gabagool. It's a fresh gabagool. You know what I mean? And the Giants defense, they got some nice pieces, especially on the defensive line. They got depth at edge like a son bitch. But I can see this offense being creative enough to exploit their secondary on the Giants, which is why the Bears will win this game and continue to be undefeated throughout the season.
Capisce? Maybe you're being a good bully on base.
Oh,
Little spaghettini. I don't think they bring anything to the table, so we're gonna whoop their behind, and we'll just keep it rolling.
they're mulling on asses.
That's definitely a W for the Bears. I don't really see anything positive happening in New York. So
Capiche?
Week seven against Minnesota again. Now, by this time, this is what I think is going to happen in the first game. I think Brian Flores got embarrassed by Ben Johnson in that last game,
Week 11.
Lions.
Yep.
That was bad. He diced Brian Flores' defense up. They had answers for that. I think in this first game against us, I think that motherfucker's gonna have a grudge, and he's gonna have against the second year Caleb Williams and the new offense. He's gonna put the foot on the gas and really come after us. I think by the time we get to week 7, I think we should have answers for that. That's just what I think in this game. I think we lose that first one. I think we win this next one. I think they should have some answers for this one.
I think you just reminded me. About this, the second Vikings game, and how Caleb actually kind of like he felt the pressure of that blitz and manipulated it masterfully. I totally forgot about that game, man. And to that degree, I think we like on normal pretenses, I just chalk this division up as a split because like it's always so tough. I don't think we're splitting with the Vikings this time. I think we beat the Vikings 2 times. That's my 2 cents on this one. I don't think they have what it takes, especially at quarterback, to get the job done on offense. So even given Brian Flores' defense, just the way that pressure, that Caleb was able to sort of manipulate that pressure last year, this year with a much stronger offensive line, I think we eat the Vikings lunch twice this year.
9-0, baby.
All right. Yeah, we can move on to unless Samuel got any thoughts on the Vikings game too.
I don't know, man. That one might be. I don't know. That can go either way to me. Like you said, I think Brian Flores might figure some things out. Their defense, they'll know what JJ McCarthy is. By then, either he's gonna be good or he's gonna be trash. So I think this game hinges on the development of JJ McCarthy more than anything else. If he's getting better or if he's just not figuring shit out, then we're gonna stomp him out. We're gonna beat him twice, in my opinion. But if not, hey, if he's playing like his coach, like a Kevin McConnell, has coached these guys up, because Kevin McConnell makes guys quarterbacks play out of their bodies or past their God-given talent, beyond their God-given talent. So if he's doing that, then hey, it's gonna be a game and they might win. But if not, it's another dub. We're gonna beat them twice.
Sam, I must be the only one that thinks I don't think JJ McCarthy's gonna be the dude.
I don't either. I don't either.
Sam, you nailed it though. Like if Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer that he just sort of like that he kind of looks like he might be, maybe maybe JJ comes out and he's a guy, right? Like look what he did with Sam Bradford this past season. He made him a whole bunch of money. So,
JJ McCarthy's game, from what I could tell when he was playing there in Michigan. Whether it be because he was asked to, but he's a short intermediate guy. He didn't really throw the deep balls. No, did he? So looking at our defense and the way we match up in that short, medium range, even deep, I like this defense in comparison to JJ's game, which is why this scotch and shit I be sipping on, it make you like not count right. But yeah, 10-0 Bears right now.
I think this next game against the Steelers could be Mike Tomlin's undoing.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Who's that quarterback?
Exactly.
This game could be Mike Tomlin's undoing. That's
Finally,
a big statement, bro.
I think people are going to get, they draft decently, but I think the Mike Tomlin era is on the rocks, man. I mean, like taking all kind of big ass waves right now, and they don't even have a quarterback. And they seem to, Trips, they seem to think that we're the Steelers and we play a certain kind of ball. All we got to do is get a quarterback and we'll make it work.
Right.
That shit ain't working, man.
Who's it on that they've been drafting so many problem children at wide receiver? Is that the GM or is that on Tomlin?
That's all Tomlin. They have confidence in him and his ability to be able to bring a guy in here and say, we'll put him in our culture. We'll put him around our leadership. We'll get him where he needs to be. And, a couple times in a row, you're talking about Deontay Johnson. You're talking about, what's his name? George Pickens. And you go back a little bit further, we talking about Martavis Bryant, AB, like dog.
Plexiglass Burris.
They have
Mr. One Yourself. I forgot about Mr. One Yourself when I did this list last week.
They have, and I don't even really blame the receivers. I blame the consistency of the offense. Ever since Ben Roethlisberger's left, they have struggled like black folks in the 60s when it comes to, getting quality quarterback play, consistent quarterback play. And I think the entire team has suffered from it, whether it be receivers. And I'm not taking nothing away from some of them dudes might have just been like, all right, man, you know what? Fuck this shit, man. We running the ball 40 times a game. And when you throw it, it ain't on time. It's just like they're getting frustrated down in Pittsburgh. It's talking about the Bears, people talking about the Bears are where receivers go to die. No, it's fucking Pittsburgh, bro.
Yep,
Wow.
I agree.
I don't know.
And it's because of the style of offense, the way that Mike Tomlin wants to play games. I'm not a big Mike Tomlin fan. I'm gonna be honest with you all.
Oh wow.
Like, I think he's a model of mediocrity.
Right.
Because I mean he's a 9-9 dude, and he and ever since Ben Roethlisberger left, like he said, man, they haven't had anything. He hasn't developed any coaches to say like he has this coaching tree. He hasn't developed any real talented players outside of these receivers that tend to leave because they don't have the quarterbacks to get them the balls, and he can't keep their egos in check. So for everybody who say no, he's just leader of men, but he can't keep these receivers in check though, and he ends up having to get rid of them rather than keep them in check. And they don't. The one thing I will say is he doesn't allow them to ruin the locker room. They still make the playoffs every year, but what happens? They get bounced in the first round. You're this wild card team that gets bounced in the first round. Is that a great thing? No. He's a guy who likes to win a game by 3 points. He'll run you to the ground. He want to play a physical style of defense, run you to the ground, win the game by 3 points. He's fine with that. He's not trying to beat teams like a Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson wants to beat your ass. Ben Johnson want to win by 30 every fucking game. And that's why that's the difference between those two. And I think Mike Tomlin, the game is passing Mike Tomlin style of play. Like, you can't play like that no more. Like, the game is getting away from Mike Tomlin. Like, you got to get better on offense.
I might have said some shit.
Mike Tomlin always strikes me as a person that is like, he wants to be the smartest guy in the room and be able to relate to everybody all the time, and it's his way or the highway kind of thing. Yep. But it's like, dude, your way's like been passed by. That old school mentality is good for the toughness aspects, but his development of, like Sam was saying, the players and the coaches has not been, good. And, it's good to win during the season as opposed to losing, but to win as many times as they have to get to the playoffs and then just take it down your throat like it is John Holmes. And it's like, oh Lord. And it's like, that's every season.
God,
every season. So now with you got top draft talent that's like out of there. Yep. And it's like, well, we're still falling off. And I don't watch the games in Pittsburgh like that to know, but I do know that, Justin was 5-0 out there in Pittsburgh. I'm sorry, 5-1 out there in Pittsburgh. But Russ was coming back, and he's like the old school dude. So of course he takes his spot back, and then the shit just kind of went sideways from there. And so if you're a good coach, it's like, all right, Russ, I understand, Super Bowl talent, but guess what? This kid is out here cooking. We're winning. So you keep your ass on the bench, hold the clipboard, and be ready.
Hey, Triple
He
R.
didn't do that.
Triple R. Samuel might have said some shit that probably I'm about to pinpoint the shit out of what Samuel said, because I think
I was going to do that.
Correct
You just jumped back over me, so you go.
My fault. But I gotta highlight this, man, because Samuel might have said some shit. He said that he thinks Mike Tomlin might be past his era, and I believe that's what you said, something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah.
Here's a pinpoint.
He's stuck in the old era. He's stuck in the
My
old
best friend is a Pittsburgh Steeler phenomenon. And I told him this one time, you know what I mean? We talk about this shit all the time. And I said, Mike Tomlin's heyday was in a different era when they was able to, safeties was able to be missiles. Yeah. You know what I mean? You could really knock the shit out of people and ain't gonna be no flag. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. The quarterback is protected now. There wasn't so much it was a little bit back in when he first got to the Steelers, but not so much. You can drill the shit out and put his ass out the game. You can drill the shit out of a receiver, put his ass out the game. And that safety, that edge rusher, or that defensive tackle, all those motherfuckers gonna still be in the game. That was the edge that Mike Tomlin had. He found salty, aggressive, physical, dominating presences on the football field that really made a difference and got them to the next level. This day and age, to Samuel's point, this day and age, you can't rely on that. Now you need the form tackler. Now you need the guy that needs to rush and get to the quarterback and know how to lay off. That edge that Mike Tomlin had is no longer there. And I believe that's probably his biggest struggle. I believe Samuel is absolutely right about that.
I do agree with much of what's been said here. Again, many of my close friends are Pittsburgh Steelers diehards as well, and they'll probably hate some of the stuff I'm going to say. Sam, when you said he doesn't have a coaching tree, I had to stop and really think about that comment, man, because my boy's been the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers for a real long time. Like he's been over
18 years.
Wow.
And you don't have a coach?
That's crazy to even consider. That you don't have a coach.
Them motherfuckers be drinking too much, man. I think they be in the office drunk in the motherfucker. You ever seen Tomlin's eyes and shit?
Yeah, he do be looking.
Wow.
Yeah, he got those eyes like he be like hitting the blunt though.
Oh yeah, it does kind of look like you got that red shit going on. You're right, like glassy red. But look, they just flat out don't have what you need to compete in today's NFL. They don't. They got a decent defense. You're saying this is where receivers go to die. I kind of disagree. I think Mike Tomlin has the uncanny ability to take just about any wide receiver and turn him into a superstar. But the minute that guy leaves Pittsburgh, there's their head cases, so it just doesn't continue on. And like I said last time around, there's one guy who's the exception to this rule, and that's Emmanuel Sanders. Only one guy. Right? Emmanuel Sanders came in, played well, went to the Broncos, played well, went to the Saints, played well. That's it. Everybody else, the minute you leave Pittsburgh, it's a problem. It ain't gonna work out. So I kind of expect the same thing to happen with George Pickens over in Dallas. Is what it is. Real problem though is, at least over the last 5 seasons, they don't know who should be throwing the football. They've not invested in that. And the investments that they have made have been sort of secondary investments. Even the Justin Fields thing you brought up, Trip, is like they were more intent in making sure that the Bears did not maximize on that trade than winning football games. Like that was the trade-off. It was either the Bears get a 4th rounder or we suck. And they went with we suck instead.
That's why they're gonna sign AA Ron at quarterback.
And this is where things get interesting. This is exactly where I was about to go. This is where things get interesting. If he winds up the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm going to say 2 things. If Aaron Rodgers is healthy in week 12, it'll be a football game. I don't expect Aaron Rodgers to make it through 12 football games this season.
Bears
Bears
11-0 against Pittsburgh.
Bears
Bears
win.
11-0.
Bears
All
win.
right.
The fact that Aaron Rodgers not there with that team right now, trying to gel anything, I wouldn't even want Aaron Rodgers at this point. Like
He's doing
he's
ayahuasca
not committed to
out
playing
in
football. He's
South
not showing a
America.
commitment to
Well, I
playing
think,
football.
like we were saying earlier, it might be post June 1st signing because of contracts.
Oh yeah, because of that contract. Yeah, you're probably right about that. But no, they waiting on Aaron Rodgers to make his decision on where he wants to go. Aaron Rodgers wants to be.
What are his options?
He
I'm
wants to
gonna
go to
tell you,
Minnesota.
He can go to
He's trying
Minnesota,
to.
he
He's
can go
begging
to-
Minnesota.
I don't
come
believe
there.
that, man. I think he wants to go to San Francisco, and that's why Brock Purdy ain't got a contract yet.
He can go to San Francisco. That's another
If he
great.
could go to
great-
San Francisco, he would. If they would, yeah. I don't think they going. I don't
Why you think
they're
they ain't
going at all.
signed Brock Purdy yet, bro? Why? They if that was as solid as you guys, nah, I don't think it's that solid, man. I don't think it's that solid. I don't think they want to give Brock Purdy what Brock Purdy is asking for. I think it's
no,
stupid. to
Brock
give
Purdy
that.
walked. They made
Man,
him a
Brock Purdy is at Payless getting my shoes and shit fitted. Man, that motherfucker is a pedestrian.
I'm with you. I'm just saying that they made an offer to Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy said, "Nah, this ain't cutting it, bro."
He's a
Not
goddamn
even-
dummy, man.
He's a
Yeah,
what?
because Brock Purdy want to be paid like a Super Bowl quarterback. He got them to a Super Bowl. He played in the Super Bowl. He wasn't the real reason they lost in the Super Bowl. He actually played a decent game in the Super Bowl. So I
You
guess
slid that contract right back at
he's
him.
overvaluing himself. Yeah.
Nuts on the table. You giving that guy that kind of money?
No, I'm not. Because he's
That's what
not
I'm
the
talking
difference maker that you need at quarterback.
Impact.
Yeah,
What other options do they have? Shit. What other options do they have? Shit.
Like Richard Long is saying, late night therapy session. Yeah,
That's
right on.
kind of what these shows are. ain't
Right. All right, so now that we've analyzed San Francisco and the Purdy contract situation and the Bears, I have going 11-0 after Pittsburgh. We move on to Black Friday and the Philadelphia Eagles, which I will go first and say, surprise, surprise, 12 and motherfucking the Bears are going, because guess what? The Eagles are going to be on the dartboard of every team before week 13. And that means that Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley are going to be pounded to shit, no diddy, by the time we face them. And this team is going to be hungry on national TV to prove a point as a litmus test against the Super Bowl contending Eagles.
We
So
gonna have-
12-0.
We're gonna have to put some money on Triple R's books in the mental health unit. We're gonna have to put on some comments. This is gonna be in a straight jacket. You know what? There's levels to football, man. And you know what? By this time, we will definitely know what kind of football team we have. We're gonna definitely know what kind of quarterback we have, what kind of offense we have, what kind of defense we have. Is it together? Is it not? Are we a competitive team or not? Can we win games or not? By the time we see Philly in week 13, they'll know exactly what we are, and they'll know exactly what to do with it. This is a seasoned-ass team, a Super Bowl champion, and you don't, and this is a new team. This ain't the same Philly team that's going to come in here this year. But golly, man, I'm telling you right now, all you have to do is out-physical Philadelphia and make more, probably just win the turnover battle, and you got yourself a chance. But dog, it's hard for me to call this one. I can't.
Philly don't blow teams out.
Easier said than done. No, they're not blowing teams out, but they beating teams. They got better too. That's the thing about the Philly team. Philly got better.
Yeah,
they were already good and they got better.
And also, Samuel, you get your ass kicked before the final score now. So you can get your ass kicked, somewhere in the third quarter or late in the second. Your ass might be kicked already, but the final score might indicate something else. I mean, the ass kicking already didn't happen. You know what I mean? So Philly, we'll see, man. Philly, I'm telling you, Kevin Byard being there and keeping them from having big plays over the top and forcing them to run the ball and take that approach to trying to beat us. I feel good about it, but
You feel good about that?
I do, man. I think Kevin Byard's the best safety in football.
I'm not talking about Kevin Byard. I'm talking about Saquon Barkley. There's no way we beat the Super Bowl champions at this point.
If you get Saquon Barkley before he gets it going, then you got a chance.
There's no way we beat the Super Bowl champions at this point in the season. I'm just going to be frank about that one. This is, in my opinion, definitely a loss. You know,
I'm calling this a dub. I'm calling
so
this
too, man.
I'm calling the Eagles a dub. You're a very brave man.
This is
They
a
won the
deep
fucking
team.
Super
Not
Bowl
only are they good, they're deep.
They're deep
They're
as
so fucking deep. It's ridiculous. At
It is.
safety, man, they got fucking Sidney Brown and Andrew Makuba playing backup safety now.
Yeah,
Those are
that's-
both
Andrew
starters.
Makuba's their backup.
Samo, what would you rather be,
Right.
the hunter or the hunted?
Yeah, I would rather be the hunter. But you're,
They
you're
are
right
the
about
hunter.
that. So they're gonna get our best effort, but I think they
Well,
they
but
built for
but
it.
now remember, but the point is, being the hunted, this is week 13. So every team that has seen them previously has them as this is our litmus test. This is how we measure up. We're gonna take it to the Eagles. They're gonna be beat to shit by the time they face
Yeah,
us.
they're gonna be beat up. Yeah, they're gonna be everybody's best
Nah,
effort.
the depth on this team though is crazy, man. Like Sam is saying it.
Fucking
And I just want to
ridiculous.
say one last thing. I need to figure out when their bye week is, because I can smell it being the week before. When's their bye week?
I don't know.
If it's
but
the week before, we really gonna be in trouble.
Oh damn!
we toast.
Yeah, and remember they got Jahad Campbell this year. Man, come on, man. They
No, that
cheating.
team
It's
is-
almost like they cheating, man. It's like the Philadelphia Eagles are cheating in the draft.
they-
Philly and Baltimore, like both teams.
they've got a
rich get
formula.
rich.
They've got a formula that is unmistakable to me. Like,
Yep.
if I was a GM, this is exactly what I would be doing. Just layering it on, man. Just like you can go from 1 to 3 on either side of the ball. I'm talking about their depth, and you ain't losing shit. Maybe at quarterback, without Jalen Hurts, maybe you take a step back. But everywhere else, man, they got players, dude.
Who's behind Saquon?
They
Will
got.
Shipley and
Well,
AJ
No,
Dillon.
but I thought they running backs last year was good.
They got Will Shipley and AJ Dillon. Will Shipley was remember Will Shipley? I think what was he, Clemson?
Say that
Yeah.
last name again. They got fucking a healthy AJ Dillon.
Yeah, AJ Dillon, yep.
Yeah, but
AJ
that don't
Dillon.
last long according to history.
No, he ain't gonna have to play as many snaps as he did in Green Bay. That bitch gonna be a problem, Triple R.
Well, he's their Thunder, right?
Yeah, if he goes down now, you're right about that. I know where you're going with it, Trips. And if Saquon goes down, if he's not healthy in that game, we have a real good chance.
Oh yeah, if
We
Saquon
have a
Barkley
hell of a
goes in
chance.
week
It's like
13,
our chances,
we can win this game. I'm just saying.
our
like,
chances go way
if
up.
no man's saying, like, you know what I mean? If we're gonna force them to run the ball, shit, we're running against probably the best running back
Yeah,
in the fucking league.
He
Like, I
gonna
don't
kick our
know what else to
He
tell
gonna
you.
kick our
But
ass.
if he's not there, that's a whole other story, right?
Whole other story. Let's hope he's not there. I don't
All
care.
right.
I don't like
You know,
Rich
but
players
don't
being injured. Maybe
don't
he
get it
needs,
twisted.
load management.
I'm not hoping for or projecting anybody's injuries or hope I want everybody to be there. But
Mhm.
the point being, not that Saquon is hurt, but he's going to be beat up by then.
Yeah,
And he is not a workhorse back like that. So when he's out taking a blow, who they got backing him up? And
Exactly.
that's where the advantage comes in to the Bears side of that equation.
Here's why it doesn't.
Yeah.
So
And we're playing in Philly, just by the way.
our bye
That's
week
cool.
is in week 5. Their bye week is in week 9. So I thought it was probably going to be the week before. It's just to make matters worse. It's not the week before, but it's not
Few
far
weeks.
away. They're still going to be
Yeah.
more fresh technically than we will.
Yep.
Next we go to Lambeau Field.
FGB.
And
FGB.
I'm just gonna say this. I don't think let's just say this. I think Green Bay is as good as advertised. I would just say that. I would just say this. I don't think the last game in that we beat them, I think that's kind of a mirage because they kind of didn't have everybody they needed to out on the field because they was getting ready for a playoff game. I don't know if you guys remember that or if you guys acknowledge that at all, but they didn't have key players on that field. We just ended up getting the dub. Being honest, I'm just being honest. I still think Green Bay, as much as we hate their asses, are a viable, serious contender year in and year out. And we got to accept that fact. I don't give a fuck how green that uniform is, how much we don't like it. The competition is going to be there. And when all the bullshit is to the side, we're going to have to fight them motherfuckers.
Well, here's the thing, though. If we look at recent history, just in the Jordan Love era, he can drop some pretty dimes onto very fast wide receivers streaking down the sidelines. But some of his passes over the middle in his short game, especially when he's pressured, he's suspect. And the Green Bay's bane of existence has been their offensive line. They can't keep none of those motherfuckers healthy to save their life. And that's been an issue with them. So that's always suspect. And defensively, isn't what's his name? The diva motherfucker on that side of the ball, Alexander. You know what I mean? Is he gone already? He requested a trade, but they didn't trade him. Who knows what's going on with him? And so their whole defense has not been one of those dominating forces. They have good players, but they've never been where it's like, oh yeah, that Green Bay defense, you got to look out for those sons of bitches. They've never done that. They can be had, and they get had often. So, hey, Bears in Green Bay, week 14, the Bears are going 13-0.
All right. So here we are in at home again against.
Wait, I didn't make any comments.
I didn't say anything about it either. Go ahead. Yes.
So the trip, man, like I was gonna give this one an L too, man, but I'm not. You spun me around. I don't know about the Green Bay defense.
Right round, baby, right.
It's even better than it was last year.
I don't know if do you think it's better than it was?
Fuck yeah. Look at the draft picks, dude.
I know that they selected a bunch of wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what they did on the defensive side of the ball, if very much at all.
They got Anthony Belton as a offensive lineman who I thought was better than the kid from what's his name? He went early. I think his name. What is his name? And I liked him too a lot.
Grant.
No.
Sanvea.
Last name starts with the M.
Membo?
Membu. And I love the shit out of Armand Membu's tape, but I think Anthony Belton has a better upside than even Armand Membu. And so Packers drafted him.
I'm saying defense, Doc.
Okay, they did make a nice pick there. I just can't remember exactly who.
So the nicest, I'm looking at their squad right now. The nicest selection that they made defensively, I would have to say, is probably Baron Sorrell.
You don't think that's a big deal?
No, I don't.
Because when Kev said Baron Sorrell, everybody was like, "Who?"
Like Baron Sorrell is a monster.
Fair. I'm not saying that he's not. What I am saying is that the guys in front of him aren't all that great either. They've lost both the Smith boys. It's basically Rashawn Gary and now Baron Sorrell that you have to worry about. Quay Walker's all right.
Quay Walker.
Lucas Van Ness is over there doing damage too. Sorry, my bad. Lucas Van Ness is over there. But that's. I don't think their defense got much better. And my hopes is that our offense is at this point in the season is a force to be reckoned with.
That's the only way. Question, kids. Mm-hmm. Do you think the Green Bay Packers know how to draft?
Yes,
certainly.
Okay. All right. I'll just leave it there, kids. Trust me when I tell you.
Wait, hold on, no man. When you say can GMs draft or teams draft, some positions, other positions they not so good at.
Offensive line for sure. Yeah. I'm with kids though. I'm with kids a little bit on them not doing enough.
I don't
to
think they did
update
anything
their
on the defense. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they
Whether
didn't do
can draft
anything
or
on
not.
defense really this year.
They didn't need that much.
But they have a solid defense. I think their defense was already kind of solid. But they're beatable. This is the same defense that
Is Alexander
Ben Johnson was
play?
able to beat up on.
Is Alexander still on their team or no?
Alexander stayed. Yeah, I know they were talking about trading him, but he's still there. And I want to kick his shit talking ass so bad. Yeah.
So there's,
I hate that dude, man. I don't know why I like that
I don't
dude.
think the defense has gotten much better. I am going to say that like normally the Packers draft the other way around, like just normally. Normally they're more defense heavy and less offense heavy. This time around, they went and they got themselves two wide
Because 2
receivers.
years in a row,
and
they
both
went
of
heavy
them are good.
defense, kids.
Say
2
what?
years in a row, they went heavy defense.
And that's fine. I'm just saying that this time around they didn't. This time around they went wide receiver and wide receiver, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they went trenches and trenches on the offensive line, which again is good. I'm not saying they fucked up. I'm just saying that this time around for the Bears offense is heavy, right? We went offense heavy this time. So hopefully our offensive line is a little bit more powerful and our wide receiving core is a little bit more powerful, and we can get one up over the defense that they're fielding this time around. I'm sure their offense is going to be threatening. It always is. And this time again, with two new fresh wide receivers as a part of the core, and those those that new tackle and new bodies as far as that offensive line is concerned, it'll be a bit dangerous against our defense. But I think this will be a really good game. I think Bears can take this game too.
Lambeau Field, win or loss.
I go W.
All right.
I'm with kids. Dub. I'm going Dub.
Yeah, with Richard Long, Caleb is undefeated at Lambeau. He want to keep that streak going.
I think it's 2-0 in Lambeau.
Ben Johnson talk that shit. He's gonna back it up.
Oh yeah, because what's his name? LaFleur. I keep hearing that question about Ben Johnson. I'm about kicking your ass, and that's getting to him.
He didn't like that at all.
I think we take the L at Lambeau, and I think in between this Cleveland game, we get him again. I think we get
Cleveland. Who's their quarterback? Is that Shador? Is
Shador
going to be on the field?
Week 12, I think Joe Flacco probably going to be somewhere in Florida, fishing on his little boat. All the money.
Shit, Joe Flacco, he got a big ass yacht, little boat my ass.
All the money he done made over the years. He got some. He gonna have a nice size yacht.
So you're saying that Shador Sanders will be the starter at week 15?
Yes.
Bears win.
Bears 14-0.
Bears win.
Okay, I'll take a W on this one. We at home.
Good defense.
I mean, but other than the quarterback issues, what do the Cleveland Browns put up as a form of defense on the defensive side and a form of offense other than who's the quarterback? Do they have a running game?
They got Myles Garrett.
They drafted two good running backs. Yep, they got Quinshawn. They drafted Quinshawn and Dylan Sampson. So they got two good running backs.
Okay, a couple.
They don't got a quarterback though. They don't have a quarterback.
They got two really good running backs.
Yeah, so they drafted Thunder and Lightning.
Well, what about their defense?
The only problem they have is what's his name? The safety. What's his name? Cole Moore, or whatever his name. I think he's out for the remaining. He was a key. I can't think of his name right now, but that's on ESPN if you want to go check that out. The safety who was a key to what they do, he's going to be out. Now they got to find a replacement, but they did make a move and put somebody on the other side of Myles Garrett in the offseason in free agency or something. But
they got Mason. Remember, they got Jordan Mason. I mean, Mason Graham. I'm talking about more Jordan Mason.
That was a good move.
Yeah. And then they got who was it? Was it Carson, the linebacker?
Sorry. The guy you're talking about, Nomad, is
Mason
Graham. It's Mason Graham on
Mason Graham.
Yeah, no, they did something else, man. They did something else.
Is it Mason? No, is it Mason Graham or Will Campbell? It's one of those top guys that has just been shit so far.
Mason Graham. That's the guy they've been looking at him like this guy doesn't look like top 5 pick in camp.
Oh, seriously?
He came in the camp pudgy and shit. Fat
Yep, he
motherfucker.
looks like he's out of shape. He was looking terrible, man. Like something was going on with him. But you know, he got some time to get it together.
I didn't like him, man, because I was just like, man, he looks a little like you can see a guy like Samo. You would know exactly what I mean. A defensive tackle. You would see somebody that is physically fit and built to play that position. He might put on a couple of pounds. He might lose a couple of pounds, but he's physically made to play that position. I look at Mason Graham, and I see a dude that it looked like somebody put a whole bunch of air into him.
Yeah.
And he's just, I had questions about him, man. That's why you didn't see a whole lot of shorts about Mason Graham. I'm just like, I see something, and I don't really know how to describe what I'm seeing, but something seems inauthentic about him, man. And he just looks souped up, man. When I see people talking about a guy too much, first thing I do is just go look really, really hard. And I think he got his ass kicked a few times. I think other than his get off, that's what he has to bring to the table, a fast get off. But if that offensive lineman meets his fast get off, it's over with.
Yep. And the motor, he got a fast get off, and I thought he learned a lot from his effort, man. He's an effort dude more than anything to me. And man, that's gonna catch up with you. You gotta have some traits and more traits. Like you talking about somebody who just looks like a defensive tackle and physically gifted. That's his counterpart. I mean, his cohort.
Yeah.
There in Kenneth Grant. Like, and everybody raving about him, saying that he looks like he's gonna be the steal of the draft down there in Miami. So yeah, so I mean, we'll see what he turns out to be. I wasn't that high on him either, but I'm just looking at their roster, man. They got some dogs on offense, man. Their offense is actually weaponized.
I was just gonna say it too, bro.
It's weaponized, right?
The defense too. The defense
Yeah.
too. Like we're forgetting guys.
What
like
you mean by dogs? Name some names, man.
Okay.
Man, they got Jerry Jeudy. Cedric Tillman was a dog last year. He's gonna be even better this year. He kept getting hurt. I forgot they got Deontay Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh shit,
Yep.
they did, didn't they?
Yeah, they got Jamari Thrash, who's another good wide receiver.
I like David Bell, bro. David Bell's a nice wide receiver.
David Bell. Yeah, they got David Bell. They have Harold Fannin Jr.
Hold on, man. David Bell ain't did shit in 3 years, man. Y'all was high on him.
Right, he hasn't done anything, but he's been behind some really high caliber wide receivers, though. You can also put that out there.
Talking about Purdue's David Bell.
Yeah, that's what he is.
Man ain't did shit since he been in the league.
You're right.
He did
much
he
like
three
Tyler
receptions
Scott,
last
he
year.
can't get on the field.
Can't get on the field. But man, they got some good players. They got some good, solid players on offense, man. If they can figure it out, then they could be a problem.
Njoku, Harold Fanning Jr., Quinshon Judkins, Dylan.
Well, they could be a problem, but that's week 15. And the Bears will be 14-0. So week 16, the Packers come to Soldier Field, and it's gonna be second verse, same as the first. So the Bears will be 15-0 after that game. Go ahead.
I think we definitely get this one. I know at this point, the writing is going to be on the wall. Either we're going to be a really good team or we're going to be a team with a whole bunch of question marks behind us. At this point, all we got is hopes and dreams as fans. But by the time we get to this game, we will know exactly where we are. This is, man, it's almost the way they set this up, guys. It's almost like you can't even screw this up. All you need is to be a decent offensive line and be able to have an efficient running game, and all the other stuff will take its course, and everything will take care of itself. All you need is the proper
why
running
did
game.
you say it like
I
that?
know what Dennis Allen can do on defense. I know what he's going to bring to the table with the pieces that he has.
Why did you say it like that? It's like you just itemized it. The one. I'm just saying you itemized the one room that I'm the most worried about on the team. You know what I'm saying? Like if we have that running back room and it's good, we stand a chance. And you're so bang on. You nailed it. I'm just worried. I'm worried. I'm still a little bit worried about that room.
I think it's incomplete. Samo, you're the only one that hasn't had a take on it. Me, Trips, and Kids are going around and around with this one. I think the running back room is a little bit incomplete. The thumper, I don't think it's on that roster.
Yeah, I think we still have to figure out that Thunder. Yeah, I think we need that thumper. I think that Kyle Monangai is going to be a steal, though. That dude is going to be a dog. I think he reminds me more of the Muscle Hamster. The more and more I watch him, I'm like, this dude is a little Muscle Hamster. He's Muscle Hamster 0.5. And not 2.0. I'll give him 0.5, but he has a lot of that in him. But he's not a workhorse back by far. But I think he's going to give us a lot this year. I think that we do need that. We do need that Thunder, and hopefully, Kansas guy turns out to be that guy. We need somebody who can punch the ball into the end zone, man. Who can get us some short yards. I don't know about Roschon Johnson, man. I've seen enough to be down on him. I'm more down on him than I am up. Could he turn it around? Possibly, but we are missing that guy. That's what we're missing.
But Mr. Howdy Hankins, that's his game, ain't it? He's a Thunder guy.
Yeah. Yep. That pounder. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I have a little bit of faith in Ian Wheeler, maybe doing a little bit of north-south damage too, a la Jordan Mason. He kind of reminds me of a very similar, they remind me of each other a little bit. So fingers crossed there, but I still think they need to make an addition, man.
Man, this little guy remind me of Bushwick Bill.
Take off the other screen.
Yeah,
My bad. Let me get that down. My bad. Let me get it down. That little guy remind me of Bushwick Bill. Let me try to see if I can get it a little bit more.
Monangai.
Number 25.
Hey,
that's Bushwick Bill.
Yeah, look at him. He's looking at who's that stand next to Loveland.
That's harder for you to attack, though, man. That make it harder for you to attack him.
Who's number 20? Is that Zay?
Number 20 is that. That's Zay.
Yeah.
Hey, who are you on this picture, kids? Which one of these players looks more like your body type?
I'm gonna have to go with 65.
Yeah.
Maybe 95.
No,
65. All right, fine.
Yeah.
He say, 95
in your dreams.
All right.
I'm 95 is me. What are you talking about?
I'm definitely 87. I'm definitely 87.
So you 87?
I'm definitely Luther.
Because I'm a 65.
Trips,
myself.
you 25. You 25.
No,
Trips.
shit.
Little wide motherfucker.
Little wide.
You know, but let me tell it, I'm a true 95, unlike kids.
Okay. All right.
I mean, come on, look at me.
I ain't even gonna argue with you.
Out of these dudes on this picture, who do you think? I still say 75. That motherfucker's gonna be
a big motherfucker, man. That's
who's that? Newman?
Dude, he's gonna be a dude.
Now, wasn't he was the captain of the offensive line at Michigan State?
Trips, look at his fucking features, man.
You know, for what, like 3-4 years.
Like they really paying a lot of attention to football in Michigan State, though. So the kickers from Michigan State, Newman's from Michigan State. Like I bet you we got 2 or 3 more players from Michigan State now. Like now that we're here,
dude, it's 75,
and he's a guard.
Good football team past few years, man,
and especially in the trenches.
Yep.
75. I'm telling you, man. Look at the bone structure of that big fucker, man.
Yeah. He still got some growing to do.
Whew, big head.
He ain't filled out yet.
Spanky looking motherfucker with a beard. That motherfucker like Spanky from the Little Rascals.
Wait, so which one is what number is Ozzy? Is that 65?
Yeah,
Ozzy is 75.
75. Okay, that's Ozzy.
Yep, 65.
So 65 is Newman. Okay.
Yep.
So
who's 87 again? That's Burton.
Luther Burton.
Yeah.
Close your eyes and say, pick one of these motherfuckers gonna be the standout over everybody. Just close your eyes and pick one. Don't give me no 2 and 3 motherfuckers. Give me one.
Wait, who is 95?
That is Shamar Turner.
And 47, Hippolyte.
That is Ruben Hippolyte.
Yep.
Okay.
One dude.
I'm going.
I don't know. Just looking at as a football player, like 75.
Yeah.
I'm going
Yeah.
95.
Okay.
Well,
Mm,
95 makes sense.
95.
84 needs to put on some muscle. 25. He needs
Is
to fill
84
out a little
Loveland?
bit
Is
more.
that Loveland?
Gross.
Those are the big motherfucker too.
No, 84 Loveland. He still looks kind of frail. Looks kind of thin
Yep.
for his size.
Well, he's got to run. He got to be fast. So
One thing to pay
Well,
attention.
but I'm talking about like right now. If you just look at him as just looking at him, it's like 87. It's like you can't tell nothing from him. It's like, is he a trainer, a water boy? What the fuck's going on over there? I don't know.
They don't have
75 is just a huge motherfucker that still got to fill out. 65 is more short and stout. He could be good. I don't know. 47, he's got attitude in the middle. He's a little short guy, defense, attitude. I get it. 95 looks like he could be a baller. 84 looks like he needs to fill out, needs some more muscle. Same with 25, and 20 needs to definitely hit the weight room.
To eat. He
20,
needs to eat.
25.
25. Look,
20 and
that boy need to eat something.
And
Yeah.
25 is a goddamn crumb snatcher.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, man, these ain't shells on, man. These is they actual shoulders, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I'm just looking at him, and you're like, who's gonna be the star? And it's like, I don't know, because all these dudes still have to develop,
Mhm.
physically, because they're all still, well, other than maybe Zay since he's 25, but all the other ones are still filling out and growing,
Burton,
physically.
Yep.
Luther looked like he's still pissed off that he landed this far in the draft. That's what he looked like.
Well, he looked like he just a mad low budget Busta Rhymes or something. What's going on with that brother?
Oh,
That would be me in this picture. Kid say he's 65.
Busta Rhymes' cousin Rampage is what you're saying.
Right.
He's
Kid say he's Luke Newman. Samuel, who you say you was? 95?
95.
95. Samar. And
Mhm.
Triple R, you 25?
Well, I can't even make my face to say that lie. Yeah, I'm definitely rolling 65 there.
65.
It's like, oh, just 2 extra large or 3 extra large, coach.
And kids,
Yeah.
you are
I
again.
might change mine to 84, man. Just to give the
You ain't that goddamn big.
Stretch
That
out a
is
little bit.
65, man.
But any
no,
one of these,
I didn't. No.
any one
I'm
of
talking about who I think will have
Biggest
the most
impact.
in my body.
Yeah.
It's like 84. We don't look anything alike. Just
All
saying.
right.
but look at 95. He, there's nothing that says he can't be a defensive tackle or he can't be a defensive end.
Right.
That motherfucker to me is gonna be
He's-
probably the biggest wild card that we picked defensively, man, because the comments that what's his name? Dennis Allen made about him. He's just like, this motherfucker right here is wild. And I might have to put the saddle on his ass and break his ass down and pull the reins back on him, because this motherfucker, his spirit is definitely, he's got the kill mindset.
Which is a different mindset than your boy Tyreek.
No, Tyreek's got the kill mindset. He's got the kill mindset for sure. He got to Chicago, and I think Flus tried to put the reins on him, and he did pretty good for the most part. I think some of the wildness came out of Tyreek late. I mean, that part of the season when he just came a little bit unglued, got a little unattached from the situation, and fucked up. That's just young motherfucker shit, man.
Yeah, but the spirit is a different kind of spirit than Stewart has. Stewart has that spirit is like, I'm gonna rip your fucking testicles off if you know what I'm saying, if you block me wrong. Whereas Tyreek seems more of a spirit of, look at me, I did something that makes me, a star.
So what I would say about and you saw that, kids, we showed the little video where he punched that dude in the nuts because that motherfucker did something to him, stood over it, put his nuts over his head. That's the kind of shit we talking about. Like, you can't overreact like that. That's what he mean by putting the reins on him. Like, you got to understand the moment. Like, dog, I know you want to fuck him up, but you cannot do that in this circumstances.
But your boy Tyreek is standing on the sidelines, not even in the game, and tripping somebody or sticking his foot out to trip somebody who's going by him, and that Detroit receiver Williamson. You know what I mean? So that's a different kind of dog mentality to me.
I think people gonna love this cat.
Yeah, I just call that being a jerk is really what I call it with Tyreek. He's a little bit immature, a little bit of a jerk, and I appreciate that in a cornerback or a DB player. I'll be honest with you. I also appreciate similar things in a wide receiver. Sometimes you just have to be a little bit of an arrogant jerk to get by in those two positions because you have to be better than the guy across from you, and you have to get in that guy's head. And I give it to Tyreek in that respect. Unfortunately, for a couple of games this season, he just lost his shit. He lost himself.
Yeah,
Well,
I want more jerks like him.
Well, Al Harris is gonna get in that ass, so it'll be all right. But as we move on, week 17 against San Francisco, who's in turmoil as the
Definitely.
who's still there, who's young, who's not injured, who are they able to pay? This week the Bears will be going 16-0. Take it away.
Definitely, I'm definitely calling this one a W. I'm not. Nobody is afraid of the big bad wolf that was San Francisco anymore. I think, and we've said this for a couple of years, man. I remember the first time I said it, everybody was just like, "What the fuck you talking about?" No, man. I felt like their Super Bowl window was over, and I still feel like that. And I think they're on the decline, whether they see it that way or not. I think they are on the decline.
That window
Sure, I could argue
closed
with that.
Huh?
No, I think I'll say you're right. I think that window was closed on them, man. That Super Bowl window just closed on them. They're trying to figure out who they are, who they're going to be. But I do feel like this is what we talked about, a trap game for us right here. I think we're going to be riding the high. I think we're going to have at least nine wins, at the very least, maybe 10 at this point in time. And this could be a trap game going out to San Francisco. And this is just that one of those games I think could be a trap game. But I think we can get the W, but ain't this one of them trap games right here for sure.
You're bang on, and with where my headspace was, I was just gonna say that this is a situation where Christian McCaffrey runs ruckshot over the Chicago Bears because he's healthy, and that's just what I'm just saying. This is what might happen. The other way around here is like Christian McCaffrey gets hurt in week 6 and doesn't play.
Right.
Wait, hold on.
That's more like right.
How many
So I'm saying like it could go the other way. So, sorry.
How many different injuries is he dealing with right now that anyone could be like a career season-ending type shit?
This is what brought it up. We're talking about week 17, right? So if somehow he makes it to week 17 of the 2025-26 season, yeah, maybe we lose this football game because they'll just feed him the rock, and that's what happens.
I'm worried about Christian McCaffrey if he's been out since week 2 and gets to week 17.
This is what I'm trying to say. Like the odds of him even playing in week 17 are so slim that he had probably actually a W for the Chicago Bears. So I'll W.
Yep.
All right.
So then that takes us to week 18, where we play the Kitties again at home. And that's where the Bears for the regular season complete that undefeatedness with the 17-0. Go ahead.
Wow. That's not what's going to happen. We're not even going to play this game because we'll be going to the playoffs. So we'll play this game. We're going to lose this game, but we're going to the playoffs. So that's we sit everybody on the roster. And Ben Johnson laughs his way to a loss, and he shakes hands with his former teammates, and we head off into the sunset.
Well, even then, if we're playing the backups, T-Bag is going to take it to the Kitties.
Oh, that's just cold-blooded. I love that storyline, though. That's a great story.
I do think the first part of this schedule, the first 7 games, that's going to be rough. I'm just going to be honest with y'all. I do think it's going to be rough, but I do think if the lessons are learned and if the situation offensively in particular starts to gel, I do think the backside of this roster portends to be, even it's tough, man. But I do think we can get hot there if things go well. You know what I mean? I think we can get to this point of the season and, we're the hunters now. You know what I'm saying? These teams are perennial. We talking about Green Bay. We talking about Philadelphia, twice with Green Bay. And then Detroit, San Francisco is going to feel like they can knock at the door. I don't know about all that. But we're talking about teams that are trying to get hot going into the playoffs. And if we could be that team that's, I want to believe that the second half of the schedule is going to really be beneficial to us. I like us against Detroit at home. I'm going to take that win. But I do think they're going to be priming for the playoffs, and we're going to have to really bring it. I mean, like really bring it, because every team wants to go into the playoffs on a high note, because who wants to be losing going to the playoffs? That's contagious.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to injure your players, right?
Nah.
That's
If we're in that situation that Kez said, we're not going to injure our players, then we
You know what I'm saying? If you
made the playoffs, then they'll sit.
Yeah, sit them
So
down.
that's a good situation to be in, especially.
I'm talking about Detroit, man. We talking about Dan Campbell. He gonna play them.
He's playing this player.
Oh yeah, but you talking about like Detroit, like they're gonna be in the playoffs guaranteed.
They're gonna be in the playoffs, man.
I don't think so, man. You see, you got a lot more faith in Detroit than I do this year. I just think they're gonna take a big step back. They could fall back to the bottom of the division, to be honest with you. Just because they lost everything that was so important to them. They lost their offensive coordinator who made their quarterback look good. Like he made his quarterback look good. He wasn't shit before he got that. Jared Goff wasn't shit. They shipped him out of LA and shipped him here, and then he became who he is now. That's gone. The defense that was doing so great, as they lost players, they lost their defensive coordinator in Aaron Glenn. He out of there. They lost the wide receiver coach in Randall, who was developing Jameson Williams and keeping him in check. Now he's out here running his mouth about on his way out. Like they lost all that shit. That not all they have is they still have Dan Campbell. Yeah, but I think that they lost so much that it's gonna be hard to just keep the ship.
So you think they're gonna pull? You think they're finna pull a San Francisco?
They're gonna drop off.
Their window is closed.
Yes,
their window is closed.
And then they lost their defensive coordinator. He's not healthy.
This is the year where the Detroit Lions figure out that they need to draft a quarterback. That's what this year is, right? They're going to realize that Jared Goff really isn't going to be the guy that they can rely on over the course of the next 3 to 4 years, because he's going to spend this season throwing ducks. Not to say that he wasn't throwing ducks these last few seasons, because that's documented well, but he's been throwing ducks with one of the best offensive minds in the business.
Okay, so Kez, what was that, a 12-13 win team last year?
Yeah,
somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah. So basically, y'all saying we coming down to 8 or 9.
No, I'm saying they make the playoffs too. Personally, I still say they probably have a 10-win season.
Look at it like this. Look at Detroit. Their offense was the carrying of the water for their victories. It wasn't the defense. They was giving up, 20, 30, 40 points a game regularly on defense. It was the offense and the creativity to get Amon-Ra St. Brown wide the fuck open, scheme wise. So many times it was, the scheme and the game plan to like, we're going to run Gibbs this way. We're going to run Gibbs that way. We're going to throw Monty this way. We're going to throw Monty that way. And that is gone from Detroit right now. So their new offensive mind, whoever it is going to have to figure out how to make Jared Goff, serviceable again.
You know what, man? I'm picking up what you motherfuckers are putting down in a big ass way, because I understand, getting to a pinnacle for a team, a really good team like that. You got a window. You definitely have a window. And you get to that pinnacle and you come up short one too many times, that shit sinks into your team too. There's a little bit of psyche going on there. I do think they're strong enough to get back to that pinnacle at least one more time. But I can see that world that y'all putting out there that maybe they did lose a little too much. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I want to see if they can keep that momentum that they built up. They felt like they was a runaway train that wasn't going to get stopped with no brakes on it.
They shouldn't have been stopped.
I mean, they got stopped. You know what I mean? That
Denzel Washington.
You play on a great team and you feel like can't nobody stop us. I played on a team like that in high school, and then we got stopped. Man, we were different dudes after that, man. You know, it wasn't just one or two dudes, it's everybody felt mortal again. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Well, that's
Let's
what's
remember they
going
playing
on
the first place schedule.
Yeah.
They got a hell of a schedule. I'm looking at their
Mhm.
schedule right now. They could easily be 2-5 to start the season before their bye week. They got Green Bay, Chicago, Baltimore, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Tampa Bay. Then the bye week. I think those
Kansas City
first.
on their schedule?
I know what team.
that-
You know what team's gonna do to them, Samo? They're gonna try to take Jameer. They're gonna take Jameer Gibbs out of the game and make Jared
Yep.
Goff throw. That's
all
what
you
I
need.
would be doing if I was.
And then
Baltimore.
roll up the defense on
They
that
gonna
short
make
shit.
Jameer beat him. I mean, make Jared Goff beat him. Yep. They're gonna stop the running game and make them beat him. Make him
And
beat
that
him.
just equals picks. And that's
Yep.
what I'm trying to say. Jared Goff is going to get exposed for the friggin' turnover machine that he actually is. And unfortunately, Detroit's going to go to the well next April, and they'll be in the hunt for a new quarterback.
They don't have Mr. Miyagi there no more. Mr. Miyagi can't help Danielson.
No.
Mhm.
No,
And then also think about that.
whole new generation is Cobra Kai now. You know what I mean?
Cobra Kai, yeah. Right.
Whole new generation of kung fu masters and
Hey,
shit.
did y'all see that new Kung Fu Legends something that's coming out?
Not
I
yet.
seen a little
But
preview.
before we move on, hold on. Thought real quick about the Lions. If they're in that position that late in the season to where it's like, yeah, we are wanting a new quarterback in the draft, what are their odds of playing their hardest the last week in the season if now you're looking at draft position, for them to get their quarterback?
Here's
They-
where I am. with
they're
that.
gonna go balls to the wall. That's how
It's a question of whether they're going to the playoffs or not, and I still have a feeling somehow, like the NFC, like the North has the potential for fielding two guys in the NFC, like two teams. So hopefully one of those two teams is us. I'm not so sure the other team is going to be Green Bay. Nomad seems a little bit sure. Like if I'm picking up what you're putting down, I still think it's going to be a bit of a battle between Green Bay and Detroit for that playoff position. So I think they're trying to win this Week 18 game to stay in and stay relevant, as well as to beat out whoever is tied up with them. Like it might be us. It's either we're tied up with Detroit at this point, or Green Bay's tied up with Detroit to get that wild card spot.
One of us is gonna face Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. One of us, three teams. Between us, Green Bay, well, four teams, us, Green Bay, Detroit, and Minnesota. We gonna face. You know what? I take that back. There's the Washington Commanders that you got to contend with, and so I think if Green Bay finds himself in the buzzsaw that I think the Commanders are, I think Green Bay can get knocked off. I know Detroit can get knocked off. So I would say, man, we're gonna have to find a way to beat the Commanders. We're gonna have to find a way to beat the Eagles. We're gonna have to find a way to beat the Packers and the Detroit Lions. We face Detroit, Minnesota, and Green Bay at least twice. You know what I mean? We got to beat them cats once. We got to taste victory. We got to at least split between those guys. We got to. Or we don't have a fucking chance. We got to split.
Of course. I think we do better than that. I think we double down on Minnesota this time around. I don't think Minnesota is going to be the powerhouse that they have been. I think we can split with Green Bay and the Lions at the very least, but I think we get this first one from the Lions. I think we walk into Ford Field and we win, and that puts them on notice, right? So they have to get this win back from us at the end of the season.
I think on TV they make this shit look really, really easy. When you see teams playing against teams like Minnesota in those domes like that motherfucking place be loud, bro.
Rocking.
I mean, you got to fight that shit first.
Mm-hmm.
You got
12th man. That's the 12th man. That's true.
You got to
it's what it is.
Rocking. You don't want to go there.
hell
Play
no.
a playoff game. Nah.
I'm glad that I wish we was getting that game away first.
Which one? Minnesota?
Yes.
Well, we're home, bro.
I said I wish we was getting it away.
So you want to go to Minnesota first?
On the road on Monday night to start the season?
I want to get that shit out the way.
Because
No
that's
way.
loud as fuck.
Like,
That's
Monday
That's
night
hard. Now that I might have to give my L in that game.
But Monday night alone is going to be tough. Like when I
It's
saw it was
gonna
Monday
be,
night, I was like, oh shit, we don't do
ridiculous.
great on Monday night. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to go listen to all that either. You know what I mean? On top of all that, no, thank you.
by the time if it's a tough game, by the time you get into the second half, somewhere in the third quarter, you just basically like you think it's like, dude, you just hoping people hear you or see your hand signals and shit like that. You just getting through the moment, man. It's loud in those stadiums, bro.
Hey, it's what it is, you know, and hopefully when President Warren works his magic with that new mayor in Arlington Heights, you know, Bears the new Bears stadium out there will be as loud, and now will be our home field advantage other than the weather on the lakefront.
They ranked that place one of the top 3 places as far as decibel level. As far as the noise level and shit goes up in there, it's crazy.
What, Minnesota?
Yes, that's that. I think they designed that place that way so that it can be an advantage to them.
Well, how do they do it in Seattle when there is not even a dome? That shit's open air.
Yep, it's crazy.
That's loud too. Shit.
You know, but it don't get loud like that in Detroit. Not Detroit, Dallas.
Right.
Dallas ain't nowhere near as loud.
Big. It's too big. Had Dallas made their stadium too big and wide.
It ain't nowhere near as loud as Minnesota.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play there. If I'm playing there, I'm basically setting the whole situation up offensively, defensively to go off signals.
Well, to wrap this up before we get into the Kung Fu Hustle discussion, is that the movie? Is that Kung Fu Hustle? Kung Fu Boogie? It was Kung Fu something. But I got the Bears' final projections here in the middle of May. I got the Bears going a blistering 17-0 with this pussy ass schedule.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to edit the shit out of that. All right, man. So we've been on here.
Wait. No, give me Samo, Kids, Nomad, final early predictions for this
Triple R never want to get when it's time. He don't never want to do it, man. He just going. Go ahead. I'm giving us 9 wins, and I'm pushing it.
I'll give us 10. 10-7. Where you at with the kids?
10-7 as well. Like there's potential for more. There's potential for more, but 10-7 for sure. That's my guess.
One more. Cool.
If everything takes, it's like you putting seeds in the ground, planting them. You put the water in, you put the plant food in, you're expecting growth. If everything grows and everything starts it, we could be the Commanders of last year, man. I think we're capable of 12 wins, 11, 12 wins.
Yep.
You know, looking at us on paper, we're capable.
Commanders of last year. Well said. Yep. That's
12 wins on a high.
12 on the high. Yep.
Yeah.
I think the season hinges on the development of Caleb Williams, to be honest.
Well,
with you.
duh.
Yeah, I mean, from a standpoint of him playing, not only developing, but also playing disciplined football. You know, he has to develop that deep ball, that deep pass. He has to develop playing under center a little bit more. And he has to have the discipline to just take what's there and not hold the ball. And he has to take what's there and take what the coaches are telling him to take. Like, we don't want to see that gunslinger shit. We don't want to see him running around. Like, dog, hit the open guy and let them make the yards.
I gotta tell you,
let him run.
Isn't that what? When Caleb says he wants to be coached hard, and Ben Johnson, you know, said, yes, I want the Bears job, knowing that Caleb Williams is already in place and that Caleb has issues with his deep ball accuracy. and he's always big game hunting and, refusing to take the dump offs or the short passes. With these two working together, Ben Johnson already said that this isn't going to be the old Detroit's offense. This is going to be catered to more toward what Caleb can do, is good at, wants to do, etc. Wouldn't that kind of balance out the deficiencies that Caleb has been displaying just by the nature of Ben Johnson being here, to where it's like, look, man, I know you wanted to hold the ball and wait for that 40-yard pass, but let's get rid of the ball and take this 8-yard pass. Isn't that the development that we want to see in Caleb Williams, that we think that Ben Johnson should be bringing?
Well, let me answer that, Trips, because I don't know if you guys got to see this earlier today. I just so happened I was in between taking care of some yard work. I was in here stringing up my weed whacker, and I was looking at 670 to score. I just pulled it up while I was stringing up that weed whacker, and they had and holy shit, man, they had Sean King on, quarterback from the Tampa Bay Bucks, professional quarterback, saying what he said a year ago before Caleb Williams got drafted, talking about, man, listen, the best pro-ready quarterback for this situation is Jaden Daniels. He's the better quarterback in the situation. And they brought him back to compound on that. And he said the same thing. And they were just like, everything that Tripp just got through saying, and we've been saying, over and over again, like there's things about Caleb Williams' game that he's going to have to break out of. And he's going to have to get used to a different way of playing. Everything Trips just said, Sean King was talking about that. I was looking at the chat while that conversation was going on, and it's just these gatekeepers out there, like, oh my God, you can't ever in your damn life have anything critical to say about Caleb Williams. You can't criticize him. It's people in this world that don't want to hear a fucking thing, even though your criticism can be AS1, spot on, to the point. You talking about, I watched that chat and people in that chat talking about he doesn't know anything about football. I'm like, I wanted to get in there and say, you're talking to an NFL quarterback, right?
Right.
It was sickening.
He don't know ball.
Yeah, it was sickening. And I was just like, all he's doing is saying, he's not saying that Caleb Williams ain't capable of reaching the level that we think he can reach. He's saying that in order for him to get there, this is what needs to happen. This is why Jaden Daniels was a better quarterback coming out of the draft than Caleb Williams. That's a simple fact right now. And that alone triggers some of the people in the fan base. And I find that, like, I don't want to be amongst delusion. You know what I mean? I want to be in the real world. You know what I mean? I'm like, ain't nothing wrong with seeing what you see and calling a spade a spade. It's what it is.
Right. Yep. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I've been doing. That's what I'm always doing. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. The man got a lot to work on, man. He didn't look like the generational quarterback that he was touted to be. At some points in some games he did, but as far if you look at the entire season and the full book of work, he didn't look like that. Jaden Daniels looked like the generational quarterback. If you want to talk about generational between the two of them.
Bottom line.
And when people say coaching matters, you point to that situation.
Yep.
Well, Rich is coming alive, and Stevie Wonder is back there dying and shit.
I see him. I'm dead. I'm gonna die laughing. Look at that.
We're pushing 130.
That means
He's talking about my Sherry.
Shut it down.
All right, man. Y'all want to get some shout outs before we get out of here, man. Every time I do podcasts with y'all, man, especially you motherfuckers, man, I had such a good time with y'all, man, and it's so natural. It's hard to say bye-bye to the fans, man, and the people that support what we do, because it just comes off so well, man. The humor and the real football, all that shit just gels and comes together, man. Such a good-ass time, man. But like everything, it has a beginning and it has an end. This show has come to a conclusion. Triple R, you want to give some shout-outs? Go right ahead, my guy.
It's always good hanging out with the other three horsemen. you know, with the Nomad, the Samo, and the kids, you know, doing the thing, and you know, just giving you that Bears raw talking content, you know, going around the league, going around the world as we do. And you know, yeah, I see you see it on the screen. You like those jelly rolls, yeah, you do. Hey, if you ain't got no stretch marks, you ain't for me. Let me put it like that. So you know, come on over to the channel and show some love at Sports Chicago Style. You know, sub and get all of the various lifestyle content that comes out from our creative content staff over there at Sports Chicago Style. Whether it be Trips and his exercise stuff, Coach Trippin and Trips and their self defense stuff, or Chef Trips and his beautiful video recipes, whatever he's making, trying to make it a little healthier. So you know, we try and do our thing over there, and you know, I dip in here to the Nomad Network for some extra sauce. But at home over there at Sports Chicago Style, show us some love. And speaking of showing love, let's hand it on up over to Canada with Kids, with you know, Kids the Canuck. That's his YouTube channel. Tell him all about it, Kids.
Go
Look
ahead.
at that. Yeah, look at him. He definitely not number 95.
Go ahead, Almond.
No, I look great in this thing, man.
Yeah, that's a straight up 65. That's not a 95.
You so almondy.
He's the almondy.
Damn it.
Look at those cheeks.
Man,
And he put a filter on it, man. I should whip your ass, man.
I didn't. What filter, man? There's no filter.
You know you put a filter on it, man.
That's why you better
I know what AI enhanced looks like, motherfucker.
This isn't AI, god damn it. This is
Stop
just
playing.
me in keto mode. It's a little bit earlier on. There's no filter. We don't filter up. I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. I probably really looked a little bit more like 95 in this particular picture, but this is from about 5 years ago. Wasn't taken yesterday.
Hey, kids, I forgot one thing. Okay, Almond.
Say what?
Okay, Almond.
Oh my god. All right. Yeah. So another extra sauce is come and gone. It's Wednesday night. It's 1 in the morning on the East Coast, almost 1:30. I've had about enough of this shit. So thanks for coming and hanging out with us, you guys. By all means, take a look at Kez the Canuck on YouTube. Always new stuff out there, including this show. Multi-streaming right now. My guy, Triple R, is up there doing his thing. He just did it and gave you a little bit of a plug for Sports Chicago Style. By all means, check him out. Check out my homie Samo as well. He's all over the place. He was over at our he was hanging out with the Podfather tonight, right? From my understanding. Hang out with good old Aldo.
I didn't even make it over there. I'm just talking to you guys.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, either way, shout out to the Podfather.
Hey,
Sorry,
who
we
was
got
on that show, man?
I'm probably on the shit list now.
Who was
You
on
and
that?
Don Burr.
Who was on that show?
Who was on there today?
Yeah.
You know, this is the night he does it with Tooch. I was on there last week,
Mm.
and then he was just inviting us back this week to do
Man,
the
these Wednesday
schedule
nights are
release
getting
show.
busy, bro. We got all kinds of shows going on Wednesday. But either way, we're here for you doing the darn thing. Give love to those who love us. Jigsaw, Richard Long, AC Adam, JJ Smiley, Dante Purified, Terry Hudson, Paul Rodriguez is with us tonight. FFG was all over the chat. Shout out to you, FFG. He is a supporter of the network and is sometimes on the network as well. Kenny Adams was out there with us. It's Crimson was holding it down with the wrench, keeping things real in the chat. So was Frank Q, as well as Don Burr. Absolutely no love to you, but thanks for coming either way. Ron C was with us. Nick Rembert, King Booker World. And this homie right here, who I have no idea, but he's definitely a subscriber on Kez the Canuck, and you should be a subscriber too. The link is in the chat. Hit the link, hit subscribe, and that's
What is that, Cyrillic?
before. I'm not sure. I think it's Arabic, but I don't
Arabic.
speak it. You know what I mean? I don't speak it.
Assalamu alaikum. Right on.
Yeah, what he said.
Kid looked like he just farted in a small ass room and went out, left, and closed the door.
That may have happened as well. That like I fart.
Oh.
Hopefully you do too. It's good for the bowel.
Yep.
Sometimes you have to just push that out and
Flatulence.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, and FYI, real quick. There's a premiere of Tripp's exercise vlog number 31. He's doing some self-defense stuff with his made-up contraption that's premiering at 1 a.m. So what is that, like 40 minutes from now, or the top of the next hour, 1 a.m. Central. So if you're still up, you want to hang out, check Trip out with his exercise vlog. And some people, kids, may want to participate, Samo, and get some of that baby fat off.
Shout out to Triple R. That motherfucker do some karate on you and feed you at the same time on his channel. He'll fuck you
feed
up.
you right afterwards.
He fuck you up, man.
He make the sauce and shit. The
Fuck
sauce
you up
boss.
and feed
Chef
you.
T, the sauce boss.
Right?
Fuck you up and feed you in the same stroke. All
Right?
You something else, man.
It's
Man,
like, here, let me make something soft for you since you ain't got no teethuses no more.
I just put a short out, Trips. I don't know if you saw it, but I was gonna do a blooper, man, a little blooper reel. I got a short that's kind of blooperish, but I put a short out. What was you talking about in that short? I think you was talking about the brown sugar hack that I did not know until I saw you do that. He got a container and poured all this brown sugar in it. And then you know how everybody is, you use brown sugar sometimes you don't. That shit is sit around and get all hard on you. And so Trip figured out a hack. He put it in a container and put a piece of bread in it that absorbs the moisture and keeps your shit all fluffy and light. I said, I gotta put that shit out. It got a lot of views, man. It's still getting views, but yeah, man, I thought that was a good. I like that.
Yeah, Chef Trips, he tries to pass on little hints here and there, just little kitchen tips, not only about eating, healthier where you can and not, fuck with the taste, but, just tips in the actual kitchen,
For sure.
You know what? I'm getting sick of eating chicken wings. What the hell can I cook now? Any idea?
Because you one of them people that overdo shit, kid.
My brother, I didn't ask you.
Well, if you want to move off, if you want to stick with, getting your protein, and move off of wings and avoid beef, that wild salmon, baby boy.
Oh, you know what's funny? That's what I had today. It did not work out well today, bro. But it didn't work out good, man. It didn't work out good.
You mean the way you cooked it?
I'm not sure if it was the way that I cooked it. I'm gonna tell you what I think it really was. So I went to the grocery store and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy some steak because I could use a steak this week, get that protein. But I don't want to eat steak tonight. I want to eat something easier. And then I saw some salmon. And the salmon was on sale because it goes bad tomorrow. But
oh Lord.
You know what I mean?
I don't know
It's probably been bad 2 days ago.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? It wasn't what it should be.
You should have got that salmon yesterday.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Because when fish goes bad, Yeah.
Well, it wasn't. You know what I mean? It didn't smell like it was bad, but it the taste was not salmon. Salmon's a beautiful meat. It just
but there's so many different ways that you can prepare it, that with so many different flavors that you're not hiding the fish flavor, but you're accentuating it, or you're adding either a sweetness of a brown sugar or a honey, or the tartness of a lemon or something citric, citric acid wise, or throw some garlic or something, and then also charring it. Has that char flavor profile on there.
I love it.
Grill. Throw that shit on the grill, man.
Or blackened it.
That's usually what I do. I gotta get. I gotta get gas for the grill. I didn't want to go and get gas for my grill.
See, that's where you fucking up.
Yeah, do a little char salmon on there.
No, I ain't doing no charcoal business, man. I got a massive.
But even just in your kitchen, just blacken, season, and blacken it in a skillet or on a blacktop.
Yep.
So I kind of so what I did was it was a maple jerk chicken, or sorry, maple jerk salmon, and I've done it before. It usually comes out real nice, but this time, I'm telling you, it just wasn't right. So I took a couple bites. The wife, she took a couple bites. I was like, "What do you think of the salmon?" She was like,
Yeah.
like, but
So
this
you got a bad
salad
piece
is
of fish.
badass though. She made a badass salad, so we just crushed the
Yeah,
salad.
you're a big
That was
dude,
fun.
man. I think you would really enjoy. I should make this for my pops. He's a big guy, man. He's always every time summer come around, he's like, man, put me some turkey drums on the grill. Turkey drums. I like turkey wings personally,
Yep.
but turkey drums
wings.
is cool. But
Yeah.
man, you grill them things up and then just let them smoke to that tender. You know what I mean? At some point, depending on how you like to sauce them, if you want to sauce them, you wrap them hoes up in some foil. Man, do you talk? You can be eating on them things for days. You just go get you a nice 3 or 4 piece turkey
Days.
leg, man. Shit, man.
Yep.
Man, I'm dating myself now, but the Taste of Chicago, Mary Jane Byrne was a thing in the city of Chicago. They had in Grant Park, and they would shut down the park, and all of these different restaurants from throughout the city would purchase booths, and you would go in, you would buy tickets, and you would spend the tickets at the different foods at the different booths, which were right next to each other on both sides of the street. One of my favorites as a small children's, considering I broke 200 pounds in like 7th grade, some shit like that.
God
You
damn.
know, I was fuck you. I would go down there and I would love to get the turkey drumsticks that were smoked, and they would have them wrapped in foil and then had the barbecue sauce in there. And so I'm just this little fat kid, happy as a son bitch, walking around with this big ass turkey
Big-ass
leg.
drumstick.
I got barbecue sauce around my face. And I'm just chewing on this turkey drumstick in the middle of July. And turkey's not something that we had. We only had like Thanksgiving and maybe Christmas.
Yep.
And so barbecue turkey drumstick in July, oh, it was beautiful.
Shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a treat. I heard they got a whole turkey leg hut out in Houston, some fucking where.
Yeah, the dude just got himself locked up.
Wait, what?
I saw that. I was like, I thought he sold it. I thought he
turkey
sold
hut
it.
guy got
drugs
locked
out of the spot. He was selling drugs
Oh,
out of the spot.
damn.
Feds came and locked him up, and he had a hell of a business out there. Everybody was going to Houston for these damn turkey legs.
Yeah, you go to
I've
Houston.
Because they were sprinkled with crack.
They that's the first place everybody want to go. They go to Houston, go get
Yep.
the turkey leg, huh?
Yeah,
I didn't know that was. I thought that was some tax shit or some shit like that.
Hey, man, that's when you'd be like, hey, man, I'll give you a few dollars for your business, your recipe. And it's like, hey, now we're going to reopen minus the drugs.
right.
Get you some turkey.
Hopefully.
Get you some
Get
turkey.
you some turkey meat. But not only that turkey meat, I do the ground turkey. You can do turkey meatballs, no diddy. You can do turkey patties and do smother them a little bit, like
You
have them like Salisbury steak.
Do you have your own
That should
grinder?
be keto.
Kid,
What's that?
You got your own grinder? Meat grinder?
Meat grinder? Nah, I never had one. You got that? You have a meat grinder?
Where you
Well, I
where you get
got one.
raw meat to grind up like that.
Well, I mean, like if you want to ground up some turkey into shape it into some meatballs or whatever, or if you want to ground up some chicken breasts and to make it into nuggets or something like that.
Yeah.
It's the same foods, the same meat that you're getting from the store. Is just a different way to prepare it. That's different for your taste buds. But it's different. It's the same food. It's healthy, but it's something excited that you can get about at dinner time.
Right.
We talking like we already off the show, man. We gotta get ready to get the fuck out of here.
Oh damn, we still on? Oh damn.
Yeah, this kind of shit we be talking about behind the scenes, man. If you get you a meat grinder, get you a stainless steel one, because those bitches hard to clean depending on what brand you get. I got one. And they hard to clean off, man. You know what I mean? You put the right kind of meat in there, boy. You got to soak it. That's why you have to have stainless steel, man. So,
Right.
yeah,
Makes
but
sense.
just get the right stuff. But turkey, man, that's where you want to go. You had the turkey tips yet, Samo?
Love turkey tips. Yes, always. Yep. Turkey tips and shit. Have you had the turkey chops? Turkey pork chops.
I ain't had no turkey chop yet. I had a
like
turkey.
pork chops, but turkey chops. Oh man, change
I
your
ain't
life.
had
Tastes just like a pork chop, but it's turkey. Off the
Damn.
chain.
I ain't tried that yet. I have to go find some.
You can prepare them just like a pork
You
chop.
like meat. Turkey.
Hey, is this real quick? Kids.
Yeah, bro.
Can you go to chicagobears.com?
No, don't do it, kids. He's trying to lure you in.
No, and I don't know. I'm seriously, I don't know if this is the new stadium or the old stadium, but they got a FAQs about stadiums and the lakefront legacy. But something goes on. Well, we're getting out of here, but people and on future Nomad Network shows, I'm sure we will discuss it. But the Chicago Bears may have more movement or action going on with the stadium here.
Talking about the city or Arlington?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Stuff. Yeah, I'm hearing some weird stuff
Man,
that
it
it's
ain't
going
going
back to
on.
the city, bro.
It ain't happening in the city, man.
What ain't happening?
It's gonna be in Arlington, bro. They just, the mayor knows this thing is getting away from him. He's trying to make a last ditch effort. If it stays in Chicago, you got to get the tax dollars from the people. There ain't gonna be no tax dollars given out for this stadium. I'm telling you.
Something to marinate on, but we can get out of here though.
Yep.
Lakefront legacy. Oh man, looky there. I see what you're saying now. Would you
Right? There's movement. I don't know which direction is moving, but there is movement.
All right, before we leave, Nomad, I think you're bang on. I'm gonna layer on a little bit where you're at with the stadium thing, and we'll leave. And I think this is just a play because the new mayor. Remember how Kevin Warren been saying there's a new mayor coming to Arlington Heights?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you he just didn't really want to have the conversation about this thing right now, and maybe he's balking on the existing conversation and the tax breaks. So this might just be a way to poke him. You know what I mean? Poke the bear a little bit. Hey, by the way,
leverage for the new mayor.
Some leverage moves. Yeah.
Leverage for the new mayor. That's exactly what I think.
That's all.
I'm just tired of talking about it, man.
I am too. Until something happens,
we're gonna be talking about this for the next three years because ain't no shovels in the ground. I don't see any shovels being put in the ground anytime soon.
Until that happens, every time this shit comes up, I'm gonna depart from the show and let you motherfuckers talk about it. I ain't talking. I'm sick of that shit.
Yeah, well, the only last thing I heard was that Warren sent the letters to the Park District about how they don't take care of Soldier Field, and that was to begin the paper trail to break the lease because the Bears' lease doesn't expire until like 2033.
33, yep. So if they do get a stadium built, they wouldn't be able to play in there until then. So he's doing the right thing. So
the lakefront.
We'll see what happens, man. I'm just tired of talking.
These renders look dope, though. Y'all have to check this out.
I mean, you can't go wrong. Anything get rendered around that lakefront, man. You just have to be here to know it. But golly, man, that's a dream come true. But it's almost impossible to fathom given the situation, man. There's just too much.
Yeah, because that's too much. That's a whole lot of money leaving on the table out there now tonight. But they still own that land, though, and so they can do whatever they want to with it, other than the stadium. If the stadium is in Chicago,
they can still put the casino out there. Yeah, they can still put a casino out there if they wanted to.
Casino, hotels, all of that.
I think that's the next shoe to drop. Is going to be some motherfucker they're gonna put out in the open, in the public, in the media, that some big name motherfucker is looking to buy that property or something. And then
no,
not sell it, rent it out, lease it, own all of
that. They're not selling that property. Even if the stadium winds up back at the lakefront. Yeah. They're just gonna that property is the McCaskey cash cow.
Yep.
That's where the money for the McCaskey family is gonna come from for the next 100 years. It ain't gonna come from the Chicago Bears. This is diversification now, right?
Yep.
Yeah. They're just putting up cool shit over there, and everybody eats.
They don't have the money to build a stadium on their own right now. Not even in Arlington Heights. That's what the delay is. They want to use taxpayer dollars. The state isn't allowing them to do it here in the city of Chicago. So they're trying to press that issue. But they, like Kez say, they still own that property out there. That's going to be their cash cow. So if they can get a stadium built in Chicago with taxpayer dollars and then do something else out there, with as far as casino, hotels, and shopping and restaurants, all that shit, then they're winning on both ends. So they're collecting money on both ends. So that's, I think that's what
they're laughing.
the
They own a football team. They're making revenue, $1 billion a year revenue off of a football team. Now you're investing that into real estate. So now you could be making casino money potentially, right? Like casino money is crazy.
House always wins.
Racetrack money.
They need some money. They just go holler at Jelly Johnny down there on Cicero. Man. Jelly Johnny,
need to holler at Jelly. They need to holler
at him.
Extra 286, huh? Okay.
Smelling like brute and shit on Cicero, stinking ass.
Yeah, you got to go that way, Kez, to get to Midway Airport, but you want to go to the airport and back to the highway. You don't want to be stopping no place in between.
Don't stop anywhere along the way.
Exactly.
Okay.
Cicero, Cermak, all that shit, man.
That's sound advice.
Just keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
Even if these two broads are leaning up against my Cadillac.
Hey, dog.
Hey, you tell them hoes
rubbing the thigh like that. Them rubbing the thighs like that.
You go and take your cooties with you. Get up off my diamond in the back. Sunroof top.
Might give up a little bit. You might give up a lot. You might give up everything you got.
Okay. All right. Safety first, gentlemen.
Get you right. Just get your ass over here. We'll get you right. All right, man. This is too much fun, man. I love this shit, man. But we do gotta go. One thing to look forward to is when is this mandatory veteran and rookie mini camp coming up? Is it this weekend, or
thought it was next week?
Is it next week?
Because they gave the rookies like the rest of this week off and the weekend, then they got to show back up next week.
So it's early next week. That should be fun, get them cats mixed up and see what happens, man. We'll see what happens, man. There's no pads, but I wonder how much media access they're going to give to that situation. I do wonder, but either way, man, we'll be here to cover it all. This is what we do over here on the Nomad Network. We let everybody get out there, have their football conversations, and we come over here and we do it in our own ass way, and it's fun to do it. Love you guys. Appreciate Trips, Samo, Kids. This was fun. What is this? Almost 5 hours worth of content. Are you kidding me? Almost 5 hours worth of content. Stevie Wonder is about to die down there. We got to get him out of here.
He got a job. Let's go.
We got to get him going, man. We got to get him going, man. Don't be slapping nobody around because you got a job, man. You get fired tomorrow, motherfucker. Don't start talking shit.
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah. We get you up out of here, man. I appreciate you, man. I love y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. I got one thing to say before we get up out of here. If you could think it and you could see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.